to Mordecai, there is an impression gaining ground that, at least as of now in the first 24 hours, that the Iranians will cave in. Do you share that? Do you share that impression? Because they've just elevated, and we had reported this about 2 hours earlier, Mortaba Khomeini, who is the grandson of the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's also explosions happening. 11 explosions have been heard in Doha, according to some reports. So there's all sorts of expansion happening of this offensive that we're seeing in the Gulf.
Well, this is the result of the fact that Iran had many tentacles spreading all over the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. And now, after 47 years, that the world is suffering from the Iranian expansionism, now when the octopus is being challenged, now all these tentacles are being folded, and therefore you see the ramifications in many places. Definitely, it is time already that the civilized world will say to the mullahs that they should leave the scene, because they brought only havoc and destruction and bloodshed and killing and suffering wherever they were. And it's time that the civilized world will unite in order to get rid of them and to return to the normalcy which Iran was under until 1978.
Okay, let's boost the gnat on those pictures. And Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I'm just going to come to you.
कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने कराची को आग लगा दिया है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रहबर पर हमले का बदला लिया जा रहा है अमेरिकी कौंसल खाने को आग लगा दिया है
There you can hear it very clearly. They're invoking the name of the Lord, and they're saying that they have avenged what has been going on in Iran. And this is happening. US consulate in Karachi, the flag, according to the person that's speaking, has also been set on fire, at least at the lower level. The consulate has also been set on fire. You can see the flames. I don't know if they've been able to breach and go into the consulate. Certainly they've been able to breach the perimeter fencing and gone into the compound. So Abhijit Iyer Mitra, what are we seeing here? There are also celebrations, of course, that are taking place. Videos coming through from Iran and the diaspora that are thrilled and ecstatic at the fact that the top leadership, so Khamenei, the defense minister and the chief of staff, all eliminated. So there's also that happening. Which way is this going to go?
I'd also urge you to look at the massive protests for the regime mourning Ayatollah Khomeini that are happening in Iran as well. And there are people there who are not hijabis. They're modern secular Iranians also mourning. Let's remember that. This is number one. Number two, as far as Pakistan is concerned, you see every event. I've never seen a population more ready to come out and riot than the Pakistanis. Essentially, every international event is like putting bananas in front of a bunch of monkeys. They can't resist themselves, especially when it comes to embassies. This isn't the first time, like a fellow panelist pointed out. In 1979, they attacked the US embassy, burnt it down. And what I want to know is, where is the security around this consulate right now? The external security is meant to be provided by the host country, which is to say Pakistan. After an attack has happened, which you know can inflame tensions, where is the security around it? Where are the, the barricades and so on and so forth, the concentric layers of security that should have been provided? I don't know if you've gone past the American embassy in Delhi today. I'm not in Delhi, I'm in Madras. But my friends are telling me there is significantly ramped up security and barbed wire fencing and things like that that have come up outside there. Now, if Delhi is willing to take that precaution, is sitting in Karachi. Why are they not willing to take the precaution? These things happen in Pakistan when the Pakistan government wants to send a message. Now, what kind of message? I don't know what it is. On one hand, they should be aware.
Yeah. The Americans, this Trump regime has gone and once again warmed up and cozied up to Pakistan at the expense of offending India. And they've done it with complete and utter disregard for warnings that have come from every quarter about doing this. So, Abhijit, I'm glad that the Americans are getting a taste. I'm being very direct here.
Do you remember, Rahul, in your last program when the Americans flipped after Sindoor?
Yes.
I told you I wish the Pakistanis on the Americans and I wish the Americans on the Pakistanis.
You said that. I remember that. Now, is this going to change? Look, you're somebody who understands this. Is this going to change the mood? If there are casualties, American casualties, and we're very sensitive there. I mean, Trump is not the most popular leader, either in his country, and neither is Benjamin Netanyahu. If there are civilian casualties, and if this is today the US Embassy or the US Consulate, what's to say that tomorrow the Israeli Embassy and the Israeli Consulate in another country is not targeted similarly? Or there might even be a hostage crisis. What happens then?
I'm sure there is going to be some kind of incident somewhere, because remember, not all security is equal around the world. This was bound to happen. I think both the Americans and the Israelis know that things like this are going to happen. I'm sure they've taken their own precautions within the compound as well. My real worry is with the out of compound security, which host countries provide. Now, you can be fairly certain that in countries like that are extremely developed and therefore have a good security force, like say the Emirates and things like that, or Bahrain, this won't happen. But in the less developed parts of the world, there is a high likelihood that some kind of situation like this will happen. I also want to point out, Rahul, if you noticed yesterday, when Iranian missiles were landing in Qatar, Pakistanis were sitting and cheering the attacks. They were saying, Inshallah miss ho jaye. Inshallah, may the interceptor, not the missile coming in, may the interceptor miss. In Bahrain, of course, there is, Bahrain is a Shia majority ruled by a Wahhabi monarchy. And they have a long history of antagonism with their ruling family out there. So in Bahrain, it is more understandable. But imagine Sunnis living in Qatar, supporting missiles attacking the place where they live, work, earn, send back money. This level of, self-sabotage is really, it's unique to Pakistan. You never find a country more adept at self-sabotage than Pakistan is. And of course, my greatest reassurance is the fact we can never do to Pakistan what the Pakistanis won't do to themselves.
Very good point. Dr. Ranganathan, let's open this up and go a little deeper, because what we saw was a recalibration. There was a period when America had dehyphenated relations between India and Pakistan, and now we're seeing a recalibration under Trump, and he calls that failed general of theirs the best and his favorite field marshal. The failed marshal has become his favorite field marshal. Does Trump understand foreign policy? Does he even understand the situation on the ground here? Does he even know what he's up against in Pakistan? And I just written a piece a few days ago cautioning Sergio Gore, the US ambassador, saying don't make the mistakes of the past. And I said I've written an open letter and it went viral. So I want you to comment on this, because this is something which I think the Americans deserve to know, discover for themselves.
A couple of points out here. When that rogue Kissinger said that to be America's enemy is dangerous, but to be America's friend is fatal, I think he can also include Pakistan in there. And I think Trump, there are two ways of looking at it. One, Trump was wholly ignorant about the history of Pakistan and the way Pakistan behaves, or two, he knew exactly how Pakistan behaves. And I'm inclined to believe, I think the latter, because Pakistan, let's take it, is a vassal state, is at the beck and call of America. And any state that is in that situation, it is up to America to dictate what goes on internally inside Pakistan, because they know very well they control everything that Pakistan is going to do externally. So if this is happening, and if the security that at all times has to be more heightened than anywhere else, any other US consulate around the world, and they let the mob in, you have to accept the fact that this is all premeditated, that this has been done in consultation with the states. What could be the repercussions of this? Number one, America is trying to assuage the situation, maybe put pressure to, as I said, it is in America's complete interest to end this war as soon as possible. In their interest, they will go all out to do that. They are petrified of body bags, and then the entire insinuation of Epstein will, it's already bubbling in the American Washington circles that all this has been done, like what Clinton did, years ago in Somalia. So to kind of put that at bay, America is trying at least 3 or 4 things. Yes, on the ground, but more so diplomatically as well, and also conniving this kind of thing to happen in Pakistan.
Now, let me tell you, viewers, the psychological optics and the impact of this on American diplomats and perhaps even Israeli diplomats in different capitals of the world, especially in those, as Abhijit Iyer Mitra was telling us, not very developed. And Chief, I'll just come out to you in a few moments, and thank you for being so patient. But I'm also going to show you pictures now from Dubai, viewers. The streets are emptied out. It's a ghost town. This is the marina. This is overlooking where all the hotels are. This is the marina where you can see all the big billionaire boats. Not a soul. You can only hear the crows and a couple of birds chirping in the background. This is the psychological impact. This is a city that aspired towards a glitzy modernism, a reinvention away from the oil economy, brought to an absolute halt because of this particular conflict and Iran's very targeted and specific strikes on some of these Gulf states. They have the most to lose, of course, viewers, because they were counting on becoming like the new Londons of the world, for example, attracting the services sector, lowering taxes to get in business, and so on and so forth, to kickstart an evolution away from fossil fuel economy. And that is crumbling here, Tom Cooper. This is going to cost these economies a lot. People won't come in. There's going to be long-term instability, people looking over their shoulders. We know this because Delhi went through that. India went through lots of terrorism by proxies. You couldn't see these enemies. They were in the shadows. Sanjay Suri is there with me also. And this is something that will have to be calibrated. This is the human cost.
Yes, we've seen last year during the Operation Sindhar, India lost in a matter of, what was that, not even 4 days, 80 billion or something on revenue, on income. So this is likely to go several times higher than that. And primarily because, well, certain people want to have it their own way and no other way.
Yes, Mr. Fintunez,
Speaking from the perspective of the Qatari, Emirati and Saudi also, I think it is a very important shift because they were allied to the US and they were relying to the US for protecting their best interest. And in a sense, with this operation, it's crystal clear for everyone involved that their protector does not care about them and does not care about the cost. They will have to pay for this combined Israeli and American military operation. And I think it is important because they might be inclined to find in the future other security guarantees, maybe by an alliance between themselves or perhaps even China.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me just go straight across to Sanjay Suri. 1 second, Doctor. I'm just going to come back to you in 30 seconds. Sanjay Suri, a simple and straightforward question. I know that you will have restrictions upon you. You can't be speaking about, obviously, the security situation in Israel. I know there is a code, so I'm not even going to take you there. But I'm going to ask you a specific question or two. Why has Iran attacked everyone in the Gulf but Oman? What's happening there in the backdrop? And secondly, most importantly, and this is something that has struck me, what is the appetite really for what is known as a long contingency where war could extend more than 4 or 5 days in Israel?
Well, the first question, Rahul, it's very clear what Iran's tactics are. Iran sees these Arab countries as allies of the US and in fact hosts to the US military. So to an extent, it will attack US military bases in these countries, but then it will attack these countries almost even symbolically. Half a dozen missiles that get through and cause damage, and you see the result already. To hit these countries economically, it cannot destroy everything within, it cannot destroy facilities seriously, but if it hurts the economy, as Iran has managed to do, then that is damage enough. Second, we speak of resilience in Israel. Oh yes, the tenacity is apparently endless. They are in it for as long as it takes, and they are a very hardened, tough lot. Consider simply one fact, Rahul, that will answer your question. The population of Israel is less than 10 million. The population above the age of 18 is about 6 million, and above the age of 18, every Jewish Israeli is not just military trained, has had military deployment. So this is a nation of soldiers. They can take it.
They can take it. So, you know, viewers, now you're having two different reactions coming through. You have the UAE that is on tenterhooks, viewers, on tenterhooks, because they don't know what's coming from across the ditch, so to speak, from across that strait. And you can see pictures on the right where Pakistan is erupting in fury. It's an irony. The Americans have called their Operation Fury, and the fury is erupting where? In Pakistan, viewers, where the Pakistanis, the great new friends of the United States, are turning on their benefactor, the man who gave them billions of dollars. These Pakistanis are shameless, viewers. They have no loyalty to anyone. They have no loyalty to their own people. They didn't show any loyalty to the Bangla friends across the subcontinent, viewers. They betrayed them. They betrayed the Iranians. They betrayed the Afghans. Now they're betraying their only benefactor. Remember, that state is held up by the 3 A's: Allah, America, and the army. One of them they have betrayed. Viewers, let's be honest about that. I never measure my words, because when it comes to Pakistan, you can't measure your words, viewers. But I want to go straight across very quickly, once again, back to Sanjay Suri and also to Anand Ranganathan. Anand Ranganathan, first to you. You were raising your hand. You wanted to make a point.
No, very quickly. Look, I speak as a layman. I've already said you're amazing experts on your panel, and Tom is one, and I really latch on to every word he says. But may I slightly disagree with him when he talked about rightly that India lost billions during Operation Sindoor? Well, you know, those billions were lost and then, of course, subsequently recovered. But that's the way stock markets react to every war. You're going to see that tomorrow. I mean, stock markets are going to crash the world over. But the fact of the matter is, today we see after a couple of missile strikes, Dubai has emptied out. We never saw such scenes in Delhi. You know why? Because we have our own indigenous Akash defense system to thank for. And Dr. Ramarao, he constructed something on shoestring budget that intercepted 664 missiles and Pakistani drones in a neutralization rate of 99.4%. So, you know,
Brilliant.
This is happening in Dubai when you had an overarching ally, America, not able to protect it, whereas we withstood 884 Pakistani missiles and drones, and Indians were freely moving on the streets.
Well, Air Marshal is here with us, and Air Marshal is also going to give his little input. So, Air Marshal, you keep sitting there, please. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. How is this happening? How are all these Gulf states that thought that they were very secure under the American-Israeli umbrella getting reminders every so often, every couple or 3 hours, that they're not safe?
We don't look at this operation which began on 28th February. In my appreciation, the planning must have started after 7th October 23.
Right.
And if you go to 26th October 24, when the massive Israeli strikes took on the key air defense verticals in Iran. Top it up in June 2025, when the US and the Israeli forces struck, called the Operation Rising Lion, they took out the key elements, though they said that they will strike the nuclear facilities, but in short, they crippled. The Israelis and the Americans are threatened, in my appreciation, of the ballistic missiles which the Iranians now possess. The advanced missiles which the Chinese have given them can target even the mainland America. The fissile material, as I was listening, has, with the deal with Oman, the Iranians had agreed that they will, put a stop to it. But that is not the whole aim. The whole aim of this present strike, in my opinion, is twofold. One is to checkmate China. If you see, the January action in Venezuela was related to oil, and this strike also is related to oil. The Chinese get their maximum oil from Venezuela and Iran. So with this strike, what happens now? The prices of oil will shoot up. The supply through Gulf of Hormuz.
Saw that picture we showed you, how the entire Gulf was actually completely log-jammed there. That particular Strait of Hormuz, beyond a point, completely emptied out. And there's a warship there also. What you're seeing, viewers, the mob has entered the US consulate in Karachi. This is the same country that till yesterday was swearing allegiance to America, whose leaders were praising Trump, saying that you are a great man, that you are deserving of the Nobel Prize, that we are going to hypothecate our forces so that you can use our forces to go out there and maintain peace in Gaza. This is that same country, viewers, Pakistan. Look what they've done. There's shots ringing out. There's all sorts of disruption. There are flames. They've entered the entire compound. Is there going to be something dramatic unfolding on the ground there, viewers? This is a dramatic twist playing out. US citizens, I don't know if they're in that consulate building. I just hope they're not, because this is going to turn into something very, very serious if there is a hostage crisis. Tom Cooper, I'm going to come out to you, but I'm also going to walk out and talk a little bit to my colleague Zaka Jacob. Zaka, we've been doing this, of course, complete relay since very early. And what we're now seeing, of course, is something that we didn't expect. This is Pakistan turning its back, or the people of Pakistan turning their backs on America.
You remember all of those talk about, Pakistan being used as some kind of a staging ground for attacking Iran from the east. Clearly, that couldn't have been done because of this. The public sentiment in Pakistan has been in favor of the Ayatollah. But look, Rahul, this is a absolutely consequential moment in the politics of the Middle East. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, for almost 40 years, ruled that country with an iron fist. He's dead. His entire top leadership, his defense minister, the commander of the IRGC, all dead. Well, is it regime change? Well, if this doesn't look like regime change, then I don't know what does.
This was certainly not a preemptive strike. This was much more than that. They went straight in. There was a decapitation that happened. They funneled 40 bombs, JDAMs, whatever you call them. The leadership is wiped out. We don't know what's going to replace it. Trump thinks that this is something going to be more, perhaps more moderate, less radical, but they don't seem to be giving up here.
It could be the exact opposite. You could get an even more hardline regime. The successor for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei could be even more hardline. But Trump doesn't really care about that. He can now claim this as a big victory. Something that 4 or 5 presidents prior to him tried but failed. He can now rightfully turn around and say, I went in, I killed this man. The biggest threat to the United States and its interests in the Middle East is now eliminated. He's been decapitated. He did this with Gaddafi, they've done this with Saddam Hussein, but this is the biggest. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is far bigger than any of these regime change operations that we've seen being done at the behest of America in the Middle East. What replaces Khamenei? What comes next? I think that's going to take some time. That's not going to happen.
Well, what is coming next is something unanticipated, viewers. You're seeing visuals of a US consulate. Now, Zaka, this could be something that's replicated, because if this has the catalyzing effect of actually rousing Muslim world, you could see this happening in other capitals, and not necessarily against US interests. It could even happen against Israeli interests.
Yeah, and that is a concern. Look, the most immediate concern is all of these long-range and ballistic missile attacks that are happening. You're hearing explosions in, Dubai, Doha, in Bahrain. Look, these countries will have to try and bring some pressure to bear, both on America as well as Israel, because look, their civilians are being targeted, airports are being targeted, and that is a significant concern for these countries. Hopefully some pressure will come to bear, but also at the same time, there is absolutely no love lost for the Ayatollah. All of these countries, from Saudi Arabia to the UAE to Bahrain, Qatar, everyone is welcoming the death of this man, because he was fundamentally the biggest destabilizing factor in the Middle East. All of these countries, they've been threatened because of the Ayatollah regime, so no tears are being shed there. Yes, some populations, some crowds will come out. We're seeing that in Pakistan, we're seeing that in some parts of Srinagar as well. But I suspect, Rahul, the principal players in this, Trump, Netanyahu, they're all playing the long game. And the long game means that they know that they have to, go on with this operation, ensure that, Iran exhausts its list of ballistic and long-range missiles, because there's a finite number. A conservative number is 2,000, a not-so-conservative number is close to 10,000. They will have to exhaust it at some point. There will have to be a new government or a new head, a new supreme leader in Iran. Trump just needs to play until that time, but he will now go down. Whether or not it will have consequences domestically in the US, I don't know. Clearly, he doesn't want to get entangled in a long-drawn war.
A quagmire would be.
He's not going to get stuck here for months or years. This is not going to be Iraq of 2003. He's looking for a quick exit. He's found a big victory, decapitated. Cut the head of the snake, as they say. He's cut the head of the snake. What replaces it, like I said, is going to be long-drawn, it's going to be hard, but that's not Trump's problem.
But what's going to be the off-ramp in case, and I just wish this doesn't happen, in case there are reprisals, and there are reprisals against US citizens in other parts of the world, and this sort of goes sideways, as they say, is there an appetite for Mr. Trump to continue? Because obviously there will be then expectations of him to retaliate, to teach the Iranians once again a lesson of their lives as he talks. There will be a lot of pressure if there is any inconsequential or even consequential damage to American lives.
Look, as long as American lives are not lost, I think Trump will be fine. His MAGA base itself is against these long-drawn wars. That's part of the appeal. That's part of why he came to office. You remember people like Charlie Kirk were against this war that's been going on in Gaza, almost never-ending war that's been going on in Gaza. And this is part of Trump's base. So Trump has no appetite for a long-drawn war. He's not going to get entangled. And you ask about the off-ramp. This is exactly the off-ramp. He's got the victory that he wanted. He can tomorrow morning address the country and the world, his new State of the Union, and say, I did what Obama could not, what Biden could not, what Clinton could not, what Bush could not. I went in there and I cut the head of the snake, and that's his victory.
Well, will he take that? Will he take that? We've been covering this, of course, viewers, and we're going to hand over to Zaka in just a few moments, but I'm just going to take you through the newsroom since the morning. Very, very active. Shivani, why don't you come out to me? And of course, Siddhant, who's been tracking the Ministry of External Affairs, the Indian reaction, and all the politics. Shivani, this is turning out to be an endgame that we didn't envisage. Now, it's 24 hours plus. The Iranians don't look as if they're softening. There are reprisals happening in other parts of the world. You can see what's happening in Doha. Can you see those pictures there on your screens?
Fresh visuals of strikes that have taken place in Doha. We're bringing you visuals from Karachi. But can I just say, the US and the Israeli army had already said at the start of this offensive that this is going to take at least a week. So they have a week-long plan. What happens beyond that, we don't know. But can I also tell you, even as we were keeping a watch on what's happening in Karachi, we had a few visuals come in from the Iranian Culture Center at Tilak Mark in the national capital. We saw a few people arriving in autos and getting off there. Ladies with their headscarves, etc. Some Iranian cleric also seemed to be going inside. So I don't know whether we could see a repeat of some sort of a protest. If not what we are seeing in Karachi, but maybe some assembly outside the Iranian Culture Center in New Delhi to also voice their opposition.
Well, what you're seeing on your screens, viewers, are those pictures coming out of Doha. I'm telling you, the Middle East is looking over its shoulder. We just showed you pictures from Dubai, completely a ghost town. That's going to cost it economically, as I'm saying, at a period of transition. Siddhant, what's the response coming out now from the Indian government? We had one statement. This is a sort of statements expressing serious concern about the situation. Absolutely. There has been a decapitation strike. We have historical ties, civilizational connect with Iran. We haven't got a comment really on that development.
Well, that's right, Rahul. In fact, there are more than 2,000 Indian medical students stranded in Iran. There are more than, if I'm not mistaken, 9 to 10,000 Indians in Iran at present. In fact, I have managed to speak to many Indian medical students there. They are sending me their sound bites, urging Indian government for evacuation, etc. They're saying that their passports is with the university. They cannot move out. They're writing letters. Even their association here in Kashmir has written to EM.S. Jaishankar for the evacuation. But right now, it looks like that it's going to be very difficult for the Indian government to evacuate students from Iran.
These visuals from Doha, I just want to give our viewers an update. These are visuals of thick smoke that are erupting from the Doha's industrial area. This is earlier today on Sunday. Multiple explosions rocking Doha for a second day. These are Iranian-launched missiles. Obviously, the target is the US's Al Udeid airbase in Qatar, but a lot of the industrial and civic spaces being targeted as well.
Well, Oman is the one country that hasn't seen any action, and there are lots of questions being asked as to why. Here is what is also another aspect of this. The airspace, Chetan, you've been showing us this.
I just wanted to show you that most of the traffic passes through this area.
Yes.
And now look at this airspace. This is completely wiped out, blank, nothing, zero plane in this area. Also,
so
I wanted
all
to
just flying over the Caspian and the Black Sea corridor.
Yes, and almost across India, around 440 flights were postponed. I also wanted to show you across this image from the Israeli commentary Twitter handle. This shows you the complex of Ayatollah Khamenei before and after.
This is the before and after. This is a dramatic picture. Just go back to the before.
This
there it
shows
is. That's
you
what it looked like. Orchards in the middle, beautiful garden,
and
there,
this
massive
what
hole, a crater.
The bunker buster drones can do. So this, as per them, this is what the
Mossad commentary is. Okay. Well, let me just hand you back to Zaka, because there is a pivotal moment now, as he was also saying, in this particular conflagration. Zaka.
All right, we're seeing heavy smoke that's billowing out from the Jebel Ali port in Dubai. It's one of the busiest ports in the world right now, and certainly one of the busiest in that part of the world. The Jebel Ali port, it's not a direct hit. What we're given to understand is one of the berths there caught fire because of debris that resulted from an aerial interception. So a lot of these attacks, these ballistic missile and long-range missile attacks by Iran, are also being intercepted by all of these countries, whether these countries are Qatar or the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. A range of US allies in that region have been attacked by these long-range fire, these ballistic missiles. Look at these various visuals that have been coming in through the day, through the last 5 or 6 hours. These are retaliatory strikes by the Iranian IRGC and by the Iranian army. They are vowing to take revenge for the assassination, for the decapitation of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. These are pictures that are being shared widely from Dubai, from Doha, from Qatar, from other parts of the Middle East, all of which have been attacked in the last 24 hours. And now Iran, like I said, is vowing an even bigger retaliation, both on Israel and American interests in the wider region. Whether or not these countries will bring pressure to bear on America and Israel to try and pipe down. They've got the victory that they wanted. They've removed the man at the top, who is the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, let's pipe down, let's try and de-escalate, let's try and salvage the situation. Whether or not America and Israel will, listen to that advice or take that bait, we don't know. But Trump is someone we know who doesn't like getting entangled in long-drawn wars. Part of the reason why his MAGA base loves him and why he came to power is because of the fact that he doesn't want to get entangled in these long-drawn foreign wars. So let's try and see if we can get some of our guests to talk about this. There are now attacks that are happening across the wider region. Much of it has been intercepted. Much of it has been stopped. There aren't much civilian fatalities, as it were, in Dubai or Doha or other places. I want to go across, though, to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv, where, too, all through the last 24 hours or so, there have been air raid sirens that have been going off, shelter-in-place advisories that are going off, and, of course, you have a national app there, Sanjay, What's been happening over these last 3-4 hours since daybreak there in Tel Aviv? Are the streets deserted? Has economic activity come to a standstill? And what is the trajectory as the Israelis see it for this war that has now lasted a little over 24 hours?
Well, Tel Aviv has been hit. There was a missile attack on central Tel Aviv overnight. A residential block was hit. A very large number of people were injured, and we have reports, unconfirmed yet, that one person has been killed in that attack and a great deal of damage has been caused. So this is what Tel Aviv has begun to live with, and we all know that in the June war of last year, 28 people were killed in attacks on Tel Aviv by Iranian ballistic missiles that got through. So there is no foolproof defense, and the most sophisticated defense that we have in place from Israel and from the US, the General Ford is here supporting protection of Israel, is not foolproof at all. So there is rising concern here about where this will lead to. People, of course, are holding their nerve. They're all practically military trained. They're prepared for this. But the danger is not over. Tel Aviv is not out of it. Israel certainly is within range of the ballistic missiles and it's been hit already. The pattern last time was that as the war progressed, more and more missiles got through, so nobody is taking this lightly. And of course, as you were saying, it suits Trump that this should end quickly rather than last long. That is not certain. The killing of Khamenei is a dramatic and instant success for this attack. But that's not to say that he will not be replaced. It will all depend upon the tenacity of the regime within Iran. And we saw in October last year, Israel killed a number of military leaders from Iran. They were just replaced. So if these people who have been killed are all replaced and a council takes over in place of Khamenei and the same policies continue, this could drag on whether Trump likes that or not.
All right, Sanjay Suri, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us. There have been multiple hits across the wider Middle East region, from Qatar to the United Arab Emirates. Now the latest that we're getting, an Iranian drone has hit an industrial area in the UAE just this morning, and that's caused a major fire. This is in the UAE. There have been multiple explosions across the Emirates since the last 6 or 7 hours in retaliation to the killing of the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We've heard explosions happen in Doha as well. So far, though, there is no reports of any fatalities. Some people have been injured. A couple of people in the UAE is what we're given to understand, even a couple of people in Doha. But so far, no fatalities. These are the latest pictures that you're seeing of a major fire at an industrial area after a drone, an Iranian drone, hit an industrial park in the United Arab Emirates. I want to bring in our guests as well on this, because this is how the story is going to sort of transverse over the next few days. There's going to be retaliatory strikes across the wider Middle East. Let me bring in here in our studios Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanes, military analyst and historian. We're also joined in a special broadcast by Mr. Joe Brown from I-24 News in Israel. I'll also bring in a moment Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor and Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the IPCS. But Tom Cooper, let me start with you. What do you make of how long these retaliatory strikes will continue? And the longer they continue, the less propensity there is in Doha and Dubai to continue with this war.
Well, I would expect this Iran to continue these operations for at least a week, if not longer, as long as it has enough missiles to continue them. Which means, in turn, depending on the rate of fire, it could probably go on for some 5 or 6 weeks. The question is rather how long can US allies and Israel hope to continue wasting their own interceptors to intercept incoming Iranian missiles. So from the Iranian point of view, they are preparing themselves for 25 years for this kind of a conflict, and now they are operating along well-prepared plans.
But isn't it also a fact that Iran has a limited arsenal? I mean, conservative estimates say there's about 2,000 to 3,000 long-range ballistic missiles. If you were not putting a conservative estimate, it would go up to 10,000. At some point, they will exhaust this.
Yes, that is sure, absolutely. But the point is this limited contingent of long-range or medium-range, actually, ballistic missiles is what they are using against Israel only. On the other hand, they have many more thousands of short-range missiles. And this is what they are using against to strike, for example, Gulf Arab states and even Saudi Arabia not, but possibly also Jordan. So that means they can go on like this for quite long period of time. I'm estimating this at least some 5 or 6 weeks, because usual experience of the last 20 years is that such wars, such missile exchanges are lasting some 5 or 6 weeks. And correspondingly, this is what they were already trying to do with Hezbollah in Lebanon, to make them capable of fighting such a war for 5 or 6 weeks. And they are certainly trying to do the same with their own capability vis-a-vis Israel.
Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also here. I mean, everyone was expecting this. As President Trump put it, an armada was being moved to the Middle East. He had 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of fighter jets, refuelers. So this was on expected lines. They've got a big victory with the elimination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And given Trump's propensity for not getting entangled in long-drawn foreign wars, do you reckon he will take this as a victory, claim victory, and then say, we're now giving Iran an off-ramp to stop this retaliatory strikes?
Could easily happen, yes. That he declares...
Sorry, that was the Air Marshal, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
The airstrikes must have been planned well in advance. Yes. And like I just covered a little while ago, the major damage, in my opinion, was done in October 24, when Israelis struck Iranian targets. They took out the key air defense installations, their ballistic missile dumps. The softening blow came in June 2025, when the Rising Lion, the 3 nuclear facilities which the B-2 bomber struck along with Israeli targets. So they had weakened the air defense and generally the air fighting capabilities. But the threat now came when the Chinese started to supply long-range missiles to Iranians. Now these missiles were the whole talks in Oman between, as a mediator, along with the nuclear, was on containment of these ballistic missiles, which the Iranians have and have possessed now. So the Israeli targets and the American targets were under threat if the Iranians so decided, and if they decided to put a nuclear warhead, it would have been, a conflict of a different scale.
Okay.
So preempting this, the Israelis and the Americans have struck, and most important factor, in my opinion, which very few people are talking, is about energy control.
Okay, we'll just get to that in 1 second. I want to show on a map of the region where all in Iran the Americans and the Israelis have struck and where the Iranians have retaliated. Yes, it's these ballistic missiles, these long-range missiles. A lot of them also happen to be these drone attacks. Like, for example, this attack in Doha, it was brought about by a drone attack. And remember, the Iranians have been supplying the high-intensity, low-cost Shahid drones to the Russians, for example, during the course of this last 4 years in the Ukraine war. But look at the number of US bases in the wider region which have all been a target in the last 24 hours, from the Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. The US 5th Fleet is stationed in Bahrain. It's the largest station that they have outside of the continental United States. That too, there was a hit by one of these low-cost drones. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which was struck back in June of last year as well. No damages in terms of personnel loss. Again, the Al Udeid Air Base was also struck. The Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, again a smaller base, but nonetheless an important one as far as the United States is concerned. We've been hearing reports of explosions as far as Riyadh as well, which is over 1,000 miles from Iran. So Iran has been targeting many of these places. Of course, Erbil, which has just recently been attacked, which is a US base in Iraq. So these are the wider sort of bases that they have. America has more than a dozen bases across the wider Middle East. And the important concern here is not just to protect the American assets, but also over the last 24 hours, we're seeing civilian targets, whether they are airports, industrial areas, all being targeted. And those countries now will have to bring some sort of pressure to bear on both Israel and the United States to wind this up quickly, because they wouldn't have bargained for retaliatory strikes by Iran on their civilian populations. I want to go across to Joe Brown of... All right, let's get one more graphic fired on who are the people, the top leadership of Iran that's been eliminated. The biggest, the head of the snake, as they put it, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, the man who's been ruling Iran with an iron fist for the last almost 40 years, eliminated. Ali Shamkhani, senior advisor for security affairs and the secretary of the Defense Council, he has been eliminated as well. Then you have the critical man, the commander of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, Mahmoud Pakpur, he has been eliminated as well. In fact, he was having a meeting with the Supreme Leader. Both were eliminated in the same compound is what we are given to understand. Mohammad Shirazi, who's the head of the military bureau, he has been eliminated as well. The defense minister, the former defense minister, Aziz Nazardai, he has also been eliminated. So the entire top leadership, the security leadership, the political leadership, the spiritual leadership of Iran have been eliminated. Abdul Rahim Musavi, the chief of the Iranian army, he has been eliminated as well. So what we are basically looking at is a almost wholesale decapitation of the top security, political and religious leadership of Iran. And now it is up to the new leadership to decide who will take over the reins of the country, the Supreme Council, the Security Council, and of course, how will they lead the country into the future? One notable exception has been the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, but there are also reports that he's been sidelined. But I want to go across to Joe Brown from I-24 News from Israel. Joe, what is the situation in Israel right now? We were talking to our colleague Sanjay Suri, who's there in Tel Aviv as well. Multiple air raid warnings, shelters in place. What's going on in Israel? What is the mood out on the street? And what's the word you're picking in from the government and from the Israeli Defense Forces? How long do they want to keep this operation going?
Well, Sanjeev, probably like a lot of people in Israel, didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Over the last 24 hours or so, people have been going to the bomb shelters, I would say more than 10 times. There's been constant barrages coming from Iran, and often you get a first warning, and that will give you 10 minutes until the first proper siren starts, after which you'll get 90 seconds in order to make it to the shelter. And for the one last night in which there was a missile that hit a building in Tel Aviv in which one person in their 40s was killed, this was around about 15 minutes away from where I live. So I heard the building shake, I heard a loud bang. I went over to see it, and I remember in the 12-day war last June, there was a similar strike in a residential area also in Tel Aviv. And in that case, the Iranians used cluster munitions as well as the ballistic missiles. This means that the missile will kind of like separate and hit various different targets. And I believe that was what I saw today. I haven't got that confirmed, but just going around the area, everything within a 100-yard radius had some kind of damage. There was buildings in which there was glass on the floor. There were windows that had been completely shattered. I didn't go into like the part where it was a direct hit because there was still a recovery going underway from the Israeli police and ambulance services. But the people here, they are remaining resilient. They believe that they are going to last as long as it will take, according to the Israeli government, telling I-24 News. This will last anywhere between a couple of days and a week, but this can also last even longer. The 12-day war, people didn't think that would last as long as it did, but it lasted, as the name states, 12 days. Yeah. And people are preparing for any eventuality. From Israel's perspective, it's great so far. The leadership has been completely destroyed, as you were showing on the graphic before, especially Ali Khamenei. But on top of that, it's worth noting that the Iranians have been preparing for this for decades now. They know Israel's capabilities. They know how quickly Israel managed to get air superiority in the conflict last year. It took even quicker this time, and people are preparing that it will be a relatively long fight, and after the leadership gets taken out, there'll be someone to replace them, and that's not what Israel wants. Israel wants the entire...
Joe, just give me a moment. We're getting more breaking news, and this is again coming from Israel. The IDF has now released the latest footage of Air Force aircraft, the Israeli Air Force aircraft taking off for an attack. More than 1,200 munitions were dropped by the fighter jets of the IDF over the last 24 hours. You can see this this footage that's been released by the IDF. Of course, the faces of the personnel have been blurred for their identity protection. You can see these pictures have been put out by the IDF. You can see them, engineers, technicians hard at work. And then, of course, in the final shots, you can see the pilot on board the fighter jet sort of taking off. Again, like I said, their identities are being blurred and hidden for security reasons. We also don't know the location of where these fighter jets have been taking off from, but at least 1,200 munitions have been dropped by the Israeli Air Force over the last 24 hours in various targets across the length and breadth of Iran. I also want to go across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit, just war game this for us over the next few days. The biggest prize has already been got, which is the head of the snake that has been cut off. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Given that and Trump's sort of lack of interest in long-drawn wars, how do you see this playing out over the next few days?
Netanyahu has said that we should be patient. I take that as a sign that this is going to be, somewhat long-drawn at any rate. The second statement we've heard from the Israelis is that they are eliminating the past, present, and future leadership. That's always been a problem. If you eliminate the upper echelons of the leadership, it goes down to the colonel and junior level people who are usually much younger and usually much more radicalized as well. Now, unless the Americans and Israelis have a plan where a deep mole is in the line of succession, I don't see Iran capitulating in any form or way. If anything, it will get even more regressive and revanchist. Number one. Number two, let us assume for a minute that the regime change plan is still on. I fail to see how it's actually going to happen without boots on the ground. There have been examples of, say, getting Serbia to change course over Kosovo purely through an air campaign. There has been Libya, where a government was changed by a Western air campaign, but Libyan ground rebels. I don't see how that's going to happen out here, given, and you know this very well, Zaka, that, one AK-47 with, say, about 10 to 15 cartridges can kill hundreds of protesters when required. If you remember, the West imposed no-fly zones in northern Iraq and southern Iraq. There were limits on the number of tanks also that could be accumulated out there. And Saddam Hussein still managed to crush both the Kurdish rebellion in the north and the Shia rebellion in the south, and the Marsh Arab rebellion as well. So I'm not seeing how that plays out. My real worry is, with the civilian targeting that has happened.
Yeah.
Sure, a lot of it we can say was missiles gone wrong. But the strike on the Burj Al Arab, the Burj Khalifa, the Fairmont Palm Jumeirah, the high rise in Manama and things like that, notice it's a pattern. High income group, high rise buildings being hit. It shows desperation at some level. It's a use it or lose it kind of a dilemma that they face. Now, what if somebody then decides that they're going to put they don't have a nuclear bomb, but say a dirty bomb, lots of dirty radioactive waste into a warhead and detonate it over the interception range, right? What happens then?
Yeah.
Are you going to push them to that level of desperation? I'm cautious. We've never seen the Iranians target civilians in the Gulf. They keep targeting Israeli civilians. Let's just say I'm not as optimistic as my American and Israeli friends are on
all right.
outcomes.
Okay, I want to go into the studio and I'd want to ask Tom Cooper to sort of walk out with us in terms of, how this whole story plays out. Tom, if you could just join us here. One of the points that Abhijit was also making, we are not accustomed to civilians being attacked like this by Iran, whether it's in Bahrain, whether it is in Qatar, whether it is in the United Arab Emirates, and high-value targets are being attacked. The Burj Al Arab, the Burj Al Khalifa. This also has a lot of tourists, folks who go there. The Palm Jumeirah has been attacked. Clearly, does that show a sign of desperation by Iran, or is Iran trying to send out a signal to both America and Israel that you can't continue this forever? Your allies, your friends in the region will stop you from continuing this.
I don't think it's either. It's simply the operators of the weapons do not think about high-rise buildings. So they are trying to hit something behind them, fail to take into account the high-rise tall buildings in between, and the weapon is simply flying into this obstacle on its way.
But civilians, you don't think are being deliberately targeted? These are all civilian targets.
No, because principal aim of Iranians is to disable the enemy military capability, not to terrorize civilians. I know that there are decades of indoctrination that Iranians are always targeting civilians and they are terrorists and so on and so on. But this is actually quite a much more complex topic, to put it diplomatically.
So how do you see countries like the UAE or Bahrain or other countries reacting to this in a way that, look, their civilians are under threat. We're seeing multiple civilian areas being targeted in the last 24 hours. What are the conversations they are having with the Trump administration or with the Netanyahu administration right now?
Well, they are probably trying on one side to restrain Trump from continuing this operation. They are trying to prevent him from launching it in the first place without success. Otherwise, they cannot really join a US-Israeli aggression on Iran. They can't do that publicly because this would cost them a lot at home.
All right. Tom, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to get Rahul Shivshankar also into this conversation. So, Rahul, one of the points that one of our previous speakers was making is that the entire top leadership of Iran has now been eliminated. If it goes to a second round, which it has to now, they could end up being far more hardened and far more radical.
So, this is a great spin-off point, because I was just looking at the New York Times, and they've done a fabulous sort of, I don't want to use the word family tree, but they've done a sort of a big tree here, graphic representation. So let me just talk you through some of this. Obviously, we have right on top Ali Khamenei, who is, of course, no more. He's been killed. Then you had this inner circle, and you've just had Ali Ralujani once again issuing démarche, really, of sorts, to the United States and to Israel. Ali Shamkhani, no one knows. He's the head of National Defense Council. We don't know if he's alive or dead. Israelis are claiming that he is no longer there. There's Masoud Pezeshkian, who is somebody who's playing a role in the shadows. Yeah. They've also set up this three-person look after the transition and the decision-making. There's Mohammad Pakpur and Amir Nasirazeh. He's gone. This is what we've been told. The commander-in-chief of the IRGC, we don't know where he is. But if you really look down here, here is a bunch of other people. And these are the people that one sort of now is obviously looking at closer. Because some of these individuals are obviously playing a role. Now, it's a very loosely created structure. And I think it's been devolved in a way that over time, if there are kills like this, there'll be redundancy. So you can see a huge number of others. And if you look at this, article, it's very interesting because it gives you a moment by moment how the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of Iranian leaders when Israel struck. This is really something very, very interesting because we knew this offensive was going to take place. Why would the Ayatollah be holed up in a compound which is associated with him? No one quite knows the answer to that. Was there a tip-off? Yeah. So you don't really know what led to. Maybe they were all thinking that the talks were going smoothly, that Trump was, the phrase, TACO, Trump always chickens out, this is bluster. But it's quite clear they were caught off guard, and this was not a preemptive strike. So obviously something changed in the calculation, where they said, let's just go for the jugular. And the point that you were making, now he's got his off-ramp. Yeah. He's got this bragging right to say that, look, I've cut off, as you were saying, the head of the serpent. But I don't know if the Iranians are going to fold. And as I said, if there is, and look at these pictures. I mean, I'm astounded by these pictures. This is, these were the tiger economies, the new economies. They had transitioned. They were moving away from fossil fuels, oil. Lots of expats were coming in. They were moving into the services sector, the financial sector. They were trying to copy the Singapore and the London model. And this whole renaissance is premised on stability.
Exactly.
And we were told that, all of that sort of radicalism and all of that doesn't come into the equation here. But these people are now going to constantly look over their shoulder because the Iranian regime might disintegrate. But what does it disintegrate into? Does it become a shadow regime that is going to continue to export terror through proxies? And if that's the case, then we know the experience, because India has been bled by Pakistan for now decades altogether. If that begins to happen, this Middle East pivot that these countries were hoping would sort of take them into the next century might be stalled. I'm not saying it'll be stopped, but it'll be stalled, and it could be catastrophic. And I don't know how that's going to work into the larger calculus, because then over a period of time, people are going to turn around and tell Israel and the Americans that, look, you were responsible for this instability, which is now left out open to restive populations who want more once the oil begins to dry up. So this is a long-term game. I think the Iranians are playing this with a view to try and embroil America and Israel into a quagmire.
Yeah, and that is, I think, exactly what Trump wants to avoid. He doesn't have propensity for getting stuck in long, endless wars. America was the main security guarantor in the Middle East, whether it's for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, tens of allies that America has, Jordan, Bahrain. America was underpinning and underwriting their security. Now, if their civilians are being targeted, unfortunately, there are no reports of any fatalities in any of these countries, but if their civilians are being targeted, you can be rest assured the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is right now talking to Trump administration officials and saying, get the Iranians to stop doing this. Get the Iranians to stop targeting our civilians. You can be rest assured the president of the UAE is having those same conversations. India also has skin in the game, and I want to ask Siddhant, my colleague here, there are 9 million Indian expatriates who are living and working in the region. Siddhant, what are you picking up from the MEA? Is there any additional assistance that they're giving to Indian expats who are living and working there?
Well, that's right, Zaka. There are 9 million Indians living in the region, and the top priority for Indian government is safety and security of these Indians. In fact, Satish is joining us live from Kuwait right now. Satish जी, Zaka हैं यहाँ पर मेरे साथ. बताइए इस वक्त कुवैत में क्या स्थिति है? बताया जा रहा है कि कुवैत एयरपोर्ट, दोहा एयरपोर्ट सब बंद है और इंडियंस वहाँ पे फंसे हुए हैं. थोड़ा विस्तार से बताइए, हम लाइव इस वक्त दर्शकों के लिए.
जी नमस्कार. जहाँ तक सूचना मिल रही है कि आज मॉर्निंग में 8 बजे एक सायरन बजे थे रेजिडेंशियल एरिया में, जिससे कि लोग बैठ के, जिससे कि लोगों में थोड़ा डर का माहौल था. इसके अलावा कल 10th क्लास के सीबीएसई के एग्जाम्स भी हैं. बच्चों में थोड़ी चिंता का है कि एग्जाम्स होंगे या नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट जितने स्कूल से वो आज बंद है और सीनियर क्लास का ऑनलाइन का अरेंजमेंट किया गया है. और सुपरमार्केट और फूड में तो अभी इस प्रकार प्रॉपर इन्वेंट्री है, इस प्रकार का कोई ज्यादा चिंता की बात नहीं है. पर जैसा कि आपने बताया कि माइनर सा एयरपोर्ट को डैमेज हुआ था और इसके बाद सुबह मॉर्निंग में एक फ्लाइट को ऑपरेट किया था.
अच्छा, एक फ्लाइट ऑपरेट हुई है कुवैत एयरपोर्ट से?
जी, सुबह 5 बजे कुवैत के जो ऑपरेशनल है एयरपोर्ट के वो हो चुके हैं. और जो अटैक हुआ था वो कुवैत के जो टर्मिनल T2, जो एक नया अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टर्मिनल था, उस पर ये माइनर सा अटैक हुआ है. बाकी कुवैत के ऑलमोस्ट जो प्रॉपर्टीज है वो सिक्योर थे. और जो बेस और जो आधार बनाया गया है जो यूएस आर्मी कैंप को, रेजिडेंशियल एरिया अभी तक सुरक्षित है.
Okay. Thank you, Satish ji. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was an Indian expat that you were hearing live on the air from Kuwait. There have been multiple explosions heard in Kuwait as well. So the fact that these civilian areas are being targeted in these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, how much pressure will they bring to bear on the Trump administration to quickly wrap this up, to get the Iranians to come back to the negotiating table, agree to a nuclear deal, and then put an end to this war? Those conversations are happening right now, even as we speak. It's also a sign of desperation by the Iranian regime. I think Abhijit Iyer Mitra was making that point. They are absolutely sending out desperate signals to the Americans and to the Israelis also to wrap this up quickly. The question is, will Trump take that big political victory, that big political moral victory of the elimination of a man who has threatened death to America for the last almost 40 years? Will he take that as an off-ramp and say, I'm claiming victory, it's now up to the people of Iran to decide who they want to get this to be led by for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So is that a political victory that Trump is going to take? We'll try and talk about all of that in a moment. We have our guest, Air Marshal, is here with us as well. Air Marshal, again, I come back to that point that Abhijit was making, which is a very valid one, that if Arab civilians in many of America's allied countries in the Middle East are being targeted, that is not something that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia or the President of the UAE has too much propensity to defend or to continue, because we've not seen anything of this sort in the Gulf for these last many 30, 40, 50 years.
United Arab Emirates and the complete region has been marketed in the last few years, a few decades, as one of the safest places in the world. Be it investments, be it trade, be it commerce, be it all kind of tourism and hub and spoke concepts. Dubai and the adjacent areas have been transformed by the money that has come in. But now with the strikes at these areas in last 24 hours, they are waking up to a new reality, a reality which the locals had never anticipated. Iran, in its desperation, because the Arab nations have provided safe haven and the basis to the Americans for a very long time. On the sidelines, the Iranians have conveyed their displeasure for the same to all the Gulf countries, but to no avail. Now, this is an opportunity for Iran to convey through military means that we have been telling you for years together, that we do not like your bases to be used against us.
Okay.
Under American pressure, the Gulf countries have provided all support, and that includes Pakistan. Now look at the irony.
Wants to know what's the best way to grow? Let's go. Go farther. So far ahead that the competition
was used by the drones for strikes last evening. And the same regime is propelling up the riots in Karachi against the consulate. So on one hand, the security that was being discussed to be provided around the vicinity of that consulate, which is a state responsibility, was missing. But on the other hand, you open the doors for the same oppressor and to say that, okay, please use my facilities.
To hit
and
at
to
your
a common
enemy.
man,
Okay.
they will say...
Just give me a moment, Marshall. Again, another piece of breaking news. There are strikes that have been continuing for the last 24 hours across the Middle East region. Dubai has been badly hit. One of the people who've been stranded there in Dubai is ace Indian shuttler PV Sindhu. She's been stuck in Dubai over the last 24 hours. She's in fact spoken exclusively to CNN News 18 and reacted on the story. Let's just listen in to what she had to say.
Firstly, thank you all who have been reaching out and checking on us. And I was transiting from Bangalore, where I train and live full time now, to Birmingham in the UK to compete the All England Championships. And once our flight landed in Dubai, events beyond our control began to unfold. And shortly after, the airspace also was shut down. And the last few hours have been extremely tense. We could hear the sounds of interceptions overhead, and a few hours later there was explosion very close to where we were holed up at Dubai airport. My coach was barely about 100 meters away where it happened, and had to quickly move out of the area. Experiencing something like this in such close quarters is truly, it truly shakes the very, foundation you're built on. And you never expect these things to happen to you or anyone close to you. But sometimes situations are beyond your control, what they do. So, I feel incredibly blessed to have such a strong and united team around me, and everyone had stayed calm, supported one another, and shown real strength during a very frightening situation. And currently we are safe now and have been moved to a more secure place. I'm deeply grateful to the Dubai authorities and the staff at Dubai airport also, who's been incredibly and tireless in ensuring everyone's safety. We're also truly grateful to Emirates and the airport staff for being incredibly kind and supportive with with so many passengers stranded, their hands were understandably tied, but they showed genuine empathy and care towards everyone going through this difficult experience. And, I would also like to, sincerely thank the Indian High Commission in Dubai for their extraordinary support. And when I reached out requesting assistance, the High Commissioner immediately responded and on high super priority notice deployed his team to help us. They have been incredibly, supportive, not just to me, but to everyone stranded here, ensuring, safety, coordination, and constant communication during a very difficult time. And anyone currently stuck or needing assistance is encouraged to reach out using the official helpline numbers shared by the High Commission. And of course, we are truly blessed to have such a sensitized and incredible team looking out for Indian citizens here. And for now, we're trying to get some rest and remain hopeful as the situation continues to unfold. So thank you all for your prayers, messages and concern. Well, it truly means a lot to all of us. And stay safe.
I want to go across to Shivani, who's spoken to PV Sindhu. She's been stuck there for the last 24 hours en route to a tournament, as you heard her say a moment ago, in Birmingham. Shivani, what is the latest? Will she be able to make it for that tournament? Of course, we've been talking about the number of Indian expats who live and work in the Middle East. But specifically in the case of PV Sindhu, what are you hearing? Have there been conversations with the Indian government? Does the Indian government plan to evacuate some of these individuals from these areas, from these regions?
So what we know right now, Zaka, is that they're safe. As you could see in the video, they're in a hotel right now. And the current situation is that the team is safe. They have been helped by the Dubai airport authorities, the Dubai authorities, but also, of course, the consulate services there. Sindhu thanking them for the effort that has been made, because they were at the airport transiting to Birmingham for the All England Championship when actually their flight had landed first in Dubai. And I think they were going to take on a connecting one to later. And then that's when the airspace is closed. Initially, they could hear a lot of sounds above, but then there was very close to where they were at the Dubai airport, an explosion as well. And we have been bringing those visuals of the one strike that has taken place close to the airport or in the airport compound. So we, currently across the sports world, there is a lot of uncertainty. We don't know exactly when this airspace will open and when they can proceed further, or will they have to come back to India? Would the Indian government would have to be involved? I think tournaments will also look at maybe re-looking at some of their tournament dates. They might be pushed back a little bit, because this is not just a scenario for an Indian team traveling. There would have been teams from many countries traveling to this particular tournament, but also other tournaments that will start or are going on across the world. We do know, for example, that ICC, which is headquartered in Dubai, is also looking at what their staff is going to do, many of whom are in India currently for the World Cup, etc. So situation is very dynamic, but safety, priority is safety currently in Dubai while they are holed up in Dubai, and then we wait and see when the airspace opens up.
All right, Shivani, many thanks for that. Let's also go across to this other piece of breaking news. Now, lots of curiosity as to how the Americans were able to pinpoint the compound where the Supreme Leader Khamenei was holed up in and hit precisely and eliminate him and some of the other generals and top military leaders who he was holed up with in that building. Now, this is the other breaking story that we're reporting. The US media are reporting the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of top Iranian leaders. This intel was then shared with the Israelis, and it's the Israelis who struck that particular compound where the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was having a meeting with his top military leadership. And that is when the Israelis pounced in and hit that particular compound. Let me go across to Aman, who has more details on this. Aman, so clearly the Iranian intel seemed to have been compromised. The Americans knew precisely down to which building the Supreme Leader was holed up inside.
Morning on his post on Truth Social had in fact pointed to this, said we had pinpointed intelligence and we had highly sophisticated tracking systems. That is what Donald Trump had said, but now the New York Times is putting out more details of how exactly this strike was carried out. it says that CIA had been doing this surveillance on Khamenei for months. They were tracking his movements, his pattern, where does he go, how what time does he leave, which is the places he frequents, and based on this pinpointed intelligence, the New York Times is now saying that the months of CIA surveillance zeroed in on the exact location of Khamenei. High fidelity intelligence confirmed his presence at a top level meeting that morning, on the morning of Saturday, and that is why the original plan was to strike at night. But the New York Times is reporting, but that plan was changed to early morning because of this pinpointed intelligence. What they are saying, that the attack was rescheduled to Saturday morning to exploit this real-time intelligence window. So again, it's showing the hallmark of CIA, that they are able to zero in on exact location of such high-value targets. They also said that a decision, New York Times is saying, is taken jointly by Washington and Tel Aviv. They had a joint operation, and it was a joint decision to strike in the morning. What more are we being told is that the CIA had clear intelligence that the meeting included Iran's most powerful military leadership, and that Khamenei will be present at this particular meeting. That is the intelligence that they had. Israeli fighter jets have taken off at 6 a.m. Israel time for this particular strike. That is what also NYT is reporting. And exactly at 9:40 a.m., this particular compound where the supreme leader of Iran was present was struck by long-range precision missiles. That is what the NYT is reporting, that 9:40 a.m. local time is the exact time when this strike was carried out, after the Israeli jets took off at about 6 a.m. and took about a 2-hour journey to their ultimate target. Also, what this particular NYT report, Zaka, is saying that the strike hit multiple buildings respectively. So while Israel claimed it achieved complete surprise with this particular strike, they are also saying that this was real-time actionable intelligence passed off to Israel, and Israel carried out this strike with great precision. Also, this reflects the unprecedented, intelligence sharing between both the nations for over a dozen years now, and this particular operation has become a hallmark of that. Also, it raises big question marks on whether there was a big strategic slip-up by the Iranian leadership, because despite clear signals of an impending war, the leadership gathered at a central compound in Tehran and became a sitting duck target for America and Israel.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to Fleur Hassan Nahum, who's an Israeli special envoy for trade and innovation. We'll also be joined by Adrian Fontanelles and Tom Cooper. Sushant Sareen is also joining us. But let me go to the Israeli guest, Fleur Hassan Nahum. The big question now, ma'am, is how long does this continue? Of course, what has been happening in Israel over the last 24 hours in response to the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? There have been multiple air raid sirens, shelters in place, people being asked to go to the bomb shelter at least about a dozen times in the last 24 hours or so. How long is their propensity to continue this war? Iranians are retaliating. We're seeing civilian targets being hit in Dubai, in Doha. How long, how much propensity is there in Israel to continue this beyond what we saw back in June, beyond the 12-day war? Is Israel, is America, is the rest of the region, the Gulf Arab allies of America ready for a long-drawn war?
Well, we hope it isn't a long-drawn war, and I think it's a very good sign. In the first 5 minutes of this war, we managed to get rid of the supreme leader who's caused so much suffering and pain and so many deaths in the region for decades. And so we will have to see if the Iranian military structure can hold. We'll have to see, and we pray that the people of Iran are strong enough to start taking over the government institutions, and perhaps the crown prince can be restored and brought back. It's all very volatile, but all I can tell you is that Israel is taking the hit for saving civilization from the Islamic regime in Iran, which has been the chief exporter of terrorism around the world, and especially in our region. When you talk about people in the Gulf running for their lives, this has been our lives for decades. We left Gaza in 2005 to get rockets from Gaza in the south of Israel. We've had rockets from the north, from Hezbollah, for decades. And then from October 7th, we had an intensity of rockets from both the north and the south, and twice in 24 attacks by Iran. So this is Israel's daily life. And this is because the Islamic Republic of Iran has been let loose and let to do whatever they wanted with the region and the world, and it's about time to bring them down. I don't think that going back to the negotiating table should be the aim here. The only aim that makes sense is regime change in Iran.
How concerned are you that, yes, the top leadership has been eliminated, the IRGC commander has been eliminated, the defense minister has been eliminated, in addition to the supreme leader, but if you were to completely eliminate the entire regime of the Ayatollahs, the Islamic Republic, which has held for the last 40 plus years, how confident are you that that will happen, or is it only going to be that the figurehead at the top has been changed and whoever is number 2 or number 3 then takes over and could perhaps be...
What happened with Hezbollah? Israel took out Hassan Nasrallah, and there has been no real credible leader that has come in his place. Hezbollah has been weakened to the point that they're not even responding. They are Iran's major proxy, and they have not entered this war because Israel has weakened them to the point that they are concerned for their own survival. And so, no, I don't believe that when you get rid of the top, somebody else can come in his place. Yes, it can. But when you've gotten rid of the head of the IRGC, when they've gotten rid of the defense minister, when you've gotten rid of the entire leadership of the IRGC, and at the same time, and this is crucial, you have people, millions of people on the streets of Iran begging and protesting to get their country back. This is the recipe for regime change.
Also, very quickly, the fact that civilian targets are being hit in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama, these are all US allies in the region. How concerned are you that they will now be right now having conversations with the Trump administration to try and quickly end this war?
Well, it's absolutely awful that there have been civilian attacks. There shouldn't be civilian attacks anywhere. In Israel, that's been the major focus. Look, I actually think that Iran has made a strategic mistake, because if they wouldn't have hit these other Gulf countries may have stayed out of the war, may have even prevented the United States from using the bases in order to attack the Islamic Republic of Iran. But now what they've done is they've made themselves the victims of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in my mind, that means that they are now more intent than ever to make sure that there's regime change in Iran.
All right, Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you very much, Israeli trade envoy. Thank you for joining us here on News 18. I also want to go on to more breaking news that's coming in. It's been an intense, absolutely intense 24 hours in the Gulf region after, of course, Israeli and American joint strikes, eliminating the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, reprisal attacks that are being seen across the wider region. There are reports emerging that 10 plus people have been killed after soldiers opened fire on protesting people at the US consulate in Karachi. Remember, this was an important story that came through just a few hours ago. There were mobs outside the US consulate in Karachi. The police and the army had to open fire, and we're given to understand that at least 10 people have died after soldiers were forced to open fire because a mob was trying to ransack the US embassy, the US consulate building in Karachi. I want to go across to Siddhant with more details on this. Siddhant, so this is going to lead to further skirmishes, not just in Pakistan, as we are seeing outside the US consulate in Karachi, but perhaps in the wider region as well, because the Iranian regime and the Shia connection, there is still some residual support in that region for Ayatollah Khamenei.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, protests have broken out at various places in Pakistan. In fact, it's getting really challenging for the law enforcement authorities to manage these protests. In fact, just a short while back, Zaka, we reported that how protesters barged into the compound of US consulate in Karachi. In fact, stones were pelted at the building. The sloganeering was done by the protesters. Anti-America slogans were raised by the protesters, and now we're getting to know that more than 10 people have been killed. 10 protesters have been killed in open fire outside the US consulate in Karachi. So this is just one incident that we are aware of. We've been told that there are multiple such protests going on in Pakistan against the United States and also against Pakistan's friendship with the United States.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. We're getting more breaking news. The Iranian state media is now reporting at least 148 people have been killed and 95 wounded in Shahjareh Taib Girls Primary School in Minab. Most of the victims, they claim, are between the ages of 7 and 12. Sushant Sareen is also there with us. Sushant, I asked this to other guests as well. How do you expect this to play out over the next 3 or 4 days, perhaps the next week? Iran is clearly retaliating with its ballistic missiles, with its Shahid drones, etc. But how long can they continue doing this?
Zaka, it depends on how much stomach they have for continuing to do this, because clearly the skies are dominated by the Israelis and the Americans, and the kind of weaponry both Israel and America have, and the intelligence. Look, unless we are living in some kind of nursery class moral science kind of a thing, to expect that in the midst of a war, the entire high command, the top generals and the supreme leader get together under one roof, and first getting them under one roof, which violates all sensible protocols in a war, and then somebody having that information with pinpoint accuracy, targeting them and taking them all out. Obviously, there is some inside information which has leaked. Obviously, the Americans and the Israelis have made major inroads into the Iranian system. And the question is that the inroads they have made, will that work to effect some kind of a regime change within the regime? If you expect that the entire institutional capture which the Islamic regime has can be overturned and some new bunch of people, earlier we were hearing the crown prince, you can make me the president or the crown prince of Iran and I will be as effective as that so-called crown prince. I will have probably more credibility than that so-called crown prince. He's worth nothing to nobody. He's a scamster, right? Now, he is what the Americans did in Iraq when they brought in that Ahmad Chalabi fellow, okay? Yeah. He was a fly-by-night operator. So is this so-called crown prince. He is not going to war. Do you have any other alternate leadership that you can install? I have not seen any evidence of that. So your best bet is to go in for a regime change within the regime, get in a somewhat more pragmatic kind of leadership, and then pressure them to go in for transition into a much more liberal, progressive kind of a democratic order, which I would imagine a large population of Iran would desire. I think that would be a sellable proposition. Okay. But if you were to call a puppet like this so-called crown prince, then I'm sorry, you're probably going to end up with more trouble than you're going to be able to solve.
No, I think it's going to be similar in some senses what we saw in Venezuela. The man at the top, Nicolas Maduro, was ousted and his number 2 was made the new president, Delcy Rodriguez. It may not be comparable, but America and Israel will have to find someone within the next rung of the Iranian regime, the Iranian leadership, who might be slightly more palatable than Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was. But in response, Iran is now sending in these rockets, they're sending in these missiles, these drones across the Middle East. They're targeting civilian populations in Doha and in Dubai. CNN producer Bijan Husseini is reporting from Doha, even as Iran has been launching these waves of strikes across the Middle East.
We witnessed the first round of strikes from this morning. That happened a little less than 2 hours ago. Loud bangs in the air, what we think were air defense missile systems, more dispersed than what we witnessed yesterday. Yesterday, we witnessed around a dozen rounds of strikes coming in. The Ministry of Interior coming out last night saying that they reported 65 missiles and 12 drone strikes from Iran, which they say they intercepted 63 of those and 11 of those drones. They've also confirmed that there are 16 injuries and they're citing limited material damage. I just want to take a moment that, this is the start of the working week here in Doha, and usually it would be packed right now. This road around me would be gridlocked, but it is very quiet for a Sunday morning. We received alerts on our phone from the National Emergency Alert System a little less than an hour ago, reminding people to shelter in place, to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. And I have to say, we're just now hearing that there is another wave on its way. We haven't seen or heard that yet, but we will be asked to shelter here shortly as another missile wave is being reported on its way here to Doha.
All right, new airstrikes on Tehran. We're given to understand that just this morning, which is morning local time in Tehran, there have been new airstrikes targeting various military and political leadership of Iran. There have been multiple airstrikes on Tehran. Sirens have been sounded off in Haifa as well, which is in the northern part of Israel. Of course, India is co-developing a portion of that port, and that is again of grave concern here in India as well. There have been the launch of reprisal attacks. Ballistic missiles have been fired from Iran. A short while ago, we're given to understand sirens were sounded in Tel Aviv and across central Israel. The IDF says it's working to intercept the projectiles. For the first time in Operation Roar of the Lion, the IDF is striking targets of the Iranian terror regime right in the heart of Tehran, including that building where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was holed up inside. The Air Force, guided by the military intelligence, has now launched another broad wave of strikes across targets of the Iranian terror regime right in the heart of Tehran. Over the last 24 hours, the Israeli Air Force has conducted extensive strikes to achieve air superiority, and that opens the path to Tehran. We're getting more breaking news on this continuing and very fast-paced developments that are pouring in from across the Middle East. The head of the police intelligence organization of Iran has also been killed. It's been confirmed now by Iranian media. Remember, the police and the police intelligence had a very, very debilitating role to play in crushing the protests that we saw just in the last month in January. By the most conservative estimates, more than 6,000 Iranian protesters had been killed. By the not-so-conservative estimates, more than 10,000 Iranians had been killed in what was a brutal reprisal by the regime. I also want to bring you up to speed with what Tehran is doing. These are the latest pictures that we're getting. I believe this is the latest from this morning, just a couple of hours ago in Tehran, where there have been multiple airstrikes undertaken by the Israeli Air Force. And it's very, very clear Tehran is under fresh attack. These are the latest pictures that we're getting from the morning hours that are emerging from Tehran. So this Operation Lion's Roar and Operation Epic Fury are far from over. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Sanjay, so the IDF now confirming that Operation Lion's Roar is going to continue because they're not stopping just yet. They are now going in for the kill after cutting off the head of the snake, as it were. That is the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What next?
Well, they certainly are not going to stop. They've launched this. They've hit a number of targets. They've hit their prime target, and this is all within the first 24 hours of this operation. They're not going to stop. There are three targets in sight for the Israelis and the U.S. forces. First, of course, the regime, and Khamenei has been killed, as have a lot of other leaders. Nuclear sites, they are being targeted. They are being bombed now. And then missile launch sites, because that is the immediate threat, not just to Israel but to the entire region. And we've seen what's been happening around the Arab world. And overnight, a missile got through to hit Tel Aviv here. A number of people were injured. One person was killed, and there was considerable damage caused. So Iran is hitting back, and the first aim at the military tactical level would be to try and blunt this capacity of Iran to launch missiles. That's not going to be easily done. There are a few thousand missiles that Iran has, and they're scattered all over the place. So if there are independent remnant units, even if there were to be a transformation at the center in Tehran, it's quite possible that these missile launches will continue. And as long as just the threat of these remain, this is going to affect air travel and sea travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Already we are seeing that coming to a near standstill, in fact, an entire standstill. So this is now what Iran is hitting back with, but Israel and the US, no way they're going to stop, not on the intervention of any government, no diplomatic efforts possible anymore, certainly not the United Nations that can stop this war, if it ever has stopped any.
All right, Sanjay, we'll leave it there. We'll come back to you as and when there are fresh and further developments in Israel. Remember, there have been multiple air raid warnings that have gone through the night in Israel, multiple instances where people have been asked to rush to the nearest bomb shelter. By law in Israel, every building is mandated to have a bomb shelter. We'll leave it at that. I'm going to come back to Sanjay in just a second, but also try and get some of our guests. Adrian Fontanelles is here in our studios. I'm also joined by Sushant Sareen and Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Let me ask Adrian Fontanelles, in terms of how this story is likely to play out next, one thing we have not talked about is who could likely succeed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? I believe, Adrian Fontanelles, that the Guardian Council will be meeting as soon as later this day, and they're going to appoint an interim leadership. Who are the front runners you reckon are in the race to replace Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? It won't be easy. He's ruled the country with an iron fist for nearly 40 years now. Adrian.
It's difficult to say at this stage because they perfectly know that as soon as they provide the name of the successor, then they are providing a target for the Israeli and the Americans. So I think it is in their best interest to let the worldwide opinion and foremost the enemy into as much uncertainty as they can about their chain of command. As they perfectly know that it is standard operational procedure for both the Israeli and the Americans to try to kill the leaders in charge. So,
all right, Adrian, which is getting more breaking news. Iran's Air Force is now claiming, it's a claim by the Iranian Air Force, that they have successfully bombed an American base in the Kurdistan region, which is in the northern part of Iraq. That they have hit an American base in the Kurdistan region as well as in other regional countries around the world. This is as per the IRGC-affiliated Tasnim news agency. We'll try and see if we can get some kind of pictures to confirm that, but this is a claim by the Iranian media that they have hit an American base in the Kurdistan region in northern Iraq. This is on expected lines, Adrian?
The Iranian Air Force is quite in a sorry state. So it has as best a few dozens combat aircraft operational, and these are obsolete. However, it is, this must be confirmed, but it is possible for the Iranian Air Force to dispatch, for example, a pair of F-4 Phantoms or F-5 Tiger II, and to use the mountains of Kurdistan to ingress at the bottom of valleys and to try to avoid detection. But I'm a bit, it must be confirmed because Iraq is covered by American Air Force combat air patrols all the times. And you have AWACS, that is radar aircraft, which are also monitoring the entire area. So if they did it, it was an extremely risky combat mission from the Iranian perspective. So
I want to go back to Sushant Sareen and to Abhijit Iyer Mitra as well, just in terms of the fact that, you know, these civilian targets, whether it's airports, ports, whether it is other places where civilians strong, and now all across the Middle East, I'm given to understand, Sushant, from Doha to Dubai, people are all inside. They're all inside their homes. They're all inside buildings. They've been asked not to come out. How do you see, whether it's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the President of the UAE, the President of Bahrain, what sort of conversations are they having now with the Trump administration? How long and how much propensity do they have to take these hits? Clearly, the Iranians seem to be sending a desperate signal by targeting some of these Gulf Arab countries.
Yeah, I think it's a strategic mistake for the Iranians to target the Arab states, the Gulf states, for a very simple reason that these were states who were taking a kind of hands-off approach. They may or may not have been sympathetic to Iran. They may be probably on the side of the Americans because they felt some kind of a long-term strategic threat from Iran, but they would have preferred to stay out of the fray. By attacking them and not just attacking American bases. You know, this is the normal Pakistani propaganda, these ISPR Havaldars who are spreading this propaganda on Pakistani television that the Iranians are only attacking American bases in, you know, these Gulf states. No, they are not. They are attacking civilian targets. The airports, hotels, all kinds of other places. Now, this is certainly going to incense the Gulf states, and for them, I very much doubt if they're going to turn around and tell the Americans that, listen, you guys need to stop it because we are being targeted. Because if you read the statements being issued by, for example, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS, some of the other Gulf state leaders, their foreign ministries, it is very clear that they are furious with Iran for targeting them, targeting their economies, targeting their civilians, and destroying their brand images.
Okay, so, Sushant, give me a moment. We're joined by two students, Indian students who are in Iran, Muskan Shabir is joining us and Pathan is also joining us. आप कहाँ पे हो ईरान में और वहाँ पे क्या स्थिति है पिछले 24 घंटे से?
Okay. My name is Musa Rauf and I am joined here with Muskan Shabir.
And Aisha as well.
Yeah.
And we are currently in the city of Urmi.
Go on. Which city are you in? What is the situation there?
We are in the city of Urmia currently right now, and the situation here, at least, it has started to deteriorate as well. It has been quite one of the more isolated areas of the country, so we weren't really expecting much to be happening here. But unfortunately, as of this morning and last night, there have been quite multiple strikes that have hit the city of Urmia in the past 24 hours.
Can you also ask your friends what they are hearing and feeling about what has been happening in the last 24 hours?
Hi, I'm Aisha Mir, and it's very disturbing situation here. We are just seeing bombing from our windows. It's very disturbing to see everything.
How many explosions have you heard in the last 24 hours, and what is the mechanism there? Are there bomb shelters? Where are you seeking refuge?
We are at our hostels, and it's not safe. We are living at 4th floor, 5th floor, so it's not safe at all.
Are your college or hostel authorities giving you any instructions?
They are not giving any instructions till now, but yeah, they are cooperating.
They have cooperated well enough. They have provided us the service of bus, given that we have proper evacuation measures, and we have contacted and communicated with the Indian embassy, which have told us that by tonight they will give us proper instructions as to what to do so far.
How many such Indian students are there in your university, in the college that you're studying?
9.
So far, 109 approximately.
109. Yeah. And what's the word from the Indian embassy officials or anybody who you've contacted from the Indian government?
Indian embassy is totally cooperating with us. Like they are in contact. We are calling them. They are in contact with us. They are cooperating, but they are also helpless because all airspaces are closed. So we just want help from Indian government. We want to get evacuated. We want to go home.
Has there been any sort of nature of conversation about getting, some special flights to come there to evacuate you folks? I believe there are about 10,000 Indian students who are studying in Iran. Okay, so far
there is not any announcement like that we are getting. Nothing.
Okay, thank you very much to Muskan and to Musharraf for joining us, Indian students who are joining us from a place called Urmia, which is one of the more slightly remote places in Iran. They've been hearing multiple explosions in the last 24 hours. More breaking news coming in from Pakistan. We're given to understand that thousands have taken to the streets in Skardu in northern Pakistan. They are protesting against the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is following joint US and Israeli strikes. There are a fair number of Shias in Pakistan as well. I suppose in Skardu, the people who are coming out and protesting against the killing are Shias. Anand Raghunathan is also joining us. Doctor, what do you make of all of this? Because earlier we saw, somebody trying to attack the US consulate in Karachi. Now in northern Pakistan in Skardu, you're seeing thousands of people coming out and supporting the Ayatollah Khamenei and his elimination. The point is, are these sporadic protests which will just continue and subside in a few days, or will this lead to a greater churn in the wider region and including in Pakistan?
Good afternoon, Zaka. Look, couple of points out here. One would expect this to happen in Pakistan and other states that sponsor terror at the killing of someone who sponsored terror. But it is profoundly disturbing that these scenes are happening and being repeated all across India, in Kashmir, in Lucknow. Please let me remind everyone that Khamenei called India an oppressor. He was sponsoring international terrorism from his soil to nations that were surrounding Iran, sometimes even thousands of kilometers away. And he actually perpetrated large-scale tyranny on his own people, killed tens of thousands of his own people. For someone to come out, pour onto the streets, to eulogize him, celebrate him, mourn him, is unacceptable in this country. And secondly, I like to ask the Indian students who were there, I don't know whether my voice can reach them, but is it not true that the Indian embassy and the Indian government had asked all Indians to vacate as soon as possible more than 8 days ago? They didn't do so. I would want to know what were the reasons why they didn't do so. So I think all in all, India has to resolutely stay away from either condemning the killing of Khamenei or in any way siding with this tyrannical regime. Please remember, even when we talk about real politics, this regime is over. America and Israel have actually have succeeded in what they started out to. The incoming regime, whichever way or manner or shape it will take, will be pro-American. That much is certain. So, and I can see from the tweets of the Iranian embassy in India that they're trying to goad a reaction out of Indians. We should absolutely not come out in support of either Khamenei or his regime.
All right, Doc, stay on with us because the exact opposite seems to be happening, because right now there's politics. Domestic political reactions coming in amidst this massive war, this massive confrontation that's happening in West Asia. Back home, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has put out this message on Twitter. She has said, and I quote, "The targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason for it is. It is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into conflict. I do hope that having genuflected before the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump, our Prime Minister makes every effort to bring all Indian citizens in the affected countries back home to safety." It's not just Priyanka Gandhi. I believe also Asduddin Owaisi of AIMIM has also condemned the attack, saying that Trump's and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act. My sincere condolences. Anand has more on this. Anand, so you're having domestic political reactions, some people condemning the elimination of a man who was the fountainhead of terror, really. And then you have across the border in Pakistan, people coming out in his support.
Well, this is also the largely not just support, because there's a huge Shia population in Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir and also in Pakistan, just like there is a huge Shia population in Bharat, which is very, very upset, because for them, the spiritual head, the clerical head, the religious head for the Shias, Qom being a very, very sacred place and the seat of the Ayatollah. So his death is going to cause a certain amount of angst, also perhaps in certain cases anger, and we are getting pictures at Skardu, where the UN headquarters have actually been committed to fire, and there is a lot of violence that's seen there, because this entire Skardu region is largely Shia dominated, and these Shia have been also persecuted by the Pakistani military and the Pakistani army. So they are upset and angry, but the anger is also directed towards the US embassy present there and the UN headquarters present there, because that's the focus. There's no US embassy or consulate in Skardu, but there is a UN headquarters, and because they are angry at the Gora and the foreign powers in the West, they have brought out the anger at the UN headquarters. Similar attacks were seen in Karachi, where there are casualties because the troops guarding the UN headquarters had to fire back at this mob, which was getting very, very violent. But Zaka, we also have to game a situation where if any of these entities or any of the Hamas, Houthi, or Hezbollah cadre anywhere across the world are able to enter into a US embassy in any soil or in any land and then hold hostages, then what happens thereafter? Because that's another scenario which has happened in the past, and military historians would say that then perhaps will change the entire dynamics of this war and this entire conflict that we are seeing, the way it is brewing. So maybe that there are entities who will be on high alert even closer home in Bharat, with the US embassies, the UN headquarters in Delhi and in Mumbai, etc., and various other places being under very, very close watch. Even in Srinagar, there were protests, but they were peaceful. But in POK or POJK, that is in Skardu, we see that it's turned violent, and the UN offices there have been set on fire.
Okay, Anand, thanks for that. Like I said, there's also political churn happening domestically in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Both Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM have come out and said and condemned the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. This is what Mr. Owaisi has said. He has attacked Trump and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act, Mr. Owaisi says. He has put this out on social media, and so has Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party. She too has come out and said that this targeted killing by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, which includes President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, is condemnable and is absolutely illegal and immoral. Aman Sharma has more details on this. Do you expect this to have political legs, as it were? Aman, will this continue? Are they playing to what kind of domestic political constituency are both Priyanka Gandhi and Mr. Owaisi trying to appeal to by seemingly backing a man who was a brutal dictator? All right, we'll try and get Aman Sharma, our political editor, in just 1 second, but you can be rest assured you will see a domestic political reaction to what has happened in Iran, the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. You will hear more and more such voices. You've just heard from two prominent voices in the opposition, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the MIM party. Aman has more on this. Aman, do you expect more in the opposition to continue singing this tune, and what sort of constituency are they appealing to?
Well, clearly, Zaka, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Asaduddin Owaisi have both put out statements slamming Donald Trump as well as the Israel establishment. They are saying and they are condemning the assassination, what they say, of Khamenei. To quote Priyanka Gandhi, she has called it a targeted assassination. She's saying the targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason is. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is very, very clearly saying that the world needs peace, not unnecessary wars. This was completely not required. She has condemned the assassination of Khamenei and also saying that it is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into this particular conflict. So that is the Congress MP now clearly saying that why is this happening, and also saying, also bringing in the Prime Minister of India, saying that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President Trump, I do hope that our Prime Minister makes every effort now to bring all Indian citizens home safely. So the Congress Party is also now putting the onus on the BJP, on the Modi-led government to ensure the safety of Indian citizens in the Middle East and how they will be brought home. On the other hand, Asaduddin Owaisi is also condemned Trump and Israel's attacks on Iran. He's also, I said, it's absolutely condemnable. He's also saying this attacks have happened while peace talks were ongoing. Iran-US talks were ongoing in Geneva. More than 200 people have been killed across Iran. He said this is an inhuman and unlawful act. That's what Asaduddin Owaisi is saying. He said that the attacks on Iran should stop at the earliest because this is putting the entire region into instability. He also says that this shows that Iran is a force, Israel's attack on Iran is an act of aggression which should not have happened. So both Asaduddin Owaisi and Priyanka Gandhi are slamming Israel as well as the US, trying to put the government in a tight spot here, and the government, Zaka, has been maintaining a very delicate line here. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to both the foreign ministers of Israel as well as Iran last night, and while he has called for de-escalation on both the sides, now the opposition in India is trying to put the BJP government in the corner and saying that Prime Minister Modi should exercise, his relationship that he has with Israel to bring this conflict to an immediate de-escalation level immediately.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who has the various sites and more than a dozen sites across Iran, from the north to the south, and of course Tehran, which is bang in the middle of the country, have all been hit, including the top political leadership, the top military protests that are happening in Lahore. So in multiple places across Pakistan, we saw locals trying to ambush the US consulate in Karachi, massive protests in Skardu. Now we've got the latest pictures from Lahore as people there try to attempt to lay siege to the US consulate building there as well. So the US buildings, diplomatic compounds, wherever they are in Pakistan, seem to be coming under attack. Parts of the consulate were also, these folks tried to set on fire. Anand has more details on this. Anand, yes.
Sorry, Zaka, I missed you out there. What we're going to do to our viewers, bear with us. I've got Tom Cooper here with me. We've got the wall and we've got the map. Let's try and understand how this entire strikes, how did 200 Israeli aircraft fly over the Tehran airspace, drop those bombs and then come back? So let's game this and understand, does Tehran have no air defense system? And that too, you had the Israeli aircrafts take off from here, Tom, correct? So tell us, and how did this happen? How does this work?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. It's like this. You have the Iranian air defense system is approximately here, around Tabriz, around Tehran, and you have Qom and Esfahan and Karachi. So this is the principal area that, sorry, I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
yes.
the on-air, mid-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000-kilometer journey that they have to fly.
It is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the border, so 1,500 kilometers. But the point is this, in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast, which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace?
Over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus.
Okay. So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom, and then comes the combat aircraft and refuels from that boom.
Right.
So they connect and they download the fuel.
Right.
So once this has happened, they accelerate, come up to, this is one of the principal launch zones, the other is up here, and they are shooting their air-launched ballistic missiles into Iran, like this, into central Iran. So actually, the Israelis barely need to enter the Iranian airspace in order to hit targets deep inside Iran, approximately to the line Tehran, Esfahan, Bushehr. So that is this part of the story.
Okay. Now, so let's erase this. Do you want to erase this? Okay. So we're going to erase all of this. And we're going to dive deeper into what's happening in Tehran. Why is it that when they're seeing so many ballistic missiles coming into Tehran, and yesterday over the Tehran airspace, these aircrafts actually flew over the Iranian airspace. So what happens there? Let's deep dive first.
What happens when they are closer in? Just a second. Sorry. So here we have a zoom in to Iran. I said we have...
You got to draw. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, for example, let's say Qom, air defense system of Qom. You have short range, you have medium range, and you have long range. And they're defending themselves only with help of SAMs, of surface-to-air missiles.
Right.
So, now when the Israelis come, the Israelis do not get really into Iranian airspace. They approach from here, launch their missile. The missile travels like this. Tuck. So, now, the Iranians first shoot long-range missiles at the missile, then the medium range, if they didn't shoot it down, and then the short range, yes. Yeah. If it came through, boom, it hits the target or somewhere nearby. This is what is happening in this regards. One shouldn't forget, all this time, color, there are Israeli UAVs flying over Iran. And they are searching for targets all the time, together with satellites as well. So this is permanent monitoring of what is going on in Iran. Where are Iranian launchers? Where are Iranian SAMs? Where are Iranian potential targets? Where are the specific personalities they are after? So this is all the time going on, 24/7.
So it's real-time intelligence. And the other part you're saying, Tom, is that the Israeli UAVs were hovering around along with the satellites, watching. So if they are moving the Khamenei and the family anywhere out to a particular location, if there is a bunker identified, they will have the intelligence.
They're tracking vehicles. They're tracking specific vehicles. They're tracking specific personalities. Even if it's some aid of, for example, Khamenei okay, they recognize him by his car or whatever other reason, or because he came out of his flat in the morning or his home in the morning. They are following him. Okay, he's parking there. He's disappearing in some building or underground entrance or whatever else. The point is now the following. The Iranians are all the time shooting down the UAVs. So the Israelis are losing and the Americans are losing UAVs, but they are not losing them fast enough, which means there is always a replacement UAV.
Right.
Yep.
So that's the military might that's being employed by the Americans and the Israelis to try and pound Iran. Let's now erase this and let me just ask you, if we look at the entire Gulf region, how is it that Iran is able to land these missiles? One. And the other part, let's just zoom this back in. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So now Iran is attacking all the neighboring regions, right, in this entire Gulf region. Yes. How are these bombs or their missiles, what Iran is firing, their ballistic missile technology is very strong. Why is it that civilian areas in Doha, civilian areas in Dubai, civilian areas at Abu Dhabi and have been affected? What is happening here? Okay. Are they doing it deliberately or is it because of interception?
Well, I do not think that they are doing this deliberately. I think that the situation is simply such that there is a stress of combat.
Okay.
So now let's see the following. Let's zoom in. Let's say there is an Iranian missile brigade intending or tasked with targeting Manama Air Base in Bahrain.
Right.
Okay, so let me show you. So this would be a problem.
Yeah, you just have to activate the pencil. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have Manama Air Base. This is the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the US Navy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So now, the Iranian is sitting somewhere here behind the hill,
right,
in an underground,
right,
in an underground bunker. So he has the order to every so and so many hours, or on order from Tehran, launch his UAV or missile strike on Manama. So he programs with missiles. It's relatively simple because they are flying ballistically. Boom.
Right. So it's a loop.
Yes, in a loop. Yes.
Yeah.
But UAVs are flying straight. You know, directly over the ground.
Right.
So if there is in stress of combat, he's not thinking about, oh gosh, there are high-raised building in Manama or in Bahrain or whatever. He's simply programming his missile or his UAV to strike at geographic coordinates.
Okay.
And if there is something in between, well, the UAV is flying into it. It's just an obstacle.
All right. The other question I wanted to ask, and viewers, just stay with me here for a bit. We'll try and understand this. Is that in the case of a ballistic missile, is it possible that its GPS gets corrupted, its GPS gets disturbed, or an interceptor hits it and there is debris that's falling in the civilian area?
Of course it is possible. It happens very often. And it is not only that. Okay, the missiles have their instrumental navigation system as well. So they have secondary navigation system. So they are still retaining some precision. But it happens time and again that both of these are disturbed, or at least the GPS, and then the missile misses, firstly. Secondly, if it is hit while re-entering the atmosphere, it falls into lots of pieces, some bigger, some smaller, and these are still going towards the general area that it is targeted.
Civilian area and also at a great speed.
And it very easily can happen that somebody is killed or hit or damaged or whatever.
Or whatever. How far is the American air base? From a civilian area, if you can just...
We can find it. It is, just a second. This is Dubai Airport. It is somewhere in between the...
Right.
So, just a second, I'm searching for it.
That's the Palm Jumeirah.
Yeah.
So this is the Palm Jumeirah where something, there was
it's whitened out.
Projectile that lighted.
So here you are. So, theoretically, when you are targeting this airbase in this area, just to mark it better, so these urban areas of Abu Dhabi, is this already, or is this still Dubai?
Dubai,
sorry. They are still threatened because if something gets hit while re-entering the atmosphere, the wreckage pieces can go all over this place.
Right. So if there is an interception, say, on this airspace,
yes,
the debris can, rather than following right at the target marked can fall in the neighboring areas.
Exactly like
and
that.
that's what we have seen.
Yes, and that's what I'm quite sure we have seen a lot of this, because we shouldn't forget the Iranians have targeted Abu Dhabi alone, yesterday alone, with 200 missiles and UAVs. So there is much more than we see on videos.
Right.
On this video we see 1 or 2 missiles at most, or UAVs. But in reality there are dozens and dozens of them coming in, and there is correspondingly lots of outlooks for some kind of collateral damage to happen.
Right. So what Tom's assessment is that these explosions in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and some of the civilian areas outside of the air bases are not done deliberate targeting by the Iranians. It's because of debris or interception that's happened of a huge number of missiles that have been sent by Iran towards these spaces. And when they land in the neighboring civilian areas, that's when we have seen debris. See, the Palm Jumeirah is not so far away. It's actually in the flying trajectory of the air base in Dubai. So you see, this is the Palm Jumeirah, and this is the trajectory of the missiles coming in towards this air base. And that's the reason why you have had debris fall here and also somewhere around the Fairmount Hotel. That's not so far away. It's also in this region itself, in this arc.
One more point. Let's not forget, just a second, the missiles can come from all over, from several directions. The Iranians can target with missiles from here, so they can come from this direction, from here, from here, from here. That means that the debris can be thrown in all possible directions in Dubai. That is the point. So it is not that simple as to say, always from the same direction.
It's not always from the same direction. The same thing applies even for Qatar and Bahrain, that the missiles can approach from multiple locations in Iran. Next time when we are chatting with Tom Cooper here in the dugout, it's going to be about the Strait of Hormuz, and that's another interesting story there. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Anand. We're getting more breaking news now. A latest video showing an Iranian Shahid-type drone falling from the sky. You can see the flames that have been completely engulfed around that area. These are pictures that we're getting from Kuwait. There you go. It's like a fireball in the sky that's falling after being intercepted in the skies over Kuwait. So clearly there is a lot of interception that's happening, as Tom Cooper was also explaining a moment ago. These are likely headed towards military installations, towards military targets, but they're being intercepted, whether in Dubai or in Doha or in Kuwait, and that's why it's landing likely very close to civilian areas. Adrian is also here. Adrian, you want to talk us through how and why this is so important? You can see a ball of fire in the sky falling off. Clearly, a drone there has been intercepted by a counter-strike.
Absolutely. It's looking like an Iranian Shahid 146 one-way attack unmanned aerial vehicle. What it is important to know is that it is extremely cheap to produce. It is between something like 20,000 to 50,000 US dollars, which means that Iranians probably had gigantic stocks of this kind of attack drones, and it's very much often much more costly to shoot them down than to produce them. Yeah. So it is really an attritional weapon. It is not so impressive because it is normal that you can expect that perhaps 90 to 95% to 98% of such drones are shot down, but you have a minimal number of them which are reaching their targets, and for most it is hugely expensive in terms of money, equipment, flight time, ammunition to intercept them.
I also want to go to more breaking news, and we're seeing this as a familiar pattern now. Earlier it was Karachi, now in Lahore. Pakistani protesters who are carrying the flags of Islamic State, of Hezbollah, were attempting to try and attack the US consulate building inside Lahore. We saw that happen in Karachi as well some time ago. So clearly, either the state is allowing this to happen, or there is genuine anger amongst people. Pakistan does have a significant Shia population as well. Is this orchestrated, or is this an outpouring of grief and anger coming out? US consulates have been targets both in Karachi as well as in Lahore. I want to get Sushant Sareen's view on this. Sushant, do you think the military is allowing this in an orchestrated way to try and vent off some of this support? Or is this actually, people's anger spilling out onto the streets?
So, Zaka, genuine grief is easier to orchestrate than, manufactured grief. And let's face it, the Iranians have made significant investments in creating and carving out a Shia constituency in every country, including in India. Let's make no mistake about it. Anand was earlier talking about, Dr. Ranganathan was earlier talking about, protests in Srinagar, in Lucknow. But look, let's face it, the protests in India have so far been very, very peaceful. These are people who, and they have the right to protest. I don't deny that. But these are very peaceful kind of protests. They are not storming any buildings. They are not doing any kind of arson, looting, whatever. But Pakistan is a different case. So yes, there is a certain amount of mob license which is also given. And look, you have to understand how the Pakistani state operates. It's essentially a Sunni-dominated, Sunni majority state. It doesn't really have much use for the Shias. So this is riffraff on the streets protesting. Now this can be used to monetize these protests with the Americans and others. And the Europeans and the Americans suffer from an abused wife syndrome. The more the Pakistanis are treacherous with them, the more money they give to the Pakistanis so that the Pakistanis can keep doing what they are doing. And the Pakistanis have perfected this game. So yes, there will be these protests. Then they will go and shoot some of these people down and move on. One point, Zaka, I have to add. You were talking about certain Indian political reactions. I can understand Mr. Owaisi, and to be fair to him, he has been fairly consistent in the positions he takes. My surprise, actually I'm not surprised, but I find it ironical that Ms. Priyanka Gandhi is protesting, because not very long back, it was her brother who was going to these so-called democracies, as she calls them, and seeking their interference in India's internal affairs to bring democracy in India. And today she is cribbing about the fact that these so-called democracies, again her words, not mine, and these so-called leaders of these so-called democracies are attacking a sovereign country, when her own brother was going and lobbying against India and the government in India and seeking to destabilize and displace this government by interference in Indian affairs. So perhaps a little bit of consistency would not be such a bad idea for the principal opposition.
Dr. Ranganathan also wants to weigh in, and I'm going to other breaking news in just a moment. But Dr. Ranganathan, you wanted to weigh in on this.
Elaborate on one point that I was making. It's, as I said, I'm very disappointed by the Indian reaction outpouring on the streets. I think the messaging from the Indian government has to be very curt and very direct, because Shias, as opposed to Catholics in the world, don't have one single spiritual leader like the Pope. If at all there is one leader they look up to, the Shias of the world, it is actually Al-Sistani, who is based in Najaf in Iraq. And he is a very moderate, quote unquote, very affable gentleman who talks about peace around the world. Khomeini is the last leader anybody should be looking up to, especially the Shias. So the government has to come out and say, this is the wrong person you are eulogizing and celebrating. He's a tyrant for Iranians themselves. He's the one who's been spreading terror around the world. So if at all you want to look up to someone, let it be Al-Sistani, who's in Iraq.
I agree with that sentiment. I see, liberals on Twitter sort of shedding tears for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's a man who's brutally repressed his own people. Forget about the terror he's unleashed around the region, but his own people with the iron fist of the state. Even as recently as last month, in January, when the Iranians came out to the streets and protested, like I said, as per conservative estimates, more than 6,000 people were crushed by the state. I don't think anybody should be shedding a tear for him. But I want to go across to some more breaking news that's coming through. Dubai has been targeted again, and this is of concern. Certainly to the Emirates, it's going to be of concern. To Saudi Arabia, it's going to be of concern. To Bahrain, Dubai has been targeted again. These are the latest visuals that are coming in. In this instant, we're given to understand that an American building, we're not sure what sort of building, was it a corporate building, was it a diplomatic building, but an American building has been the target of this particular attack. We're again awaiting details on whether these were Shia drones or whether these were long-range ballistic missiles. But it was an American building which was the target of this attack in Dubai, is what we're given to understand. And from whatever we can see from the pictures, it seems to have happened in the middle of a very bustling neighborhood, certainly a populated neighborhood. So we'll keep an eye out on that as well. In response, a senior UAE official has now come out and warned Iran. It is said that Iran's fight is not with neighboring countries like the UAE or Saudi Arabia, saying that Tehran's missile strikes on Gulf countries could deepen further Iran's isolation It could also damage long-term relations with its Gulf Arab neighbors. It has condemned these attacks and has called for a de-escalation. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, this is an almost unprecedented pattern of attacks that we're seeing. Iran is not targeted other Gulf Arab countries, particularly civilian targets in Gulf Arab countries. There have been skirmishes that have happened in the past between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Ports have been targeted. Other, infrastructure facilities have been targeted. But civilians or civilian destinations like hotels being targeted, airports being targeted. How concerning is this for the region, and how concerned are these individual countries, whether it's Kuwait or the Emirates or Qatar for that matter?
Well, Zaka, this kind of targeting is quite focused. It's not haphazard. Iran, however, wrongly has a plan here. It sees these countries as hosting the US bases, and those are the bases from where attacks on Iran have been launched and are being launched now. So they are seeing these nations as complicit with what they see as their enemy. So what they are trying to do is try to hit some of these bases, but beyond that, hit civilian targets in order to hurt the economy. And the economy is the lifeblood. It's a very fragile system in Dubai. It relies upon absolute peace and ease. It's in fact sort of a continuing air-conditioned picnic in Dubai. And if there is this kind of shattering, even to a small extent, it upsets the calm, it upsets the faith in these as safe havens. So if the Iranians believe they can hit this economy and hurt this economy, as they see it, they are hitting the enemy, and they certainly are hitting where it hurts. And this will be something that will certainly provoke all sorts of consequences. And the one fallout of this is going to be quite favorable to the US. The US has long tried to nurse better relations with the Arab world. It's taken them a very long time to do this and to get as far as they have. This is now going to throw a lot of these countries, a lot of Arab countries, into the American embrace closer than ever before. So what the Iranians will succeed in doing is quite the opposite. They are not trying to make a split between the Arab countries and the US. They're actually driving these Arab countries into the embrace of the US.
All right, Sanjay, thanks for that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Now, Israel has posted, I believe the IDF has put this out on their Twitter handles. They're showing footage of the destruction of an Iranian regime headquarters. This has happened just moments ago. This is footage that has been taken by either a drone, a munition that's been unleashed, or it's been taken by an aircraft, a fighter jet in that region. But you can see the exact impact, the exact time and place of impact. You can see a huge cloud of smoke billowing up from that. You can see the fire going up, and then right above that, you can see the smoke coming up as well. We're given to understand regime headquarters. We don't know whether it's of the police, the Basaj, or whether it's the IRGC, or if it's a political compound, but this is what the Israeli Defense Forces have just released. I want to go across to Mr. Yossi as well. Mr. Yossi, so multiple targets hit over the last 24 hours. I believe a fresh round of airstrikes have been launched by the Israeli Defense Forces even this morning. What are you hearing in terms of the latest? What are the other intended targets of this joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran?
Well, good morning. The target of this operation is to bring about a regime change in Iran and encourage the people of Iran to go out to the streets and take over the regime. Obviously, one of the major targets groups are going to be the regime targets, such as the regime itself and the security forces that support him. And what we see right now is that amongst the targets that were hit are the Broadcasting Corporation of Iran and some other elements that comprise the security forces that support the regime in Tehran, hoping that this will pave the road for the population of Iran to go out to the streets and take over. It's too early for them to do that. We need to do more activities in this respect before the time is right. But that's the direction. And then simultaneously, we try our best in order to minimize the capability of the Iranians to hit us and other countries in the Middle East that are affected by the Iranian missile launching.
Okay, this is on camera. You can see the IRGC headquarters. That's what we're given to understand. This is what the IDF has put out, the IRGC HQ being brought down to rubble in just a matter of seconds. I want to go to more breaking news. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister and one of the principal protagonists behind this historic airstrike and elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei, he's now issued a direct address to the people of Iran. He has declared that Israel will continue to strike thousands of targets belonging to what he described as Iran's terrorist regime over the coming few days. In a strongly worded message, Netanyahu has said that the military campaign would help create the conditions that are required for Iranian people to free themselves from the chains of tyranny. Sanjay has more on this. Sanjay, just walk us through what Bibi Netanyahu has said, because from his message it seems clear that they're not ending this joint Israeli-American airstrikes anytime soon. In fact, they're going to pummel Iran for a number of days until, as he says, the conditions are met for the Iranian people to rise up against the regime.
That statement is both warning and an invitation. It's really a call to people and revolt. And the reason is that the Israelis and the Americans do want to finish this in a hurry. They really cannot afford to drag this on and on. Israel certainly can. Israel is set up for that sort of thing. Politically, the US can't. Politically, Trump will suffer quite seriously were this to drag on. They want to finish this, and so they are sending a message. So the third weapon that they are seeking to use, apart from all the missiles, is the people themselves within Iran, that they weaponize their anger informally or in some way against the government or against the remnants of the regime in place and try and get rid of it. So this is trying to rope in people of Iran as allies of the US and Israel. That said, we know that Iran is a very divided society. We had this report some 2 or 3 years back that said that of about 75,000 mosques in Iran, 50,000 have been closed. So a lot of people have turned against Islamism of the kind that was enforced. But a lot of the people is still, not all of the people. There is a very large section, even though it may be a minority, that is quite Islamist in its leanings, that for that reason will be supportive of this government and this regime still in place. How the rest will now revolt against this lot, this would amount to a civil war then. Already we are seeing demonstrations in Tehran by supporters of the regime, and of course a lot of people came out to celebrate, and if that is any indication, we had a lot more people coming out to celebrate spontaneously than people speaking in support of the regime. Nevertheless, there is this split within society, and Netanyahu's call is to those who oppose it. Exactly how they will oppose it, exactly how those who are entrenched and armed will resist them, that is a tough call. And it's a tough call for people of Iran. It's easier for Trump and Netanyahu to order these airstrikes, and this is all from the air. The change will have to come on the ground, and it's going to be a difficult and messy change.
All right, Sanjay, thanks for that. Now, one of the countries in the Gulf that's not been targeted so far, now we're getting word, and this is again breaking news, an oil tanker that's been targeted by Iranian forces, Oman, which was acting as a mediator between Iran and the United States. Oman has now put out an official statement that an oil tanker was attacked off its port of Qasab, which is on the Strait of Hormuz. 4 mariners who were on board this oil tanker have been injured. This is the first known instance of Oman getting hit by these Iranian drones and missile strikes. Oman had been playing the role of a mediator between the United States and Iran. There were 3 rounds of talks that happened, 2 in Geneva, 1 in Muscat itself. But Oman has been calling on and urging the Iranian regime to stop firing these missiles and drones, particularly at civilian targets on Gulf Arab states. So clearly, this is seemingly the first attack on an Omani asset. Certainly, it's a vessel that's just off the coast of Oman. In fact, at the port of Qasba, just off the coast of Qasba, is where this particular ship, this oil tanker, has been hit. But you can see the pictures on the right, which is basically the IRGC headquarters, we're given to understand, that's been completely taken apart by an Israeli strike just in a matter of seconds. We're joined in our studios by Mr. Tom Cooper, military analyst, Adrian Fontanelles, he's a military analyst and historian, Yossi Koperwasser, he's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, Sushant Sareen, senior fellow from the Observer Research Foundation, Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor, former DG of Air Safety, and Anand Ranganathan, author, is also joining us. Group Captain retired MJ Vinod is also there with us. Group Captain, let me ask you, what do you make of these airstrikes? Largely, these have been strikes from the air, either through ballistic missiles or through drones. How long can Iran continue to keep up with this? Group Captain.
Zaka, there is a very important base. We all are overlooking a base called Siri. It spells exactly like the iPhone Siri. Hey, Siri, Siri. So SIRI, 100 kilometers, mere 100 kilometers from Dubai. It has an adequately long runway to launch drones, not fighter aeroplanes. 109 kilometers to be precise. And I believe, in my OSN assessment, this is the base that is being used to launch these low-cost, like Tom was mentioning, not such a long-range drones to attack all across Dubai, Abu Dhabi as well. And they probably will, in coming times hit Al Ain and probably Ras Al Khaimah too. So this is the base that I think Dubai has been taking it lightly for some time. And there were reports in the OSN community of a lot of movement from mainland into this small island, which is astride Dubai. And these drones, we make it, these drones are extremely low cost to make. Less than 3 to 4 lakhs, you can make these drones, strap on 10, 20 kgs of TNT. And you will have devastating result, if not at least a dent in the image. What it did to the hotel or any other places is probably minimal to nothing. But what it did to the image is what is huge, especially when Dubai is looking to surge ahead in terms of getting HNIs on board. Opening its space for business, those things will get affected. People will have to factor these things into consideration when they want to move in the future, move in Dubai, unless a favorable regime comes in Iran, which also is a possibility. Time will tell. Let's wait and see.
We'll see if there will be a favorable regime in Iran. But Iran has also now started trading fire through these missiles as well as Shahid drones that have been unleashed. And specifically, they're trying to target civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Kuwait. It has started trading fire after the US and Israel launched multiple strikes, one of which killed the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh reports on the big questions that now stare the Middle East in the face.
Killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is a simple solution to a very complex problem. And as the sun comes up here in southern Israel, I think the region, the United States and Israel, are going to have to urgently ask the question and find the answer to what really comes next. Now, clearly, the United States and Israel decided between themselves that removing the top level of Iran's regime would leave them ultimately in a better place. And President Trump has hinted that he thinks he knows who could potentially be a successor. He might be harking back to a Venezuela playbook where essentially they captured Nicolas Maduro and pointed towards his deputy as the person they'd like to see run the country. But Iran is nowhere near as simple as that. Its security forces are entrenched within society. They've got blood on their hands, just recently in January killing thousands. And so possibly the idea of some kind of moderate replacement in a box dragging the whole country towards the Western orbit is a little far-fetched perhaps. And still, the airstrikes and retaliations haven't even stopped yet. So it's a new dawn here, certainly, but one with very urgent questions as to how this very simple, brutal solution, the killing of Khamenei, suddenly fixes a problem that's beset the United States for decades.
All right, that was CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh. But now we have the first reaction from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who many figured was a sidelined figure. He was merely a figurehead. He was the president. Yes, he's now reacted. He has vowed revenge after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Tehran is viewing revenge as its duty, is what Masoud Pezeshkian has said. He was seen as a slightly more moderate, reformist president, but increasingly in the last few weeks and months, certainly after the attacks that we saw in June last year, the 12-day war, he was being sidelined as a almost like a figurehead there, and it was directly being taken. The most important political and military calls, security calls, were being taken by the supreme leader along with other folks like Ali Larijani. But now the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has vowed revenge, saying that revenge is a legitimate right of the Iranian people. Group Captain, what do you make of this? I mean, there are ultimately, like you were saying, if we have to find a swift end to this, then Iran will have to be convinced that there is a candidate or a set of leaders who are acceptable to the Americans and to the Israelis, a moderate leadership, if you will, who then they can say, okay, Khamenei has been eliminated, the top leadership of Iran has been eliminated, now it's time to hand the baton over to someone slightly more moderate.
Even if that happens, Zaka, it is going to be a short-term peace for a simple reason. The hadith is very, very clear. Both Al-Bukhari as well as Al-Muslim. It very clearly says during the end of times, you find a Jew, even if he is hiding behind a tree or a stone, you need to finish him. Unless you do that, you cannot go to the judgment day. So if that is, kind of enshrined, then there is a problem that is always lurking in the background. A peace could be short-term. And when I say short-term, it could be even 100 years, 200 years short-term. So unless that somehow changes, the narrative changes, I do not know will there be a lasting peace. A. B, and most importantly, like Zaka, you correctly mentioned, people of Iran, their will needs to be put on the new government and not a hardliner's view that should come on the people. If the reverse happens, then the problem is always there on the ground. So many people have been killed, so many people will be killed in the future. So a lot of other countries other than US and Israel need to measure up, come in support of people of Iran to get a regime which is pro-people, Zaka.
Okay, I also want to get Sushant Sareen if he's there to try. Okay, we'll try and go back to our other guests as well. If Mr. Yossi is there to weigh in. Okay, Daniel Benjamin Shapiro is former U.S. diplomat to Israel. Thank you very much, Mr. Shapiro, for speaking with us. So now we have the first reaction from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, who was seen as a slightly more moderate face. He has now come out and said he's vowing revenge against America and Israel for killing the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What do you make of that?
Well, I think as long as the regime survives, they will try to establish some revenge. I'm actually sitting in Tel Aviv, and there have been several barrages of missiles launched at Israel already today, and those might indeed already be part of revenge. They've continued to launch missiles into the Gulf against targets in GCC states. So it's certainly possible that they consider this revenge, and this is a very ideological regime. They're been driven by that ideology to try to destroy Israel, to sponsor various terrorist organizations and undermine Arab governments, to try to kick the United States out of the region. And their ideological leader has now been removed. So it would be logical that at least until more damage is done, they will try to establish some measure of revenge for his death.
So war game this for us. How does this play out over the next week, maybe 2 weeks? Does Trump immediately claim political victory and say that, look, I've cut off the head of the snake. This is a huge victory for me. Now I want the Iranians to stop. Or does he go in for the long haul? He just doesn't stop at just Khamenei alone. He goes for the entire top leadership of Iran, and then he wants the people of Iran. I don't know how this is going to happen, but at the end of that, whether it's 10 or 20 or 30 of the top leadership of Iran is eliminated, and then he expects the people to take back the regime. How is that going to work?
It's not a good practice to try to anticipate Donald Trump's decisions because he's very mercurial and probably he doesn't know what he'll decide. He, of course, established regime change as the strategic objective on his opening statement of the night the war began. Then immediately within the day, he said, well, he could do two things. He could either go all the way, as he said, fight for 3 or 4 weeks until the regime is totally destroyed and he controls everything. I don't really think he wants to be in control of Iran. Or he could take, after 2 or 3 days, the decision that sufficient damage has been done to their nuclear and missile programs, and then he will threaten the remaining regime figures with a resumption of fighting if they try to rebuild those programs. And you could add to that Khamenei's death as an additional trophy that allows him to claim victory. He, of course, his history is that he prefers short, sharp military actions, not long, extended wars. He's been a critic of long, extended wars that the United States has been in the past, of regime change wars, in fact, in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it would certainly not be surprising, but very hard to predict, but not surprising if he would say sooner than later, after a few more days, yes, we've done enough damage, we've killed the leader, we have the next leadership tier in place, and they will be deterred from being as threatening and as destabilizing as Iran has been under this regime for so many decades. But that would be a way for him to get out of this before our air defenses are stretched and perhaps to claim a victory without getting pulled into a longer engagement than he wants to.
All right, Lieutenant General retired KJS Dhillon is also now joining us. Major General retired Rajan Kochar here in our studios. Defense expert Tara Karta, former director with the National Security Council Secretariat, will also be joining us. Let me ask General Dhillon. General Dhillon, we were on the air last night as well. The fact that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed, how much of a political victory is this for Donald Trump? Will he use this as a victory and say, okay, this is the off-ramp I'm giving the Iranians, let them take it and exit this war quickly? Because he doesn't have, as our previous speaker was saying, he doesn't want to get America entangled in long wars. Or do you think he has the propensity to continue this for the next few weeks so that the entire top leadership of the regime is changed and then the people of Iran revolt and take back their government, take back their country, and then decide who might be palatable as a next leader of Iran?
Good afternoon, Zaka, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. We have to understand one thing. When America went in for this war, if you can call that a war or a conflict or whatever, it had a very declared aim of regime change. And why did America go in for this war? Because America will accept everything and anything. The only thing which America will not accept is anyone having the capability to hit American homeland with missiles or with the nuclear weapons. So if Iran was becoming a threat which could hit the American homeland, that capability has to be destroyed. Now with that as a background, when America went in for this war, they are very clearly laid out phases of war or campaign. They are very clearly mentioned what all actions will take in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Some of the phases can even overlap. Now, in this particular way, the way we were talking yesterday also, the first and the foremost thing was to decapitate the political leadership, the religious leadership, the government top officials, and the military leadership, so that there is a vacuum at the top in the decision making, and that would result in confusion in the rank and file. Now that was the first and the foremost phase 1. Coupled with that was to suppress the air defense, to neutralize the missiles which are likely to hit the American interests in the region as well as the Israelis, and suppress the air defense so that American missiles and drones and aircrafts can fly with impunity. That was to happen simultaneously. Phase 2 would be to destroy America's military assets and most importantly, military industrial base, which was manufacturing these missiles, so that it does not have the replenishment or recouping capability while the war is going on. Coupled with all these things was to destroy America's economic assets so badly that for the next 2-3 decades, Iran's assets so badly that for the next 2-3 decades, they cannot get their act together and manufacture these weapons again. As also the nuclear weapons, nuclear material, all this would happen under an umbrella of a very solid psychological warfare or narrative building.
Okay.
Which has already started. We have seen the people coming on the street, the selective videos being leaked of women crying death to Khomeini and all that. So all this was to happen in a particular phased manner. One thing which Iran's oil refineries. because that they would need even after the regime change or after the war is over. Other than that, all the economic assets, the military assets, the political, military, government, top leadership will be decapitated. And in this whole game, internal uprising would be given a flip.
Okay.
And that would result in a civil war.
Let's see how that plays out, because on the face of it, it would seem that if you've eliminated someone who's been part of this country or the leadership of this country for the last 40 years, that gives people a reason to rally around the flag. How can you expect people to come out and retake the government, as Trump said? But I'm getting another piece of breaking news as well. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive. On Khamenei's killing, Pakistani protesters have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi. They've entered the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. Multiple casualties, we are given to understand, are feared. Sources are also saying that it's being reported that there are more than 8 deaths and over 30 injured in this attack that happened on the U.S. consulate building in Karachi. Sources are also claiming that the U.S. base administration has seized the bodies of these individuals inside the consulate building. Protests continue across the country. In Skardu, we saw pictures from Lahore as well, and now in Karachi. I want to bring in Major General Rajiv Kochar here in our studios as well. Okay, let's go to Siddhant first. Siddhant, so again, in the case of Pakistan, there's always a question mark. Are these genuine protests? Is this genuine anger that's spilling out onto the streets on American diplomatic missions, etc., or is this being orchestrated by the military, political leadership, the sort of government there, the hybrid government there, in order to give vent to some of this anger?
That's right, Zaka. In fact, this input has been brought to us by Securities Editor Manoj Gupta. Now, Manoj is reporting that Pakistani Shia Muslim protesters have stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi in response to recent U.S. IDF strikes against Iran. Pakistan's security forces successfully pushed back the angry protesters who attempted to attack the U.S. consulate in Karachi. Protesters in Karachi set fire to the U.S. consulate amid demonstrations following the reported martyrdom of Supreme Leader Khamenei. Protesters broke through the security barricades and entered the U.S. consulate in Karachi. The protest appeared to be part of a wave of anti-U.S. demonstrations in the region following heightened tensions over the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader. Now tensions rise as the city witnesses intense unrest. Protests erupted after Khamenei's death in Pakistan. U.S. personnel stationed at the U.S. consulate opened fire on Pakistani protesters. It is being reported that there are more than 8 Zaka deaths and over 30 injured. Sources claim that the U.S. base administration has seized the bodies of the martyrs at the consulate. After Karachi, protests have started outside the U.S. consulate in Lahore. Protest continues across the country, including Gilgit-Baltistan. Karakoram highway has been closed to all types of traffic. Back to you.
Okay, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Major General, here in our studios, just in terms of, how this is likely to play out, one variable that's been added is Iran is now attacking these civilian targets in Dubai, in Doha, in Bahrain. And those countries don't necessarily have the propensity for war. They certainly don't have the propensity for their civilian population to be attacked. How may that change the equation, Major General?
Thank you, Zaga. Point to note here is that these are soft targets because all these countries do not have that kind of air defense umbrella which possibly Israel has. Because Iran has 2 options now, either to strike Israel, and we know that Jaral Ford is there, and it is an added umbrella for the air defense as far as Israel is concerned, because if you remember the last 12 days war, on the 9th day, Israel was not able to stop the missiles of Iran from coming in because interceptors had fallen short. But here what we are seeing is this is a pressure tactics on the part of Iran as far as the United States is concerned, because a message is being given to the United States as also to the Gulf nations that the United States cannot protect you any longer. Because if you remember, all these Gulf countries have US air and military bases here. And the premise why these bases were placed here was to give a protection to these countries against any outside interference in terms of any kind of a conflict. So I think a strong narrative or a strong strategic message is going from Iran as far as we are concerned, telling these Gulf countries that America can no longer protect you.
Okay.
It is not that these countries are enemies of Iran. You have to take that into account because over a long period of time, Iran has enjoyed fairly good relations with these countries. It is basically a message which is going to the Americans and also to these countries that United States is not able to protect you any longer. And I think these attacks are going to intensify because if you look at the arsenal of missiles Iran has, preponderance of these missiles are the short and the medium range missiles. So it is quite convenient for Iran to target these countries and put pressure on the US to stop this war.
Okay, just give me a moment. There's massive airspace restrictions all across the Middle East because of this ongoing war, and as a result of which we're given to understand that at least 60 departures and 40 arrivals, that's a total of 100 flights, have been cancelled at the Delhi airport so far. Again, I believe Siddhant has more details on this. So, massive disruption to flights, particularly those that are passing through airspace in the Middle East. What's the latest on that front, Siddhant?
Well, that's right, Zaka. So our colleagues have been reporting since morning from various airports in India, from Mumbai, Delhi, and in fact, there are a lot of passengers stranded. Their flight schedule has been changed. Many flights have got cancelled. Now, sources are telling us that due to airspace restrictions over Iran and parts of Middle East, Zaka, 60 departures and 40 arrivals, totaling 100 flights have been cancelled at Delhi airport so far. In fact, Zaka, not just this, many airports in the region, in West Asia, have been shut after the strike by Iran, which includes Qatar airport, Kuwait airport, Dubai airport, and so definitely, people are stranded at these airports. Not only in Delhi and Mumbai, but at various airports in West Asia also. Many flights are getting cancelled, and so far 100 flights have got cancelled only from Delhi airport.
All right, thanks for that. I also want to go across to Joe Brown. He's an I-24 news correspondent with an Israeli channel I-24. Thanks very much, Joe Brown, for speaking with us. What is the latest you're picking up? Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has put out a statement a short while ago where he has vowed to continue with these airstrikes for the next few days. Israel is not relenting. America is not relenting. How far do you think this will go?
Well, for Israel, they want to make sure that this is sustainable. If you just get rid of the head of the snake, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, then there are still people in place, perhaps even younger people, more radical people, who will be able to take over the reins, and that could cause even more issues for Israel further down the line. And that's why they are going to continue fighting. In fact, just within the last minute or so, the IDF has come out with a statement saying that within the first minute of attacks yesterday, 40 senior leaders were killed. It's likely that includes Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but that just shows the level of their military arsenal, the fact that they have a specific goal in mind. It's not just to get rid of the leadership as they have done over the last day or so, but it's to go even further, to make sure that they are no longer a threat, to make sure that their proxies in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, that they pose no further threats to Israel. We had a little bit of the action in the 12-day war in June last year, but that was just to, I guess, set the scene for what is happening right now. What happened in the 12-day war was a good step in the right direction. It set the Iranian nuclear program back around about 2.5 years, according to experts, but they need to go a lot further, and that's what Benjamin Netanyahu wants to do. That's why he's saying that he will not stop until he is fully satisfied. Israeli sources have told I-24 News that it will likely be a week-long war. Potentially, it could be even longer. The state of Israel is prepared and ready for it to be even longer than that. However, as I say, they will not rest until Iran no longer poses a threat to Israel.
All right, Joe, stay on with us. Dror Aidar is an author and a former Israeli ambassador. He's also joining us, and Tara Karta is also there with us. I'll go across to her in a second. But Mr. Adar, you know, the stated objective, as has been said by both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, is total regime change in Iran. Yes, the head of the snake has been cut. That's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. But if they were to eliminate the entire leadership, what fills that vacuum? And this hope that the Iranian people will rise and they will retake their government, as President Trump said, how realistic is that hope?
Well, I agree with the major part of the analysis in your studio, but one thing I want to correct. America, Trump especially, does not attack Iran because of the nuclear program. They attack Iran because we are speaking about an entity, political entity, which is the source of the all worldwide terror. Even in India, every place that you want to see some destabilization of the area, you can find the footprint of Iran. So you're right. I mean, cutting the head of the snake is not enough because the entity is still alive. We are speaking about a state which does not have economical sources, but dedicate what it does not have to kill people all over the region. And what happened in the Gulf states, America, the conclusion is not that America cannot defend them. They cannot flatter Iran. They cannot be like a mediator between Iran and other and think that in any crisis that would happen, Iran will pass over them. So first of all, we are speaking about a mission that does not stop with cutting the head of the snake. And second, I think that President Trump has a historical sense, and he understands more than other leaders in the world that if he wants to destabilize the world, if he wants to bring prosper to our region and to other regions, we need to change this political entity that kills its own people. They do not kill their enemies, they kill their own people. So we are speaking about many aspects, but let's focus in this moral mission. This is a moral mission like against Nazi Germany. Now, what taking place, the place of these old Nazis is this regime, which is a Nazi regime that its own goal, it's not only to exterminate Jews, it's to even to kill many Muslims as it likes in order to control the area.
Okay, Mr. Adar, stay with us because we're getting more breaking news and I want Tara Karta to weigh in on this. In the midst of all of this, Pakistan has also conducted fresh aerial strikes. We're given to understand multiple locations in Afghanistan have been targeted by Pakistani aerial strikes, including Kabul, Kandahar and the Bagram air base. Pakistani jets have targeted the Kabul airport, the Afghan Ministry of Interior. These explosions took place between the Ministry of Interior and the airport in Kabul. Let me get a quick word in on this from Tara Karta. Tara Karta, what do you make of this? This has been an ongoing situation between Pakistan and Afghanistan. There were massive attacks by the Afghan Taliban just a few days ago, and now Pakistan sort of retaliating for that. A, what do you make of this? And B, how concerned should India be? This is in our region, in our backyard.
Oh, we should be very concerned indeed. I will take off from what the previous speaker said about Iran being a sponsor of terrorism. Iran has sponsored terrorism, there's no doubt. I have no truck with it, let me make that very clear. But I would say in contrast, Pakistan is a far larger sponsor of terrorism than Iran has ever been. Because the Pakistani army and the state backs it 100%. And that blowback is what they're seeing now. Where the Afghans have got fed up of them and these people are now they've painted the entire picture so differently, saying that Afghanistan is the epicenter of terrorism. Afghanistan is trying to kill the Islamic State as a group, but that doesn't seem to have been reflected anywhere else. But in this, what I would really like to point out is that the attacks in Karachi, against the US consulate, which is disgusting, the ones in Skardu, this could not happen. I mean, there is no sign. I was looking at those videos. Where is the famed Pakistan army and they are Pakistan Rangers? Where are these guys who are supposed to protect these people? They suddenly disappeared. So you can attack defenseless civilians in Afghanistan, but you can't protect a diplomatic embassy in your own country.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I'll come back to Tarakarta in just a moment. Siddhant, very quickly on this. So 3 places in Afghanistan, in Kabul, in Kandahar and in Bagram have been attacked. What else are you picking up? Clearly, there will be retaliation by the Afghan Taliban as well to this.
That's right. So, in fact, Manoj is reporting, Zaka, that the leftover US weapons at the Bagram Air Base, including depots, successfully destroyed. Local Afghan authorities are assessing the damages. Pakistan military operation Ghazab Lil Haq against Afghanistan Taliban regime and militants on day 3. Pakistan and Afghan Taliban fighters are engaged in fighting on Durand Line's multiple sectors. Afghan Taliban spokesperson said that strikes by Pakistan jet, has confirmed the strikes by Pakistani jet. In fact, anti-aircraft fire is being carried out in Kabul against Pakistani aircraft. Anti-Pakistani aircraft attacks, air defense operations are being carried out in Kabul. Fellow citizens, do not be worried. This is what the Afghan spokesperson is saying. So multiple damages reported on Pakistani side. Authorities are assessing and calculating the damage.
Okay, let's go back to what's unfolding in the Middle East between Iran on the one side and America and Israel on the other. Iran is now attacked a Palau flagged oil tanker. It's called Skylight. This was passing through the Strait of Hormuz right off the coast of Oman is what we're given to understand. 4 sailors have been wounded in the attack. The entire crew has been evacuated. In fact, this is the first known instance of an oil tanker being attacked that is just off the coast of Oman is what we're given to understand. 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has shown in the past its ability to completely cut off the Strait of Hormuz, which would be debilitating for oil prices around the world, and the markets could go in a tailspin. These are the latest pictures of this Palau flagged oil tanker that's been attacked by Iran. What is Iran trying to achieve, Siddhant, by attacking civilian targets, by attacking oil tankers? And Oman is a country that was a mediator between America and Iran. Now an oil tanker being hit just off the coast of Oman.
Well, that's right, Zaka. So this Strait of Hormuz is very critical as far as oil trade is concerned. World's 20% oil trade passes through this route, and in fact, in the past also many times Iran threatened to close Strait of Hormuz. Now, yesterday, after US and Israeli forces conducting joint strikes in Iran, IRGC announced that they will be closing the Strait of Hormuz. Perhaps this is the ultimate escalation, perhaps which was announced by Iran yesterday, and now today we're getting to know that that this vessel, Palau flagged oil tanker Skylight, which was passing through Strait of Hormuz right off the coast of Oman, have been attacked by Iranian forces. 4 sailors have been wounded in the attack. The entire crew now has been evacuated. So it's a message which Iran is sending to other countries in the region, outside the region, that Strait of Hormuz is not operational. Don't take the route of Strait of Hormuz, otherwise they will also be meeting the same fate. Their vessels will also be meeting the same
Siddhant,
fate.
we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Remember, this is having a huge fallout across the Middle East and in the wider Islamic world. In Pakistan, there have been attempts to try and storm the consulate in Karachi, the consulate in Lahore, in Skardu as well. Now the US Embassy in Islamabad has put out a statement. We are monitoring reports of the ongoing demonstrations at US consulates in Karachi and Lahore, as well as calls for additional demonstrations at the US Embassy in Islamabad and the Consulate General in Peshawar. This is again a concern as far as America is concerned. Remember, the same Pakistan, and Tara Karta was making that point, if we can go back to her, Tara Karta, they can't seem to guard diplomatic compounds in Karachi and Lahore, the biggest cities in Pakistan, but they're happy bombing and aerial striking, targets across the border in Afghanistan. Just what is going on with Pakistan? The concern and the suspicion has always been, let me get Tara Karta in on this, that much of this is orchestrated and it's being allowed by the Pakistani quasi-military, quasi-civilian state.
Oh yeah, so far you saw that when just before they, agreed to the Gaza deployment, for example, I'm just giving an instance, there were these, these huge, massive protests on Gaza. The moment the military said, okay, we're going to be part of this deal, no protests, nothing after that. So these are highly controlled ventures, one. Number two, I want to say much of this, I just feel so sad. Israel has got this. I'm happy that Israel has got the protection it does. I mean, that's great that people are doing that. Who protects Afghanistan? Who is there who will protect Afghanistan from these attacks? I mean, they have no aircraft. They've got nothing. Number three, the ones who are suffering the most are Pakistani Pashtuns themselves. 60,000 Pashtuns were evacuated because the military was preparing for operations. They were just told in the height of winter, they were told, okay, just move from here. So all this goes on. And despite all that, you still have the US supported Pakistan on the airstrikes. I mean, how strange is this policy? So I'm only assuming that they don't want to open another front. That's all.
Okay, just give me one more moment. I want to go to Joe Brown, but again, more breaking news that's coming through. The Israeli Air Force has just put out this video as well as a statement that they've put out on social media. In the attack that they saw at the IRGC headquarters, as many as 40 commanders have been eliminated in 1 minute. This is the claim that's been put out by the Israeli Air Force. Iran's top security brass has been taken out within the opening strike itself. That's what they have put out. Joe, what more details do you have about these 40 plus commanders? Who are these commanders? What are the known confirmations that we have of the top Iranian military and IRGC commanders who've been eliminated? This video has also been shared by the Israeli Defense Forces. Yes, Joe.
So, as you say, 40 commanders were supposedly killed within that 1 minute. These were all people who were very close to the late Supreme Leader. It's likely that he was also included within that one. But these also include the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the defense minister, the leader of the nuclear program and close advisor to Khamenei, Ali Shahmani. And this shows the Israeli superiority over Iran militarily. The fact that they were able to wipe out an entire group within 1 minute. They say that they knew that they were going to be meeting at this specific time, and that's why they decided to attack right then. This is echoing what happened with the war with Hezbollah, where the strikes killed the leader of Hezbollah, and it was done so because they knew that they were going to be convening in a specific room at a specific time. And that shows the level of Israeli intelligence. The fact that they were also the first ones to announce that Khamenei was killed because they had picture proof. They have infiltrated Iran in such a deep level, people in the streets. I remember a while ago, Ahmadinejad said that they actually created a squad to try and weed out the Mossad agents within the Revolutionary Guards Corps. But the leader of that was actually a Mossad agent himself, and 20 other people within that unit were Mossad agents. That shows the level of which Israel has intelligence and superiority in Iran. And this is why they've been able to carry out these attacks. In order to change a regime, it's going to be very hard to do so without boots on the ground. The US definitely do not want to have boots on the ground. They have very bad memories of what's happened in the Middle East over the last couple of decades. Israel doesn't want to have boots on the ground there because there is a severe shortage of IDF reservists. They've been worn out, suffering from PTSD over the last couple of years. So they want to try and avoid this as best as possible. So in order to do that, yes, you need to have the drone attacks, the aerial raids, but you also need to have intelligence on the ground. And that's what's helped Israel find out that they were able to kill those 40 commanders within 1 minute. That's how they knew where they were, and that's how they will continue to fight this war. They say it will last maybe a couple days, maybe a week, but that is why Israel will fight until the very end and will be able to come away, at least in some sense, with a very strong military victory.
All right, thanks for that, Joe Brown. Let me bring in Major General Rajiv Kochar. General Deloy is there with us as well. Major General, you know, the arc of what has transpired over the last 2 years, it started with October 7th, and Israel has gone and consistently eliminated all of its major terror fountainheads, as it were. It eliminated Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. It eliminated Mohammed Deif and Ismail Haniyeh of Hamas. And then, as I keep saying, the head of the snake, today, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been eliminated. Do you see the whole security architecture of the Middle East changing as a result of this? Or will residual elements of Hamas, Hezbollah, and even in Iran continue with the same security threats that Israel faces?
You see, Zaka, I don't think we can eliminate this entire thing 100%, because nowhere, if you go back in history also, you will find that terror outfits tend to regrow. Because if you demolish a leadership, a new leadership is born. And till such time, terror funding will continue from state-sponsored terrorisms like Pakistan, Iran in particular. You will see these mushrooming under different names. We have seen it in our own neighborhood. The Lashkar-e-Toiba becomes the Resistance Front, and things like that. The names keep on changing, but these people continue to sustain that kind of terrorism. And one important aspect here is the Palestinian cause. We need to understand one thing, that it was only Iran here which was a kind of a godfather to the Palestinians, and that is why the axis of resistance had been created. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, all these people. So it is very important for now Israel to ensure that there is no messiah available here in this region to support the Palestinian cause. Because if you have heard Netanyahu speaking, he never talks about a two-state solution. And look at what is happening in the West Bank. Last year, 144 settlements were there, and today they are 210. 7.8 lakhs Jews have been settled in the West Bank. So the prime objective of Israel is to finish this support of the Palestinians. Even the Gaza board doesn't have any of the Palestinians on the board itself. So the message is very, very clear. Both United States as well as Israel wants Israel to dominate West Asia and not Iran. And regime change is the only way it can be done.
Okay, so in retaliation to the attacks which took out the supreme leader as well as other top leadership, military and political leadership of Iran, Iran has been retaliating with drone strikes, with long-range missile strikes, and they're specifically also targeting civilian targets, civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama. CNN's Paula Hancock is reporting from Dubai after Iranian retaliatory strikes hit some of the commercial areas of Jebel Ali.
This is Jebel Ali on our left. We're just on the road between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. We have been seeing plumes of smoke rising from Jebel Ali. This is the commercial area of Dubai. We have heard from state-affiliated media quoting the IRGC saying that they have just carried out a sixth wave of attacks against US bases in the Middle East. Of course, it's unclear whether this is a direct hit, intentional, or whether this is falling debris from an interception. And this is the road from Abu Dhabi to Dubai, it is usually jam-packed. You can see how clear it is at this point. People are taking the remain in shelter warning very seriously.
All right. I want to go back to General Dhillon on this. General Dhillon, I also want to talk a little bit about the double game that Pakistan seems to be playing. On the one hand, they're allowing these orchestrated protests against US missions in Karachi, in Lahore, etc. But they have no qualms in sending airstrikes across the border, across the Durand line into Kabul, Kandahar and Bagram.
Absolutely, Yaka. There are two aspects to it. One is Pakistan military, which could not protect the houses of their own corps commanders. In May, a few years ago, the civilian protest. How do you expect them to do anything? And the second aspect of it is Pakistan military, if they want to do something in Pakistan, nobody can touch them, they will do it. Now, there is a background to what happened in Karachi US consulate. See, if you look at Iran's map, the whole air defense, I make this point again and again, whole of air defenses, and this has a link with the Afghanistan strikes also. The whole of air defense is facing southwards or southwestwards. That means towards Israel or towards American assets in the region. And their complete eastern flank, which is facing Pakistan and Afghanistan, is devoid of air defense, more or less. Now, if Israeli missiles have to hit Iranian targets without being intercepted by a formidable air defense, the air defense of Iran has to be divided. That means some assets of air defense of Iran, which are now facing south, have to face eastwards. Now, for that to happen, Pakistani airspace and Afghanistan airspace is to be used by the aerial platforms like aircrafts or the missiles to hit Iran from the east. Now, for that, Pakistan is the only country which can be bought with few dollars here and there. And Afghanistan still has some anti-aircraft weapons. Now, Pakistan is doing the dirty work for America in the meantime in Afghanistan. So that when this airspace is used from the eastern side, Afghanistan is not able to hit any of the air assets which are flying low. And this is what the whole game plan is. And now coming to US consulate in Karachi, how Pakistan Army orchestrated this attack on it. It is to show to the people of Pakistan that we are against America. We are allowing you to protest, and also telling America that our internal problem does not allow us to support you openly. So please give us more dollars, so that in spite of internal issues, internal problems, we support you in your attack from the east or in your attacks on Iran. Now here, 8 Pakistanis killed or 10 Pakistanis killed have no meaning for Pakistan Army. Pakistan nationals' life is dispensable, is expendable. They will kill 100 of them to achieve the aim which military commanders or the military generals are wanting to achieve for themselves, not for Pakistan. Pakistan's national is the last thing on the priority. Pakistan's interest is last thing on the priority. The only priority is how to win confidence of America and earn some more dollars.
Okay,
and have those pizza
I want to go back to Tara Karta as well. Coming back to the main war that is going on now between America and Israel, and of course you have Iran and Iranian targets being taken out, whether it's the supreme leader, whether it's the defense minister, the head of the IRGC, all of them are now eliminated. We're also getting to understand that an interim leader, this is an interim leader, Ali Raza Arafi, will be appointed or has been appointed as the interim leader. He will, of course, have to oversee the process of choosing the next supreme leader, which will be decided by the Assembly of Experts and the Guardian Council. But how do you see this playing, ma'am? Because there are two conflicting factors here. One, that Trump does not want a long, drawn-out war, and yet you cannot change the entire regime unless there is a slightly longer horizon that is available. Yes, they've taken out Ali Khamenei, they've taken out some of the other top leadership, but the remnants of the regime still remain. And whatever the next generation of leadership will be, they'll only even more be ill-disposed to America, because America has just killed the man who's been leading and giving ideological leadership to this project for the last 40 years. Tara Karta, I think you're muted. I think you need to unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. See, I was from the beginning on your show, I've been very puzzled as to what is the US's ultimate objective, because you had Omani foreign minister. The Oman is now extremely reliable negotiator. They had said that the Iranians had agreed to zero enrichment. That was the last positioning, right? Now you have your guest who says, no, that's not enough. US wants to take out the missiles as well. It wants to take out everything. Having taken them out, they can just walk away. Because you can't stop terrorism with any number of missiles. Can you, unless there is a plan B, which says, I have this ready-made government which is willing to step in and take over things in a covert manner. Like I said, much like Bangladesh, what happened? They brought in this lot. Did it succeed? It didn't. Putting any kind of, outside regime into a country is an extremely tricky business. And it requires a lot of patience and perhaps some boots on the ground as well.
Okay.
But they're not going to do that, right? So what is the option? I think from what I sense here is the idea is to weaken them. I mean, they've just appointed a new IRGC commander. So I don't think they're all that much in grief as we think. The leadership, the functions are still going on.
Okay.
I don't see any
just one word, ma'am. The Crown Plaza Hotel, and we're getting those visuals. This is again in Bahrain, in Manama. The Crown Plaza Hotel has been damaged. This was shortly after explosions were heard in the Bahraini capital. Now, what is also interesting is they're targeting tourist centers, they're targeting hotels, they're targeting airports, they're targeting oil tankers and ports. These are all not just, sources of revenue or capital for these countries, but it is also potentially it could have, international tourists, international folks who are camped up in these hotels and of course in the airport and so on. Are they trying to send out a signal not just to these Gulf Arab countries but also to America and Israel that look, we're going to hit on these high value targets as they were in that sense, so that the message goes across both to Washington and to Tel Aviv, not just to Dubai or Doha or Manama?
See, one thing we've seen so far is, as far as I know, 2 people have died, right, in these random attacks. Number 2, what I have heard across is that there's the possibility of spoofing, that some of these things are being diverted. Number 3 is what you said, that it's deliberate. So far, Iran said right from the beginning that if we are attacked, we will target all US bases in self-defense. That's pure self-defense. That's legitimate. That's fine. What else is going on is inevitable because not all of these drones have that great a capability. And like I said, spoofing. But if this continues, there could also be, I'm not certain because we can't find who is making these decisions now. It's not clear. If it does seem that if they sort of spread these attacks around, more number of countries will start getting involved, and the crying out to say stop the war will increase because Iran is not going to win this type of war. It cannot.
Okay. On this question of who will now get to lead Iran, if we can take that breaking graphic as well, Ali Raza Arafi, he has now been appointed as the interim person who will lead Iran. He will take all the political calls as far as Iran is concerned. Remember, they have vowed all-out revenge. President Masoud Pezeshkian who's seen as a more moderate, more reformist sort of a figure. He had been sidelined as well over the last few months, certainly since last year's war, the 12-day war that happened in June. Now, Ali Raza Arafi is supposed to be the person who will take on the role of the interim leader of Iran. Of course, ultimately the supreme leader will have to be chosen by the Assembly of Experts and by the Guardian Council. There are 88 members who will decide that. There are some front runners as to who will take over the reins after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But for now, Ali Raza Arafi will be the one who will be the head of the interim Iranian government or the Iranian regime. Major General, what do you make of that, and how is this expected to play out? As Tarakata was saying, the system is still in place. The system cannot be eliminated or overturned. Certainly can't be done in the matter of a few days or weeks. The system continues, but America and Israel can claim victory because the head of the system has been eliminated.
You see, Zakab, what has actually happened now is that Iran has a structured hierarchical system. And if you remember, Khomeini had already named his successor in the last 12 days war. He had already announced a name that who will take over, and Ali Narijani was the person whom he had actually nominated. But what happens is today, after 24 hours of battle, we see the top leadership has been liquidated, but the leadership vacuum is not there. Somebody has taken over. Decisions are going to be made. And especially the IRGC, if we are seeing what is happening in the Gulf countries, in all probability, the junior leadership of the IRGC is taking the call. Because the senior leadership has been wiped out, so the hierarchy actually falls on the junior leadership and they're taking the calls. There is no lull in the battle. It is a continuous effort on the part of Iran to retaliate.
No, but towards what end? What will they finally achieve? At some point, they will run out of these munitions, they'll run out of these drones and these missiles. What is their objective? What is revenge as Iran sees it? It's not like they can take out Trump or Netanyahu.
No, yes, definitely not. But it is a kind of a message to their own people that the United States is not invincible. We can also cause harm to the United States and we are doing it. So, if you remember in that 12 days war also, US allowed Iran to hit Qatar and then stop the war because that was a kind of a saving grace given to Iran that you can go back to your people and you can tell them that you have also struck us. So I think ultimately, see, a regime change cannot happen when you don't have boots on ground here. Yeah. Missile strikes will not ensure a regime change unless the people of Iran decide. So I think US is not going to fight a long battle here. Sufficient grounds are there today for Donald Trump to stop this campaign after a couple of days. I think he'll do so.
Okay, I just want to talk a little bit about Ali Raza Arafi. He's a senior Iranian Shia cleric. He's currently a member of the Guardian Council and the Assembly of Experts. He's the head of the Bache Kuni Basij, which is an internal police force, a law enforcement agency. He was also the former chairman of the Al Mustafa University in Qom. He has now been elevated as the interim leader of Iran. He was born in 1959 in Maybod in the province of Yazd. Before the Islamic Revolution, he used to be a preacher and an author. And then he has now been elevated since 2015. Since the Guardian Council and Assembly of Experts elections in 2015, he has been elevated to the Guardian Council and to the Assembly of Experts. It is this Assembly of Experts which will decide the next supreme leader. For now, he will be the interim leader of Iran. Ali Raza Arafi is his name. He has the unenviable task of taking revenge on America and its Gulf Arab partners and also against Israel to avenge the killing of the supreme leader. But at the same time, he also has to chart a course for the future supreme leader to take over, whoever he might be. That, of course, will be through a process after the Assembly of Experts decides and votes. But Ali Raza Arafi has been named as the new interim leader of Iran. And I just want General Dillo also to weigh in on this. This is an unenviable task. I mean, after Saddam Hussein was killed, then people, somebody from the outside was brought in and the country has gone into a mess after that. Look at the case with Libya as well, after Muammar Gaddafi. Again, it's completely gone to the gutter. Will the same thing happen with Iran, or does Iran have a well-oiled succession plan, a well-oiled machine that the head might be replaced or eliminated, but the system will continue, the regime will continue?
Zaka, the problem with the West is that they feel the whole world runs as per their way of living, which is unfortunately not true. Especially in this part of the world, the governments, the people, the affiliations, the tribal affiliations, the religious affiliations play a major role. So bringing someone from outside, imposing him as a leader and then having sham elections just to say a democracy has returned is not going to work. In my opinion, how it's going to happen is they will have a regime change. They will eliminate the complete top leadership. Most of it has already been eliminated. They will destroy their military assets. They will destroy their defense. They will destroy their nuclear capabilities. They will destroy the economic thing. and they will be pushed for an internal uprising. I don't think Americans will put the boots on ground, and unless the boots on ground are there, missiles alone do not bring in the regime change. They are not going to put the boots on ground. They will have a flip given to the internal uprising, which will result in a civil war. Because today we might say, just give me 10 more seconds. Today we might say there are enough people who will, rally around Ali Khamenei because of sentiments, emotions. But there are more than enough people in Iran who have been wronged, whose kith and kin have been killed by this regime. They are not saying anything, or they are not speaking because they are not in a position to do so.
All right, General, I'm really sorry we are compelled to take a break. But thank you very much to all our guests, Major General here in our studios, General Dillon joining us from his residence, and of course Tara Karta for joining us as well. Quick break, but continuing coverage here on CNN News 18.
Just had a bomb alert here in Tel Aviv a few minutes back. I don't know if you heard that, Arunima. I don't know if you heard that loud blast.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
All right. So in the latest, what we can tell you is that Iranian media is in fact negating the reports that have been coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is he using this as a leverage, as is being claimed by the Iranian media? We do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side, also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment. We'll try and reconnect with Sanjay. He's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Also, Siddhant will be joining us in just a bit. As far as the Indians are concerned, remember, thousands of them are currently in the Middle East. That includes the UAE, you're looking at Qatar, you're looking at Saudi Arabia, you're looking at various other nations. More importantly, in Iran, several Indian students are currently stranded. Many of them, in fact, sent out those videos urging the Indian government to ensure a timely evacuation. The Ministry of External Affairs, of course, is looking into this overall situation, but at the moment, the top priority is to provide all Indians safe cover before they are eventually evacuated. Remember, even for evacuation to take place, the airspaces have to open up. Most of them have been shut down. How this will now impact the overall economy is also another concern, given that the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked by the IRGC just yesterday. This is a very key critical strait, as we know that this is a shipping route where most of the global energy supply is done. It is through this route that the energy supplies to China, to the United States, even to Europe takes place. But that has in fact been blocked. What impact this will have on the markets is another scenario that we'll be looking at. But first and foremost, the biggest question that remains unanswered at the moment is that, is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei actually dead, as is being claimed by... All right, so in the latest, what we can tell you is that Iranian media is in fact negating the reports that have been coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself, as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is he using this as a leverage, as is being claimed by the Iranian media? We do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side, also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment.
Viewers, the war is on. The war is on in the Middle East, and it is only widening by the minute. And it was expected that the Iranian regime would fold, but it hasn't. It has decided to dig its heels deep into the ground, and it is fighting with its back to the wall. Unprecedented visuals coming out from the Middle East, viewers, today. We will first begin with the most emblematic picture that we were expecting to see, or we would have expected to see, but perhaps not today, in the next few days. But viewers, unfortunately for Ayatollah Khamenei, the first visuals that are coming out from Iran are of his own decapitation. These, viewers, are the IRGC headquarters. This is where somehow, God knows how, Ayatollah was present in the most expected location. He was not supposed to be there, viewers. Anyone else would have decided not to be at the most obvious site, the site where perhaps the Americans and the Israelis would target first. Why he was there, we don't know. Did someone give him away? We don't know. But the fact is, viewers, in the first wave, in what was being called the preemptory attack by the United States and Israel, Ayatollah Khamenei's end came. For about 8 hours, Iran refused to confirm. It took President Trump on Truth Social to come out and say that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been decapitated in a strike that had been conducted by Israeli and American forces. 40 bunker busters pummeled this headquarters. It's in the heart of Tehran. As I said, viewers, it was the most obvious site. Why the Ayatollah chose to be there, we don't know. But we do know that with him went a number of other senior leaders. And you can see these buildings basically being reduced to rubble within seconds. The impact was so devastating that for a mile around this building, viewers, you can see that road there. All those cars zipping past, but within minutes, seconds, entire area was covered in a pall of smoke. Nothing was left, viewers, of that site. And with him went Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 years he had been ruling Iran. His hold was a stranglehold. The people of Iran feared him. 50% of the population hated him. But he hung on there, viewers. He hung on only to be removed in this unseemly fashion by multiple strikes that were conducted in what was described as a preemptory strike, but it could turn out to be, viewers, the end strike. Because now Trump can legitimately go back to the people. He gets an off-ramp and he says, I've done what no other US president since Jimmy Carter could do, which is to eliminate and sever the head of the snake, the Ayatollah. Of course, viewers, Ayatollah Khamenei's predecessor was the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He died a natural death. Succession happens, and in that succession, it took 40 years, viewers. 40 years. Ayatollah Khamenei held on. No more, viewers. He's been reduced to ashes, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, as they say. That story, that chapter closes. We now know that others have begun to succeed him, viewers, and there is a whole succession plan It's going to be run, the country is going to be run by an interim authority of 3 leaders, and over a period of time, these leaders are expected to either give shape to a more moderate turn in Iran, or, viewers, continue down the radical path and continue down the path to war. Now, viewers, what we didn't expect were these scenes. Right after that attack, which took out the Iranian leadership, the Iranians, as I said, battened down the hatches and they hit back. And they have hit back, viewers, across the Gulf. And what you're seeing are pictures that have come from Dubai, scenes of devastation. So overnight, I'm going to show you some pictures of the Burj Khalifa, that one beacon of progressivism, that one beacon of the Gulf, specifically Dubai's pivot to a new economy. It was a symbol of that new economy. Viewers, even that was attacked. Let's go and show those visuals from last night of the Burj Khalifa. And I want you to look at those pictures very closely as you see drones coming into the Burj Khalifa, viewers, and then pock-marking the Burj Khalifa. And there is a lot of flames coming out. We can bring those shots out. Can we do that, Director Saab? Can you bring out the Burj shot? Let's do that very quickly. These are other pictures from this morning. The Burj Khalifa shot, the defining moment was yesterday. Since then, Dubai is being harried, viewers. One after the other, wave after the wave of attacks have been hitting Dubai. There's another tower there. This is the airport. All of these have been struck all through the last 24 hours. We still don't have the Burj Khalifa shot. I'm really waiting for that, Director Saab, because that is really the defining image. Viewers, because Dubai had positioned himself as an area of stability. There it is. Those are the drones. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all moving towards the Burj Khalifa, and you see one of them striking, or maybe even 2 striking, and there are flames that erupt, and the Burj Khalifa feels the heat, and it has been now evacuated. We're also being told, viewers, that most of Dubai is today resembling a ghost town as people have completely disappeared. Let's show those pictures of Dubai airport. That was a devastation last night. So a moment after the Burj Khalifa was hit, this is what happened at Dubai airport. And I can tell you, viewers, that PV Sindhu and the Indian badminton team that was headed for a competition was stuck there. They were waiting to take a connecting flight. They got stuck there. They witnessed this. They were very lucky to escape. Some people have got injured. We don't quite know about any casualties beyond that, but scenes of utter devastation. The Dubai airport now locked down, shut. It's one of the world's busiest airports, completely moribund as we speak. No flights going in, no flights going out. The disruption is going to go into billions of dollars. Dubai, which was presenting itself to the world as this new Mecca, or let me not use that phrase, but say the new London and the new Singapore of the Middle East, viewers, today is looking over its shoulder, not quite knowing when the next wave of Iranian drones strike it, creating huge instability and anxiety. This is the Burj, which is, viewers, the Al Arab, which was the original building that was presented to the world. It looks like a mast, you can see. It looks like the mast of a ship. And that has also been struck. So all these buildings that were symbolic of the renaissance of Dubai have been hit. This is the industrial area. This is also an area which is very close to the port. That has also taken a hit. So an attempt is being made to tell the Gulf Emirates that if you are going to provide sanctuary to US troops, if you're going to give your countries and your soil as a base, you're going to pay for it. Henry Kissinger once said that to be America's friend is bad enough, but to be America's enemy is bad enough, but to be America's friend is lethal. It now appears that the Gulf countries are internalizing that lesson. And it's not just the UAE, it's not just the Dubai. There are others, Bahrain, within the UAE, also taking a hit. And beyond that, viewers, we're now beginning to see other, like Qatar, being attacked because this is Kuwait. Kuwait, another ally, host to a base, also targeted. Look at those, that's the remnant, the debris of a drone that had been struck. That falls to the ground. Kuwait also has seen damage to its airport. Those are many pictures from there also. Let's pull out those pictures of the damage to the Kuwaiti airport, Kuwaiti infrastructure. We're also being told that one of the key ports in Dubai, the Jebel Ali port, has also been hit. So there is widespread devastation all over. We're also being told that a large number of these videos that were surfacing yesterday and put out on social media are no longer making the rounds because heavy fines are being imposed. In fact, heavy fines are being imposed by the administration there to ensure that none of these videos emerge and the real story of what is happening on the ground emerges. But let's have a look at these pictures. These pictures are from Doha. There you can see, it goes right up there. This is Doha, and that is again the remnant of the debris of one of those missiles that have fallen to the ground. That's an ICBM or whatever it is. I'm not very good with my weaponry, but this is the remnant of at least something that was launched, a rocket that was launched from, in fact, a launcher in Iran, and that fell to the ground. It was intercepted, but somehow it retained its explosive core and exploded there. Not much damage there, but that was enough to rattle the cages. All of these pictures, this is again Doha, the skyline. You can see, viewers, devastation. Dubai, of course, has taken the brunt. And let's move further afield. What are we going to see next, viewers? We are going to see two pictures, and they're coming out of Pakistan. On the one side, viewers, in Pakistan is Lahore, and on the other side, you're going to see Karachi. What is happening in Karachi and in Lahore? In Lahore, viewers, there is a consulate, and there is a mad rush of people, a mob that is trying to get into the consulate. Here in Karachi, they have actually managed to enter the US consulate. You can see the flag on top of the consulate. It's a low-set building. It's a single-storied building. There you can see the flag. And they have breached the perimeter fencing. What, in fact, was the security doing there? We don't know. Clearly ineffectual. Once these mobsters get inside the consulate and begin to set fire to the buildings, that's when the security force reacts. That's when there is, viewers, some amount of pushback from the security force. And this, viewers, is a frontline state the America calls its own as ally. Remember, in old parlance, before there was a pullback from America as far as Pakistan was concerned, the Pakistani state was said to be held up by three A's: Allah, the army, and America. America then moved away, but under Trump, America has come right back. It calls Pakistan its dependable ally, its great friend in the region. That was an attempt, viewers, to try and pressure New Delhi into a trade deal to use Pakistan and the relationship with Pakistan as leverage. And look at how Pakistan has paid back the Americans and the trust and the faith that Trump has now placed in Field Marshal, or Failed Marshal as he's called here in India, Munir, General Munir, and of course Prime Minister Sharif. That is the trust. They are attacking US assets, and if you hear these pictures, viewers, if I would boost the NAT, they're saying death to America, America Murdabad, America Murdabad, America Murdabad, death to America. And viewers, if I were to show you another visual, you'd be shocked to see that ISIS flags are being flown, Hezbollah flags are being flown. What are these organizations? These are hardline, radical Islamist organizations that are founded on a Wahhabi, uncompromising Wahhabi ideology, Salafi ideology. All of those flags are being flown, viewers, by these Pakistanis, ungrateful Pakistanis. They do not want at any level to be part of the solution. They want to be part of the problem. And in this case, the problem, viewers, is Islamist fundamentalism, which is exported by Iran to destabilize the world. And then, viewers, of course, they have some ideological cousins here in our country, if you please. In India, viewers, here are all the sites where there are these protests that are taking place. In whose favor? In the favor of Hezbollah, in the favor of Ayatollah Khamenei. These people call the Ayatollah their supreme leader, viewers. Nothing that the Ayatollah stands for is in any way complementary to India's constitutional approach to secularism or even democracy. Nothing. Yet these people, viewers, lionize the symbol of oppression and religious fundamentalism and a cruel patriarchy. This is a mindset prevailing in our own country, viewers. This is Srinagar. Masses of people out in the streets holding up various photographs from Khomeini back there, the founder of the Islamic Republic, to Khamenei, to all sorts of other individuals who weren't worthy a footnote in history. But viewers, there you have it. Russia has just responded. That's what I'm being told, that Russia has responded. President Putin has come out and said that the death violates the norm of international law. Iran strikes US base, uses hypersonic missile Fatah 2. That is also what we are being told, viewers. So big breaking news also coming in. Iran's president says US and Israeli attacks are open declarations of war against Muslims. That's also being reported. IDF began planning Operation Roaring Lion in June following the conclusion and military debrief of the 12-day war against Iran. So we're getting a lot of information coming in. Gulf nations, foreign ministers to hold video conference today because, viewers, of the scenes that I showed you all across the Gulf, which is the devastation that is being caused by Iranian reprisal attacks. In the middle of your screens, you can see those protest, viewers, breaking out. Protesters who are pro the Islamic regime in Tehran, in Iran, are out on the streets from Delhi to Lahore, in different parts of the country, Lucknow. Viewers, trying to suggest that the Americans and the Israelis are committing war crimes. Now, all of this means, viewers, all of this means that this particular area is in flux. And I'm going to show you a couple of maps which are going to sort of open your eyes further to the disruption that we are going to be seeing over the next few days. So when we look at these maps, you will understand that 30-40% of the world's oil no longer coming out of the Gulf because the Strait of Hormuz is completely sealed. And here it is, viewers. I want to show you. This is, of course, the Gulf. And here is the Strait of Hormuz. This area, I'm sorry, there is this strap going across that very point. We're going to try and move that and move and get you something a little different. But here is why the Strait of Hormuz, why it is so significant. Here we are showing you, this is the area, this is Dubai, right there at the tip. This area is just about 20 meters wide and in some parts only 40 meters deep. The narrow sea passage between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And viewers, what is the significance? The significance is that it's located south of Iran, separates the Oman and the UAE, but also it's the funnel through which 40% of the world's oil, which is energy security, comes through. Most of it goes to China, a lot of it comes to India, viewers. Those numbers change, of course, from time to time. Between 20 to 30% of the world's oil comes out of these wells, which are in the UAE and, of course, at one time from Iran. But from Iraq, from Bahrain, from all these other Gulf nations, this oil comes out and, of course, fuels the foundries of the world and allows for the economic engines of big countries to rev up. That oil today, viewers, is lying stuck here because none of the ships are going past the Strait of Hormuz, which means, viewers, that we are staring at a potential shortage, deficiency of oil from this particular region, which means that over the next few days and weeks, oil prices will go up. Now, let's just have a few quick comments coming through from some of our guests. We're going to go across to Dr. Einat Wilf, former Israeli MP and co-author of The War of Return. Group Captain Vinod is here with us. Major General Rajan Kochar is here with us. Sushant Sareen is here with us. So I want to first begin with you, Sushant Sareen. You've been having a look now at the coverage over the last 12 hours. We were all up from 3 o'clock. Give me a sense of where we are moving. Where is the story moving? What are we to make of the events of the last 24 hours?
Rahul, I slept nicely in the night. I woke up in the morning to the news that the Iranian supreme leader had been taken out. But I think that was expected because after the last engagement in June last year, I think the calculation of Israel and the United States was that, look, if you have to effect regime change, you will have to do a decapitation strike and then probably move some other, make some other moves to make sure that if you cannot bring a regime from outside to take over, then at least you have a regime change within the regime and you have a far more reasonable, progressive, moderate kind of a system which comes into Iran and then a transition to something else. So I'm not at all surprised that that somebody like the supreme leader has been taken out. Frankly, I'm not going to shed any tears on that. I'm sure it has hurt a lot of people in India, some people who considered him to be their spiritual leader, but that's just too bad. They need to learn to cope. Second, I think it's very clear what the trajectory of war is going to be. And I personally think that the Iranians have made a strategic blunder by targeting the Arab states around them. Because, look, most of these Arab states were taking a somewhat hands-off kind of an approach that they didn't want to get into the fray. But when you start attacking civilian targets and you start impacting on their economy in significant ways, then you are forcing their hands to, gang up against you. And I would imagine that that's a major strategic blunder that the Iranians have committed because, look, if you are somebody from the UAE or from Saudi Arabia or from any of these other countries which have been targeted, what is the one thing which goes into your mind? That, look, Iran is now a significant threat to us. Iran can hit us anytime. Iran can have a devastating effect on our countries. And it is important to defang Iran. It is important to completely castrate Iran, not leave it with any capability to hit any of us. Look, if I was in a citizen of any of these Arab states, that's the feeling I would have. So I don't imagine that they would be thinking of it very differently. Also because historically they've had some beef with the Iranians, right? So what the Iranians have done is they have allowed everyone else to gang up against them. So I would imagine that we will see significant changes in the Iranian system going forward. I don't see this regime survive. I don't think it is in anyone's interest in the region to see this regime survive in the way it's currently constituted. Now, how long that takes, whether it happens in a matter of days or weeks, we'll wait and see. But the fact that, and Rahul, I think, maybe in some time we will get all the information of what exactly happened today.
Okay.
How the leader and the top generals and others were decapitated. Obviously, there was some inside information. Obviously, there is a certain section within the current regime which has given information, which orchestrated events to ensure that all of these guys collected in one place at the same time, and then the Israelis and the Americans had the information to take them out. It cannot be a coincidence. Nobody makes a blood. We have a general sitting with us. We, Air Commodore sitting with us. You ask them. It does not happen that everybody is collected under one roof. When you know that you are being targeted, when you know that there is going to be a decapitation strike, so I don't know what was told to these guys who orchestrate, but clearly something like that has happened.
Something like that has happened, but we're also hearing as we speak more visuals coming in, and you can see them on your screens. Let's pull them back up here on our screens behind me. Viewers, what we are being hearing is now that we have information coming out that massive clouds of smoke are rising above Tehran after the Israeli military said that it had begun striking targets deep inside the Iranian capital. So air raid sirens are blaring in various regions also of Jordan. As I'm saying, viewers, this is becoming bigger. It is spreading. I don't quite know if the Americans had thought this through. We're waiting, of course, for Iran to come back, pull back from what many people believe is the brink. We're going to take a very short break. When we return, viewers, we're going to return to some of our guests and we're going to get you a perspective. News coming in. Locals protesting strikes on Iran have
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
All right. So, in the latest, what we can tell you is that Iranian media is in fact negating the reports that have been coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is he using this as a leverage, as is being claimed by the Iranian media? We do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment. We'll try and reconnect with Sanjay. He's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Also, Siddhant will be joining us in just a bit. As far as the Indians are concerned, remember, thousands of them are currently in the Middle East. That includes the UAE, you're looking at Qatar, you're looking at Saudi Arabia, you're looking at various other nations. More importantly, in Iran, several Indian students are currently stranded. Many of them, in fact, sent out those videos urging the Indian government to ensure a timely evacuation. The Ministry of External Affairs, of course, is looking into this overall situation. But at the moment, the top priority is to provide all Indians safe cover before they are eventually evacuated. Remember, even for evacuation to take place, the airspaces have to open up. Most of them have been shut down. How this will now impact the overall economy is also another concern, given that the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked by the IRGC just yesterday. This is a very key critical strait, as we know that this is a shipping route where most of the global energy.
And these are live visuals now coming of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Madurai, and he is visiting the Thiruvananthapuram Murugan temple in Madurai for the first time. This is a very, very important visit to Madurai by the Prime Minister, coming just ahead of a couple of months when the elections will be announced and elections will be held in the important state of Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister is on a day-long visit today to Tamil Nadu, and he is visiting this famous Murugan temple in Madurai for the first time. You can see the Prime Minister's visuals there. He's entering the temple as I speak. On the red carpet inside the temple, the Prime Minister is there and visiting this historic and holy temple for the first time. I have my colleague Purnima Murli live with me from Madurai. Purnima, what is the significance of the Prime Minister's visit, and how important is this particular visit, especially to this temple?
Well, you know, Thiruvaranthapuram issue has been one of the narratives that the BJP has reiterated, especially in the run-up to the 2026 elections. This is where a petitioner had, in fact, requested for lighting of the Deepam at the Deepathoon, and the Madurai bench had directed the petitioner to light the lamp after the Tamil Nadu government had defied the order. But that did not happen, and the Tamil Nadu government did not allow the lamp to be lit at the Deepathoon. The BJP has so far maintained that the DMK is anti-Hindu, and they do not want the Hindus to go ahead with their faith. That is something that the BJP had said. So Thiruvaranthapuram visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi is significant, and in the run-up to the 2026 elections, this is going to be significant. You can see scores of people gathering to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here outside the Thiruvaranthapuram temple. Back to you.
And Purnima, this visit coming at this particular time, you know, in a few days we could be having the Tamil Nadu elections being announced. Do you think this issue is going to dominate the elections? And Prime Minister's visit, is he throwing his weight behind the sentiments of those who want, the Deepathoon to be lit at this particular site?
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see whether Prime Minister will speak about the Thiruvaranthapuram issue. Remember, after the temple visit, Prime Minister will be participating in the NDA public meeting that's scheduled to take place at 5 p.m. in Madurai, after which he leaves Madurai. So 5 to 6 p.m. is when the NDA public meeting is scheduled. Prime Minister, we'll have to wait and see what Prime Minister has to say to the voters of Tamil Nadu and primarily to the voters of Thiruvaranthapuram and Madurai. Remember, BJP so far has said this certainly is going to have an impact on the 2026 elections, and also have time and again alleged that the DMK is anti-Hindu. So how much of an impact this will have, and whether Prime Minister will also speak about the Thiruvaranthapuram issue and how the devotees were not allowed to light the Deepam at the Deepathoon despite the Madurai bench giving a go-ahead for that. Whether that will be highlighted by the Prime Minister in the speech in a short while from now, we will know. But you can see here people gathered here to get a glimpse of Prime Minister, and Prime Minister is leaving the temple here, which is why you can find scores of people who are residents of Madurai are here waiting to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. So this is the situation outside the Thiruvaranthapuram temple.
And Purnima, very interesting political developments have also been happening in Tamil Nadu. Just before this visit, you had the DMDK joining the DMK alliance. You also saw OPS joining the DMK alliance. So in a way, the DMK seems to be rallying various forces together. On the other hand, the BJP and the AIADMK do have an alliance, but who's really the face? Will BJP be a part of the government? There are a lot of ups and buts there also. Vijay being the X factor in this election. How do you see the politics being played out as the Prime Minister is making this visit to the very important center in Madurai?
Well, the sitting MLA in Tirupurukundram is the AIADMK MLA. The DMK is now trying to garner votes of the Devar community by inducting O Pannirselvam, by also bringing in the DMDK. They are also trying to stitch together a grand alliance. DMDK initially was in talks with both the NDA as well as the DMK, but DMK managed to bring the DMDK on board. Prime Minister's speech will be significant because the NDA is also planning to make inroads this time, and both the DMK and the NDA maintain that 2026 is a fight between the two Dravidian parties, and the NDA is confident that they will also be able to sweep elections. Prime Minister and other senior leaders of the BJP are going to aggressively campaign in Tamil Nadu, and this time around the BJP is hopeful that they will make inroads in Tamil Nadu elections. How much of an impact will Tirupurukundram issue have? All eyes on that, but you can see people here gathering to get a glimpse of Prime Minister while he's here in Madurai. But a lot of people have been gathering just to get a glimpse of Prime Minister. Yes, the NDA is planning to make inroads, and Tirupurukundram is certainly going to dominate the Tamil Nadu elections. How much of an impact will that have on the BJP and its alliance, the AIADMK? All eyes on that. By May, we will get answers to that.
And Purnima, maybe you can speak to these supporters who have lined up to watch and see the Prime Minister. What do they have to say? Do you think this is the popularity of the Prime Minister also being reflected on the streets of Madurai today?
நீங்கலாம் வந்துட்டு பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் பார்க்க வந்திருக்கீங்க. பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர்னால வந்துட்டு இங்க பிஜேபியால வின் பண்ண முடியுமா?
கண்டிப்பா வின் பண்ண முடியுங்க. அந்த அளவுக்கு மக்கள் கொஞ்சம் நிறைய பிஜேபி நம்புறாங்க. இந்தியாவிலே நம்பர் 1, வேர்ல்டிலே நம்பர் 1 லீடரா பாரத பிரதமர் மோடி ஐயா அவர்கள் இருக்காங்க. அவங்க இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவுக்கு எந்த ஒரு அச்சுறுத்தலும் யாராலும் எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது. மீண்டும் மீண்டும் அவர் தான் ஆட்சிக்கு வருவார். தமிழ்நாட்டிலையும் பிஜேபி ஆட்சி வரணும் என மனதார வேண்டிக்கிறோம். வெற்றிவேல் முருகனின் சார்பாக வேண்டிக் கொள்கிறோம். வரும் தேர்தலில் பிஜேபி தான் கண்டிப்பாக வெற்றி பெறும்.
So people here say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the top leaders across the world, and yes, the Modi factor will play an important role in the 2026 elections, and they are hopeful that this time around the BJP will definitely make inroads. And the chorus here is that the Deepam will be lit at the Deepatun. That's the chorus that you can hear from people, supporters of Prime Minister, supporters of BJP who've gathered here, saying that the Deepam will be lit at the Deepatun, and Prime Minister and the BJP will definitely make inroads in Tamil Nadu is the sentiment that's coming in from these supporters who gathered here at 12 noon to wait patiently to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, the supporters of Mr. Modi, they are saying that the Deepam will be lit at the Deepatun. That is what the supporters of the BJP there in Madurai are saying. Very, very excited over the Prime Minister's visit to this historic temple, which has been in the news for almost the last 6 to 8 months. Purnima, also, would you see, I saw EPS also at the rally earlier where the Prime Minister was inaugurating a number of projects for Tamil Nadu, for Madurai. How do you see the EPS equation with the BJP? Do you think there are no problems there? And do you think that Mr. Modi will be able to work his magic, though as a junior partner in this alliance, because EPS is the leading partner, but still do you feel that all is well between the BJP and the AIADMK, given that Mr. Annamalai is also an X factor in this election?
Well, all is well as far as the AIADMK BJP is concerned. Only the Congress and the DMK have issues here, facing roadblocks. But as far as the NDA alliance is concerned, both the AIADMK and the BJP are together. The alliance is very much intact. You can see both Edappadi Palaniswamy and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are confident that this time around the AIADMK-led NDA front will make inroads, and that confidence comes from people here. They are all residents of Madurai. They are all residents of Tirupurukundram. All of them are excited that Prime Minister is here, and Prime Minister has come for the first time to their place, and all of them are confident that this time the BJP and the AIADMK together will definitely win elections. That's the sentiment that we can see here. And once again, they are saying that the Deepam will be lit. In the Deepam வந்துட்டு தீபத்தூன்ல ஏத்தாம இருக்கிறது ஒரு பெரிய இஷ்யூவா இருக்குமா எலெக்ஷன்ல?
கண்டிப்பா இருக்கும் மேடம், கண்டிப்பா இருக்கும். ஏன்னா அது பல நூற்றாண்டுகளாக தீபம் ஏத்தாம இருக்காங்க. இந்த தடவை இந்த எலெக்ஷன்ல வந்து கண்டிப்பா ஒரு மாற்றத்துக்காக மோடி வந்து பாரத பிரதமர் வர வந்திருக்காங்க. யாருமே இந்த மாதிரி பாரத பிரதமர் யாருமே வந்தது கிடையாது. முதல் வந்தது எங்களுக்கு இந்த தொகுதி மக்களுக்கும் எங்கள் மதுரை மக்களுக்கும் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியா இருக்கு. கண்டிப்பா தீபம் ஏத்துறது.
So they are saying that they are excited that the Prime Minister has come here for the first time, and that now that the Prime Minister has come, they are confident that this year around the Deepam will be lit at the Deepathoon. But their only regret is that they were not able to get a closer glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There are barricades here, heavy police presence. So that's what people here are telling us.
Okay, Purnima, now we have R. Rajagopalanji, the senior journalist, also joining us. Rajagopalanji, the big visit of the Prime Minister, this particular visit to Madurai and to the historic temple, what is the significance, and do you think what is the message that the Prime Minister is trying to send here?
Amanji, one thing important, Aman, it has given a political color. The DMK government, which did not implement the High Court order or the Supreme Court order, Prime Minister thought that he has to go there and worship that Lord, Murugan. Therefore, it's a significance. It is politically important. With the backdrop of Congress not getting closer to DMK, now Prime Minister has gone to Tamil Nadu 2 times. He went with EPS. So there is even for the perspective view, DMK is not aligning with Congress, but ADMK has dealt with ADMK and BJP 2 times in Madurai and in Thiruvananthapuram. Prime Minister visited. And moreover, Aman, for the first time, Murugan Temple, Vetrivel Veeravel, that is what the chanting of slokas, mantras, etc. And it's a very old temple, 1000-year-old temple. You can see the architecture of that. When Prime Minister laid, Sastang Namaskar kiya hai, that has been welcomed by everyone. Even in sitting in Tamil Nadu, DMK did not greet during the Deepavali or Vinayak Chaturthi or Kali Puja, etc., Navaratri. They don't have any, account about that. They are anti-Hindu. That is a feeling BJP is generating. To ensure Prime Minister's visit to Thiruvananthapuram politically significant, I am very sure around the Thiruvananthapuram, at least 5 to 6 assembly constituencies will have a major effect.
And Mr. Rajagopalan, also as you said, PM ne Shashtang Namaskar kiya hai. He has made it a point to visit the Murugan temple for the first time. And the chants there from the BJP worker is that the Deepam must be lit at the Deepotham. Do you think this is a sentiment that will travel far and wide now, because the Prime Minister effectively is throwing his weight behind these voices which say that the DMK government has violated court orders and not allowed people to exercise their religious right in a way?
Yeah, even the local Muslims, Aman Sharma, even the local Muslims in Thiruvananthapuram never wanted a division or a cleavage or a jagada between them. But the DMK intentionally, the local MP, went and had mutton, biryani eating, thrown that mutton to the birds and dogs, etc. Thereby he created it. They wanted to create a Hindu division building, but very cleverly the Hindu Munnani in Tamil Nadu, the outfit of RSS, they have created this, and they went up to the Supreme Court, got the justice. Even the judge was to be impeached. Can you believe? When you impeach a judge in the parliament, now Prime Minister is going to that particular temple where the justice was to be given. Prime Minister himself has come. Apart from that, Amman, from Madurai, from Thiruvananthapuram, it is only 500 kilometers where the Jaffna is there, Sri Lanka. Where even in Sri Lankan temples also, Narendra Modi is the first Prime Minister to visit Murugan Temple, Kadir Kamar in Jaffna in Sri Lanka. So therefore, Prime Minister attaches significance. Even if he went to Dubai or UAE or Abu Dhabi, he goes to the Akshardham Temple. The BJP is a political party which gives importance to the temple visit. Be it Amit Shah, be it Nadda, be it Nitin Nabin, they are all going to the temples nearby. Whichever state, whichever the country, whichever the location they went. Similarly, Prime Minister has ensured. See the attire. He sees Sastang Namaskar in a dhoti, in a lungi type, in a vesti type. So it's very significant. He looks like a typical Tamilian. The entire Tamil Nadu, especially from the Madurai and Thiruvananthapuram area, as I told you, 5 to 6 constituencies will have definitely a BJP ADMK booster. Apart from that, Aman, from the political point of view, Congress, the DMK talks have been not successful. It is failing many times. So far, Mr. Rahul Gandhi did not have a telephone conversation even with Mr. M.K. Stalin. That is the way in which now Edappadi Palaniswamy and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are going to share that dais in another half an hour's time. He's going to make a political speech there.
All right, Mr. Rajagopalan, thank you very much for joining us. We're just pulling away from this coverage to the other big story, which is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been eliminated. We're getting breaking developments on this story. Now, this is the latest breaking story on this front. Attacks on ballistic missile launchers and the destruction of unmanned aircraft. The Air Force of Israel continues to operate in Iranian skies. This is the latest that's been shared by the IDF and by the Israeli Air Force. They're very clear that they're not stopping just at the elimination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei or the top political or military leadership of Iran. The next target is going to be destruction of all unmanned aircraft, the drones, the Shahid drones, and the ballistic missile launchers. That is what the Israeli Defense Forces have just put out on social media. They've also released some more footage of these massive attacks that we've been seeing over the last 24 hours. Airstrikes by both America and Israel, trying to completely neutralize Iran's capabilities of hitting back, not just at American or Israeli interests in the region, but also on the Gulf Arab countries. We're seeing numerous attacks on civilian targets like hotels, airports, etc. Now the next stage of this campaign will move towards neutralizing Iran's ability to launch ballistic missiles and its ability to continue operating and continue flying these cheap Shahid drones. Clearly, this is going to be a long-drawn operation. That's what the IDF has indicated. It is very, very clear that this operation by both Israel and America is not going to end in the next 24 hours or 48 hours. Trump has said that his stated objective was regime change, and that does not stop with just Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I want to go across to Aman Sharma, who has more details on this. Aman, so the next stage is going to be to neutralize and eliminate Iran's ability to launch ballistic missiles and also to counter this unmanned aerial vehicles that are being sent, these drones that are being sent.
Well, yes, Zaka, see, I think the real capability of the forces on the both sides is on display here. You know, we earlier had a New York Times report earlier today explaining in great detail how Israel had carried out these pinpointed intelligence-based strikes, and which were backed by also tracking, very sophisticated tracking, and the daytime strike at about 9:40 a.m. how they struck this particular compound of Khamenei, in which the supreme leader of Iran, his top leadership, even his family, has been assassinated in that particular strike. And the New York Times went into great detail how Israel and the US over the last 2 to 3 months, in fact the CIA had been gathering this specific intelligence to take out the Iran supreme leader, and they executed it at a time when they got pinpointed intelligence that at this particular time in the morning the supreme leader will be present in this compound in a meeting with his entire other leadership. And that is why also now we are seeing Iran launching these strikes all over the Middle East. Earlier we thought till yesterday that Iran would be responding by attacking the US bases in the various Middle Eastern countries, but clearly Iran has also taken the the bar higher, in a way gone beyond what everybody expected by attacking the civilian infrastructure in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Bahrain, in Kuwait. The leading airports, the busiest airports in the world, be it in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, have been targeted. They are shut down. All the major airlines in the Middle East are not flying at all. So the entire airline infrastructure in a way has been crippled by the Iran strikes, and this is only getting more extensive as we have gone through the day today, Zaka.
We're seeing live pictures. In fact, these are pictures from earlier today. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel holding a security consultation meeting, taking stock of the situation after last night, after confirmation came first from the Israeli side, and then subsequently President Trump put it out on social media that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had been eliminated. As you see, Netanyahu come down and take his seat. You can see the entire Security Council sort of congratulating him, clapping their hands. Clearly, this is a huge moment of personal victory for Netanyahu. He has been talking about eliminating the Iranian leadership and eliminating Ayatollah Ali Khamenei for the last 40 years. He's been the one leader at the forefront of ensuring that Iran does not get access to a nuclear weapon, that the Iranian regime is weakened. And if you see from October 7, 2023, when the dastardly Hamas attack happened in various parts of southern Israel, he has completely gone in and changed the security architecture of the Middle East, particularly those threats that were coming, the terror proxies, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and now
the fountainhead of all terror emanating in that region, which is the Iranian regime and the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So this has been a complete arc where Netanyahu has promised that he will change the entire security architecture of the Middle East. He will completely eliminate all the threats to Israel, to the Israeli population, and to the state of Israel. And he's done exactly that. He has completely gone out there and eliminated all of them. Let's bring you also some of the very latest pictures that are coming in. Iran is also hitting back. They're using these Shahid drones, which they have supplied to Russia as well in the Ukraine war. This is the latest that we've got. This is an industrial area in the UAE being hit by this drone. They've extensively used both drones and missile strikes across civilian populations in the UAE, in Bahrain, in Doha, Qatar. This is the latest picture that we've got of a drone strike at an industrial area in the UAE. Also, Iranian missiles hitting the Dubai airport, one of the busiest airports in the world. More than 95 million people traversing through Dubai International Airport. This is what we saw sometime earlier today, where a drone striking the Dubai International Airport. Airspace has been completely shut down in that entire area. There are very few flights taking off or landing in the Dubai International Airport, as indeed both in Abu Dhabi as well as in Doha. Let's also bring you up to speed with the other big visual that came. This is Palm Jumeirah, one of the most expensive real estate areas anywhere in the world, certainly in the Middle East. This is again an Iranian missile strike happening just at Palm Jumeirah, and this is the first time that Iran has targeted civilian enclaves, civilian populations in the last 40 years. Yes, there have been skirmishes in the past between Saudi Arabia and Iran, between Iran and the UAE. The first time that civilian enclosures are being targeted by the Iranian regime. Then Dubai's Burj Al Arab Hotel, which is one of the most prominent five-star hotels in that region, in the Emirates, in Dubai, again hit by an Iranian missile strike. This is an iconic building, almost shaped like a yacht, or at least the sailboat of a yacht. That building was hit by a missile strike as well. This happened late last night. So clearly, Iran is also amping up the tempo by specifically choosing civilian targets and hitting at civilian targets in these Gulf Arab countries, from Kuwait to Bahrain to UAE to Qatar. It's also hoping that these countries, who are all American allies, by the way, will put pressure on the Trump administration, will put pressure on Netanyahu, and then will eventually get the Americans and the Israelis to stop. Oman has been targeted as well. That was an Omani tanker just off the coast of one of the ports in Oman. Oman was the mediator between America and Iran. Oman has been targeted as well. CNN's Paula Hancock is reporting from Dubai after these Iranian retaliatory strikes hit the commercial area of Jebel Ali.
This is Jebel Ali on our left. We're just on the road between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. We have been seeing plumes of smoke rising from Jebel Ali. This is the commercial area of Dubai. We have heard from state-affiliated media quoting the IRGC saying that they have just carried out a sixth wave of attacks against US bases in the Middle East. Of course, it's unclear whether this is a direct hit, intentional, or whether this is falling debris from an interception. And this is the road from Abu Dhabi to Dubai. It is usually jam-packed. You can see how clear it is at this point. People are taking the remain in shelter warning very seriously.
Now we're getting more breaking news. The Iranian security chief, Ali Larijani, the chosen one before Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was eliminated, he has now come out and warned of unprecedented use of force. Ali Larijani is the secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, one of the senior-most figures when it comes to Iran's military leadership, security leadership. He has now posted on social media that Iran would hit the United States and Israel with unprecedented force. That is what Ali Larijani has said. He will play an important role in what is going to be Iran's retributive action or revenge attacks on America and on Israel. We will take a break on this note. You can see smoke rising from some of these civilian buildings across the Gulf Arab countries, whether it is in the UAE, whether it's in Bahrain, whether it is in Saudi Arabia too. Let's take a quick break on this note, and we'll try and get you more and more visuals as well as where this story is moving. Clearly, this war is not over yet. It's not ending with the elimination of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. America and Israel are going for the wholesale change of regime, and that's what their target is, and that's what they're doing right now. Quick break. We'll see you in a minute on the other side.
News coming in. Locals protesting strikes on Iran have stalled.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto.
All right. So, in the latest, what we can tell you is that Iranian media is in fact negating the reports that have been coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment. We'll try and reconnect with Sanjay. He's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Also, Siddhant will be joining us in just a bit. As far as the Indians are concerned, remember, thousands.
It is the continuing coverage here on CNN News 18 of a monumental event, the killing, the elimination of the fountainhead of terror all across the Middle East. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been eliminated. Here are the headlines that we're tracking this Sunday evening. Israeli Defense Forces released a video of a massive strike on the IRGC headquarters in Tehran, which allegedly killed not just the supreme leader Khamenei, but also top IRGC top brass, as well as 40 other commanders who were neutralized in less than a minute. That's the claim by the Israeli Defense Forces. Iran is not sitting idle. It is striking against civilian targets across the Middle East. It's targeted Dubai's iconic Burj Al Khalifa and Burj Al Arab hotels, along with the Dubai airport and the Jebel seaport. Star Indian shuttler PV Sindhu has a narrow escape at the Dubai airport. Frenzied crowds lay siege to the US consulate building in Karachi, resulting in massive clashes with security forces. Reports indicating at least 10 locals have been killed and many others injured. Protesters try to storm the consulate in Lahore as well. In a first ever, Iran is targeting the Duqm port in Oman, hitting workers' accommodation area, leaving at least 2 people injured. Saudi Arabia slams the treacherous attack, vowing to support any measures that Oman takes in response. And Oman was a mediator between America and Iran just until recently. Thousands take to the streets across several Indian cities to mourn the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Protesters also gather outside the US consulate in Chennai to protest the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Major Indian carriers, Indigo and Air India, cancelled scores of flights amid West Asia war. Thousands of flyers have been stranded at several Indian airports. The Middle East is in the grip of a full-scale regional war following the confirmed death of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in a joint US-Israeli strike on Tehran yesterday. The conflict has entered a volatile new phase. Israeli and American forces are currently executing Operation Epic Fury, targeting nuclear sites across Iran. In a massive retaliation, Tehran has launched waves of ballistic missiles as well as drones, both at Tel Aviv and also at American bases throughout the Gulf. Ayatollah Arafi has been now named as the interim leader of Iran. He will now oversee until such time the Guardian Council and the Assembly of Experts appoints the next supreme leader of Iran. In Pakistan, at least 9 people have been killed and dozens injured after pro-Iran mobs stormed the US consulate building in Karachi. I want to go straight across to Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. What's the latest there? I believe over the last 12 hours, multiple rounds of air raid warnings, air raid sirens going off, people being asked to take shelter in bomb shelters. What is happening there right now? We also believe that the Israeli cabinet met earlier today and congratulated Prime Minister Netanyahu. What is the latest there in Tel Aviv?
Well, a siren sounded just a minute ago, and a new air raid warning is underway as we are speaking now, and this has been continuing, and people are taking this very seriously. Tel Aviv was hit by an Iranian missile last night. A building was destroyed substantially in Tel Aviv. Many people were injured. One person was killed. And so people have been advised to take these precautions very seriously indeed. And this is still only day 2 of this. This is certain to continue because the Iranians are stepping up their attacks. A new administration system is in place already in Iran, and a council is taking over. We have an interim leader who has been named, and very clearly that is not an establishment that's buckling under as Trump has demanded. He has demanded a surrender or warned that people will simply be killed.
Sanjay, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I want to go across to the Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, who's now joining us. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for joining us here on CNN News 18. What is your, and congratulations first of all, because it's a phenomenal achievement that America and Israel have made by eliminating a man who has threatened your country for the last 40 years. What is your assessment as you see things as they stand at this hour? Are we entering further escalation because Iran is retaliating, or are we now beginning to see the phase of stabilization?
Zach, I think that we are in the midst of the operation. As Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday night, we are going to hit thousands of Iranians' regime military targets. We have just begun. We want to make sure, together with our American friends who are leading this operation, that the weapons of mass destruction of Iran, the nuclear atomic program, the nuclear threat, and also the ballistic missile threat are neutralized completely. There are many other military targets we want to hit. This is something that is far more comprehensive than what we did in the 12-day war back in April.
What, according to you, Ambassador, are the most immediate military and political objectives as far as this joint Israeli and American operation is concerned? What are you trying to achieve here? Because the stated objective was regime change. You've cut off the head of the snake. The supreme leader is eliminated. What next? What are you hoping to achieve next?
What we are trying to achieve, I understand we have a camera issue, but you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Yes, what we are trying to achieve is a situation in which we finish targeting all the military targets. We make sure that there is no threat in the future from the Iranian regime. And the second aim, Zaka, is to create a situation in which we give the Iranian people an opportunity to embrace this moment and try to determine the fate of their country. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen, but we hope that this will indeed happen. If it doesn't happen, we'll have to continue dealing with this regime. But if it happens, it will give a huge hope for a much more stable and prosperous West Asia in the future.
Ambassador, just give me a moment. We're trying to fix that visual issue with your camera. So Ambassador Reuven Azar saying that there are further military and political objectives that Israel and the United States are trying to achieve in Iran. This is perhaps a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the Iranian people to try and take their country back, as President Trump said some days ago. The stated objective was regime change, and the regime change does not end with just eliminating the man at the top, cutting off the head of the snake, as it were, which is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We'll try and get back that line with Ambassador Azar in just 1 second. I want to go straight back to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, sorry I had interrupted you, but you know, the Iranian response is that they're also hitting back at civilian targets in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama, and these are all American military allies. How concerned are they at this stage, given what we're seeing, these retaliatory strikes?
Well, they are seriously concerned because the strikes that have been launched by Iran have really hit at their gut, that is the economy. The movement in and out of those countries has completely frozen. And this has put everything to a standstill, business activity, movement of people. This is not the kind of situation that they ever envisage or prepare for. I mean, the Dubai is not Israel. Israel is always ready for this kind of thing, and they can take it in their stride. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, other areas that we are seeing hit, Bahrain and other such locations, they're not prepared for this kind of thing. And the economy rests on a promise of stability and ease, and that is the enabling environment along with the economic benefits. So if that fundamental enabling of the economy is threatened and compromised, this could threaten them long term, particularly if this were to continue. Continuation will depend upon certainly continuation of such launches from within Iran and missile attacks in these areas, but just the fear of this kind of thing will be inhibiting for the economy. I don't know if you can hear, Zaka, as we speak. There's a siren that has been renewed here, and certainly Israel is prepared for these attacks. Tel Aviv has seen a number of these attacks already. Some of them have been successful from the Iranian point of view. Their missiles have penetrated the air defense here. As we were discussing a minute back, one missile got through, hit a building, one person was killed, many were injured. This is something Israel has learned for long to live with, but the other areas within the Arab world, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, certainly are very fragile. They are not used to this kind of thing, they're not prepared for this kind of thing, and this is beginning to hurt them. And were this to continue for a while, the damage, the long-term damage could be very serious in all of those areas.
let you go. We can hear the air raid sirens in your background. So I guess you'll have to take now shelter in place. Thank you for joining us. We'll rejoin you as and when you're available next. That was Sanjay Suri there in Tel Aviv. I want to also bring in more breaking news and get in our studio guests as well. Tom Cooper is here. Adrian Fontanelles is here. But more breaking news. 2 F-5 and F-4 fighter jets have been seen at the airport of Tabriz in western Iran. These jets are prepared for takeoff, is what we're given to understand. The strike was conducted to degrade the Iranian Air Force's activities to further expand the degradation of their aerial defense systems. Remember, 2 F-5s and F-4 fighter jets hit before takeoff. This was seen in a western Iranian city. Tom Cooper, please weigh in as to how you think the Iranians are sort of war gaming this, because at the end of the day, yes, they want to take revenge, they want to retaliate, they need something to show that they've taken or they've avenged the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but hitting civilian targets. Is that a pressure tactic? Is that a sign of desperation? And now this latest, the F-4s and F-5s are seen in the western city or in Iran.
Thank you very much. I would be cautious with declaring that Iranians are now exclusively striking civilian targets. They are foremost trying to strike military targets, but under apostrophes, strikes on civilian objects do happen. This is something that the United States has developed, this description, collateral damage. So what are they trying to hit is foremost, as far as I know about them, and as far as I know from history, from studying the history of their operations, is that they are trying to strike enemy command centers first and foremost, and then specific weaponry. Primarily at this stage of this conflict, this would be air defense systems.
Okay.
We have seen this in June last year. There were
all right, Tom, just give me a moment. I'm really sorry to interrupt. I want to go across to Ambassador Azhar, whose line got cut. I want to go back to Ambassador Ruben Azhar. Thank you very much, and sorry about that technical glitch. Ambassador, you were talking about the objectives, the military objectives, the political objectives here. What is your defined end game? Because regime change would entail not just the elimination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
That's right. That's why we have first and foremost declared that we want to neutralize the plans the Iranian regime had to exterminate the state of Israel. That means to neutralize the military nuclear program and to completely destroy the ballistic missile program, and to make it much more difficult to the Iranians to rebuild that. So that's the main effort. And the second effort, together with our American friends, is to try to see whether change can happen in Iran. But it doesn't mean that we are going necessarily to continue until regime is changed. We are going to give it a chance. I think that President Trump has been very clear about the fact that he wants to back the Iranian people, the demonstrators that were massacred by this regime. And we hope that once they see what is happening, once the public sees that the regime is indeed vulnerable, they will make decisions for themselves. But we cannot do it for them. We will not do it for them.
Ambassador, how concerned are you about the risk of escalation involving multiple regional actors? We are seeing attacks by Iranian drones and missiles in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama, etc. Is that risk still there, or is that an overblown risk at this point of time?
The risk is still there because it's up to the Iranians to decide whether the regime, whether it wants to continue attacking them. I think that their capability to attack them is going to diminish while this operation continues, because both our Air Force and also the American military effort is concentrating in neutralizing the capability of Iran. So my opinion is that in the coming days, we're going to see a diminishing capability of the Iranians to create regional escalation.
In terms of what comes next, what is your view of what comes next, both in Iran and also what it means for the wider Middle East? I would go back to what happened in October 7th. This is a series of events that started in October 7th. Then there was the elimination of Hezbollah. There was the elimination of various operatives of Hamas, Houthis. This, you would say, is the final chapter in that 2-year arc?
We certainly hope so. finally, the person that was in charge and is responsible of creating all this chaos in the region was eliminated. Finally, we are seeing a comprehensive effort that, as I said, is much more powerful than the effort we did in the 12-day war. We are
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Ambassador Azhar, for joining us. Ambassador Reuben Azhar, Israeli ambassador to India, there, giving us his thoughts and perspective, speaking to us here on CNN News 18. Thank you. All right, I also want to bring in our other guests who are joining us. Tom Cooper and Adrian are here in our studios. Avishag Avinom is a former media coordinator. She'll be joining us. And Major General retired Yaakov Amirdor is former national security advisor in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Major General Yaakov, you heard what the ambassador had to say. Is the end game here now nearing completion with the elimination of the supreme leader? Are we now in the final stages of this, or is this just the beginning because you replace a character A, then character B from the same regime then takes over?
The answer is that I don't know. But the fact that we don't know where it is leading to should not stop us from trying to eliminate those who try to destroy Israel. If newcomers will come and will try to do the same, they probably will face the same opposition from the Israeli side. But it is clear that Khamenei led a regime which had a clock at the middle of Tehran counting the days for the destruction of Israel. He built the proxies ring of fire around Israel. He had a plan to manufacture nuclear military capability, and he did manufacture thousands of ballistic missiles that now are hitting Tel Aviv. So with all due respect to the question, what will happen next, it's very important, it's very interesting. But from our point of view, first of all, we have to eliminate those who try to destroy Israel. And then we deal with the new problems if we will face new problems.
How will you speak to the concern, Major General, that whoever replaces Ali Khamenei will be more radical, will be more extreme, and will have an incentive to further try to destabilize Israel much more than Khamenei himself?
With all due respect, I don't see I don't see any easy way to find someone who will be more extreme than Khamenei. Khamenei got in the morning and asked himself what I'm doing today to destruct Israel. Khamenei went to sleep every night and asked himself what I did today to destruct Israel. So I don't see someone who will be more destructive than Khamenei, someone who will be more extreme than Khamenei. And if someone will come and will be the next ruler of Iran, and he will try to destroy Israel, we will have to do a war against this new guy. But the fact that the new guy will be as extreme or more extreme or less extreme from Khamenei should not stop us from getting rid of Khamenei, who was extreme enough from our point of view.
Okay, I'm getting more breaking news, and I'll bring in our guests here in the studio as well as Tara Karta, who's joining us. 8 Indian nationals who are traveling from Baku in Azerbaijan. They were going to Kuwait via Sharjah, is what we've given to understand. They've been stranded at the Karachi airport because there's a war-like situation all across the Middle East. This was a team of students, I believe, who were transiting from Baku in Azerbaijan. They were going to the Middle East. They were going to Sharjah. They've now been stuck at the Karachi airport. Upon landing, the passengers were separated, and the Indian nationals and their passports have been retained by the airline. They were informed that they will receive their passports once they are allowed to exit the airport. I don't know if we have some reporter on this story, but there are 8 Indian nationals who are believed to be stranded in the Karachi airport. They were never meant to be because they were on their way from Baku to Sharjah, but because of this war starting, the airspace got closed and the flight had to land in Karachi. Neetu has more details on this. Neetu, who are these individuals, and do we know the state of their condition right now? Are they safe? Are they being taken care of?
We heard that you're stranded at the Karachi airport. Can you just tell us what happened?
Yeah, actually, we had a flight from Baku, Azerbaijan to Kuwait via Sharjah yesterday. But mid-airway, we realized that there is bombings happening in Iran. So the flight got diverted to Karachi, Pakistan. And we are stranded here since yesterday evening.
Okay.
And we have been here since then. However, the airport authorities, the Pakistan airport authorities have been taking good care of us. They gave us food, water, and they provided us everything. But we are waiting now for the higher officials to just get us back to India. So they said the airlines, the Air Arabia Airlines, they're trying to get us a flight to India as soon as possible.
Okay.
So we are just waiting for their confirmation.
So how many Indian nationals are there and from which part of the country are you guys?
Yeah, so basically I am from Kerala, my husband and I have a 2-year-old daughter. We are a total of 8 Indian nationals here, out of which 3 ladies, 4 men and 1 2-year-old baby girl is there. And there are 3 of us from Kerala and 4 are from North and 1 from Calcutta.
Okay. So your passports are with you. What is the situation right now with the passports?
No, the passports were taken yesterday and they have told us that they will return to us once we are out of Karachi airport. So the airlines have kept it with them.
Okay, so the passport is with the airlines.
Yes.
So have you all approached the Indian authorities, including the NOCA? Can you just tell us who all you approached and what has been the response?
We have tried to contact the Indian Embassy in Kuwait as well as the Indian High Commission of Islamabad, and they said they are trying their best to get us out of there. And since morning we have been trying, and finally after just some time before, the Air Arabia authorities, they came and they gave us a news that maybe they will try to book us at the first flight either to Bombay or Delhi from here. So we haven't received any updates yet. We are waiting for their confirmation.
All right, I want to go across to Tara Karta. You know, one of the concerns, ma'am, is the number of Indians. There are close to 9 million Indian expatriates who live and work in that region in the Middle East. Even in Iran, I believe there are about 10,000 who are currently there. What is the expectation from the Indian government? Of course, right now, much of the airspace is closed. But we did speak to, for example, some students in Iran who are still there and who want to be brought back to India, who want to be evacuated back to India. We've seen this in other conflicts in the past as well, but right now this is all the more concerning because frontline Gulf Arab states are being targeted, whether it's UAE, whether it's Bahrain, whether it is Qatar.
No, one is on this immediate story. I'm not sure how the airlines are retaining the passports. They don't have the authority to do that. But however, I'm glad that if the Karachi authorities are taking care of these people, that's a good gesture, and hopefully we'll get them back. On the question of Indians elsewhere, there are a bunch of them stranded, and I'm getting calls from people saying, "Can you get us out? Can you help us out?" Generally, what happens is that a bunch of countries get together and ask for a pause so that their nationals can be airlifted out. So hopefully that's what will happen in the next couple of days, when we will ask that our airlines could go in with combat aircraft if necessary, which I honestly don't think is necessary. I don't see Iranians targeting Indians. I don't see, as the gentleman earlier said, Iranians so far have been pretty careful in what they target. They don't, even hitting the civilians in Dubai, etc. It seems to be like we discussed earlier, probably other reasons involved, but we have to get our nationals out. There are some people who have called me who are in pretty bad, they've got kids, they don't know where to go. So in terms of the humanitarian, hopefully we should approach the UN. I don't have a lot of time for the UN, but nonetheless, let's hope that works and ask for a pause in fighting on all sides so that every country can get their nationals out.
Okay. Tom Cooper and Adrian Fontanelle is here. You know, I was asking the ambassador this as well. You know, what is the next step here? There are 2 ways this can go. One, they either further escalate because now they have, let's say, smelt blood, and the Americans and the Israelis say they want to go for the entire top-rung leadership of Iran and then hope at the end of that the Iranian people will rise against the regime. That's one. Or 2, President Trump, given his instincts, not wanting to get stuck in a quagmire, might just claim victory and say, okay, we're done, and thereby give an off-ramp to Iran. How do you see this playing out? Tom Cooper first.
Well, there is also a third option, which is that there is no decisive victory. The United States attempt to declare a victory, and then the war just goes on because the Iranians are not going to stop just like that.
But the Americans don't want an endless war.
Yes. Well, but they have just started a war with Iran. They have launched an aggression on the country, unprovoked, without any reason.
How far can Iran go? How long can Iran go?
Iran can go at least as long as it went against Iraq, when attacked by Iraq back in 1980, which was 8 years in that case.
You're saying they could potentially continue with these attacks for the next 8 years?
They are not continuing with attacks. They are continuing with defense of themselves, not with ballistic missiles all the time. They can continue with ballistic missiles for, let's say, 5 or 6 weeks. That is my estimate. But they can continue in different fashion after that.
Okay, all right. Just give me 1 second. We're getting more breaking news. According to top Indian government sources and intelligence reports accessed by CNN News 18, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was never in a position to negotiate. Neither was he a negotiable option for Washington. America now is demanding calls for complete nuclear dismantling of Iran, not merely the surrender of its uranium enrichment, the stockpile, or the surrender of warheads. Recent back-channel efforts in the Middle East have failed. Just days before this escalation, Iran rejected a key U.S. demand and insisted on retaining its uranium enrichment capabilities. But despite that, the United States went ahead and has now decapitated the top leadership of Iran. Sanjay Suri has more. He's now back from the bomb shelter. Did you have to go to the bomb shelter? Because last time we connected, we could hear those air raid sirens in the background.
Yes, sort of dived in and have emerged just now. The fact is that this is a familiar position. The Khamenei regime was never going to back down. The demands from Iran's point of view were simply unacceptable. One, it was not just about the nuclear issue, and on that the demand was not just that it abandon nuclear enrichment, but abandon its nuclear program entirely, and also agree to oversight of nuclear enrichment to an extent that they could not accept. Finally, it was, as these reports that you are citing suggest, not an option on the table at all. The Americans wanted complete abandonment of the entire nuclear program. That Iran was never going to accept and did not. It wanted complete erasure of its ballistic missile program. That again, Iran was never going to accept. So this was non-negotiable. From the talks, in any case, would arising from these reports appear to have been redundant to begin with. These positions were so widely divergent that there was not even the beginning of any convergence point possible. And the result is what we have seen. And this was a time period, no doubt, used by the US and Israel to prepare themselves. And as you were reporting just a short while back, the claim from the Israeli government is that 40 of the top leaders were eliminated in the first 1 minute. So this would have been an operation where all of these targets were established, their location was established, they were all then struck simultaneously. And that is the hope, the Israeli hope and the American hope, that this would send a message and scare the rest of the Iranian government into submission. That has not happened immediately. It's not very likely to happen in the near term either.
Okay. I want to get into another story. Remember, the Indian embassies across that region are closely monitoring the situation. We're given to understand that the Indian embassy in Iran is actively monitoring all Indian nationals who've been stranded because of the ongoing security tensions. Officials are maintaining a direct communication to track the safety, location, and immediate needs of all Indian nationals. There are about 10,000, last estimate, who are in Iran. But they'd also put out an advisory which has now been reissued, urging citizens to stay cautious, avoid unnecessary movement, and follow safety protocols. Sanjay is still with us. Sanjay, in terms of the large number of Indian expat population in the region, they would be concerned, not just the ones who are in Iran, but also the people who are living and working in UAE, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia. What are you hearing from various Indian missions in and around the region?
Well, the difficulties for people in Iran were anticipated, they're clear to an extent. There is a difficulty here within Israel, is coming under attack repeatedly. Iranian ballistic missiles are breaching the Israeli air defenses, and they've been doing it again and again. The fear is that this could be intensified in days to come, but clearly the difficulties for the Indian expat community in the wider Arab world, in the UAE, in Bahrain, in Jordan, in all these states, this is quite unexpected. Certainly, there has been a warning from Iran, and a repeated warning, that they will widen the wall, they will target the entire region, and as they see it, these are countries that are hosting and facilitating the US armed forces, and so they would see this as, for that reason, a legitimate target. But hitting the civilian facilities there is hitting the economic lifeline of these countries, and this is an attack on their economic lifeline. And this is an attack that Iran has clearly prepared for too. They know that defenses, air defenses, are relatively weak in these areas because they were not expecting to be hit, and it is going for those. This is the beginning of some sort of a strategy that is still in place. No doubt the killing of Khamenei has been a very, very big setback, as of all the other top leaders killed straight away. But there appears to be a degree of tenacity within the established regime structure, and that is coming into play now, and they are continuing with this under a new leadership, and this will really physically continue until the last missile launcher has been neutralized, and that may not be easy.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Sanjay Suri, for joining us live from Tel Aviv. There is breaking news coming in, dime a dozen now. Iran reportedly attacking oil tankers. There was a report of an oil tanker off the coast of Oman being attacked. Now word that its own tanker from their shadow fleet has been struck in the Strait of Hormuz, and that has caused it to catch fire and begin sinking. The ship was targeted for allegedly illegally passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Just a couple of days ago, Iran had demonstrated that it could cut off the entire Strait of Hormuz, passage through the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil passes through that very, very critical waterway. Adrian Fortinellis, what does this mean? This is the other point of leverage that Iran has, aside of its ballistic missiles, aside of its drones. What if they cut off the Strait of Hormuz? What happens then?
Actually, it is probably the most powerful leverage tool we have, because it will create instability on the prices of oil, increase of the prices, and then it will affect the entire world. And if they manage at the same time to continue to at least partly blockade or hinder the maritime traffic in the straits, with the weeks going on, and if they are able to continue to resist the US-Israeli air campaign, then it will generate tremendous international pressure to stop this war against Iran.
Okay, so that's the direction in which you see this war moving. If Major General Yakov is still there, Major General, this seems to be the biggest point of leverage that Iran has to try and cut off the Strait of Hormuz. And they seem to be moving in that direction, attacking oil tankers, one off the coast of Oman, and now their own, which is part of their shadow fleet, I'm given to understand. How does Israel and America prepare for this contingency?
Israel does not get any oil through the Strait of Hormuz, so we don't have to prepare ourselves. And I think that the American buying, if at all, very, very few oil coming through the Hormuz Strait. And yes, Iran can choke itself by choking the Hormuz Strait. The oil from Iran is going through this area, and if the Iranians want to stop the flow of Iran from getting out of Iran, it is the easiest way to do it. And the fact that the Iranians can blackmail other countries by damaging the flow of oil from the Hormuz Strait should not make any difference for Israel and America. If the decision is to make all the arrangements which will lead at the end of the day to the change of the regime that try to destroy Israel and call for the destruction of America without doing anything for that, other than trying to kill Mr. Trump. I don't think that that will change the plans of America and Israel. Yes, there will be a pressure from the world. The main country which is using this oil is China. I don't think the pressure from China will change the plans of the Americans or the Israelis. And I don't see any kind of an influence on the previous plan of both America and Israel, because what the Iranians are doing in the Hormuz Strait. Maybe the Americans will be more vigorous against the Iranian Navy. That might lead to the destruction of the Iranian Navy, and it will be a very good result, by the way.
Okay, just stay on with us, Major General Yakov. I also want to go across to another fallout of this story. We've seen protests in different parts of Pakistan. We saw those protests outside the US consulate in Karachi and also the US consulate building in Lahore. Now the protest has spread to Pakistan's capital. There were reportedly clashes between Iran regime protesters and the Pakistani police in Serena Chowk in Islamabad, which is bang where the US embassy is located. So multiple places, multiple reports of clashes between Pakistani security forces and protesters who were really holed up inside and outside some of these American missions. We saw those pictures from Karachi some time back. We saw the pictures from Lahore as well, and now Islamabad, the main US embassy building there. Water cannons and tear gas had to be used against these protesters. If Tara Karta is still there, Tara Karta, ma'am, you know, this is a familiar script that we've seen play out earlier in Karachi, then in Lahore, now in Islamabad. How concerned would the Americans be?
Oh, I think they would be very, very concerned, not just now, but even down the road. Don't forget the whole Daniel Pearl incident, you know, where that poor man was targeted by these people. But the way, one thing is the fact that Shias have been, picked up for blasphemy. That thing has been going on, but yet they can't control the Shias, right? That's the mystery one. However, the way I see this playing out is in the next few days, you'll find that some people, some of Pakistan's security forces have died in these clashes. And I think in Karachi, the Marines, there's a solid security force of the Americans themselves. They would not let this kind of thing go on for long. So that would have taken place. In the next few days, you'll see reports of how well Pakistani forces cooperated with the Americans in stemming this tide of Shia anger. That's the way it's going to go. Zaka, if I can just add one more thing with your permission, on this, what the Israeli gentleman said on oil prices, etc., not affecting Israel, US, etc., that's fine. It's going to affect everybody else. The latest estimate is, I think, about $100 a barrel. I mean, this is going to hit everybody. It's not going to hit the US because they've got adequate, like I said, massive strategic reserves. China has, I think, mid last year, they started 11 new installations for strategic reserves, which means they also have billions in reserves. So it's not going to affect them. But what about the rest of us? So I don't know. I mean, I've been saying all along, war is not in our interest. This is hitting the global south very badly, and this has to stop. I just wanted to add that.
All right. Sanjay Suri is also joining us. Sanjay, again, the concern with Pakistan has always been whether these are orchestrated protests or whether these are actually genuine outpourings of anger. What happens next in the Pakistan story? Pakistan had become a bit of a player in this region. They're a part of the Gaza Peace Board. There was some talk about, some Pakistani troops being sent for peacekeeping operations in Gaza. Now this.
Well, there's a subtext underlying all of these conflicts that are emerging, and that is an extent of Shia-Sunni divide. I mean, look at the first level of this. Iran is a mostly Shia nation. The Arab nations that it is attacking are Sunni nations, which is not the reason that the attacks are being carried out. They are being carried out because these nations host American bases. But at the gut and at the emotive level, there is this divide. Again, when we are looking at protests and we are looking at the level of protests in Pakistan, we do have, and it's almost certain that these are primarily Shia-led protests. That is again an expression against the Pakistani regime. The Pakistani regime is seen as soft on the United States and for that reason also with the other Arab nations. So there is this kind of anger that is brewing among Shia Muslims, and that's happening, emerging around the world. The origin is the divide between Iran and the rest, but certainly there are divisions everywhere that are now surfacing. This is a level of anger that will spell a particular problem for Pakistan, because if the level of anger that we've seen already were to boil over and it were to be stepped up, then Pakistan will have a considerable problem. As it is, there have been many instances of discrimination against Shia Muslims from within the Pakistani establishment, which means the Pakistani army and its various institutions.
Okay.
That is going to be perhaps exacerbated, and we are going to see the emergence perhaps of a wider split here.
Okay, Sanjay, many thanks for joining us with all of those latest details that are coming in from different parts of the Middle East. There are reports of explosions in Dubai, in Doha, in Manama, in Bahrain. But this is the first time that civilians have been targeted by the Iranians. Yes, there have been skirmishes between Iran and Saudi Arabia in the past, between Iran and the UAE in the past. Adrian Fortnells, how long can Iran continue with this? What do you reckon are the conversations that many of these American allied states in the Middle East, whether it's UAE or Saudi Arabia or Bahrain, what do you think the conversations they are having with the Trump administration right now to try and get both sides to climb down? Oman, who's a mediator, Oman has also been attacked.
I think on the side of these principalities, they are probably trying their best to end this as soon as possible, because aside of Iran, they are the great losers of this war. It's obvious they are heavily impacted, and they never asked for it, actually. So,
in fact, even as you just speak, there are new explosions that have been heard in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Doha, and in Manama. These are latest explosions that we're just getting in within the last few minutes. So across these major Gulf Arab countries, Iran is striking back. A lot of them are being intercepted successfully. The number of civilian fatalities is very, very less. But having said that, we have not seen these kind of attacks on Dubai or Abu Dhabi or Doha ever. Yes, Adrian.
Indeed, although it must be precise that so far, it is most of these Iranian ammunitions are targeting US bases in these countries. So that's why we do not see much civilian casualties, among other reasons. And again, you can be certain that they are trying their best to pressure Washington into ceasing this war as fast as possible, because they have nothing to gain in this war and more to lose. But simple as that.
Major General Yaqub, the places which have been damaged in these Gulf Arab countries, airports, ports, tourist locations, etc. What is Iran trying? What message is Iran trying to send through these attacks? And what kind of pressure can these countries bring to bear on both Israel and America to stop this?
Look, I think that we are losing the broad picture. Iran, 45 years ago, made a decision to distract Israel. They changed the whole Middle East. They took control of Lebanon. They took control of Syria. They were very much inside Iraq. They built the Houthis in Yemen. They tried to build something bigger than Hezbollah in Syria. We didn't let them. And so on and so forth. And after 45 years, we and the Americans and us decided to make an end to this regime, which for 45 years, almost half a century, tried to destroy Israel, doing everything to achieve it, from financing Sunni movement like Hamas, to building a Shiite tool like Hezbollah, to provide terrorists all around the world all the help which is needed to attack and to kill Israelis and Jews in Argentina, in Bulgaria, in India itself, by the way. I remember myself visiting India after such an attempt, which was done by the Iranians, which recruited an Indian citizen and to put a bomb in an Israeli in the embassy car. Look, after 45 years, what we are doing is to say enough is enough. And maybe there will some fallout for that. Something in Dubai, something in Bahrain, here and there. But at the end of the day, this is not the picture. The picture is a state which for 45 years tried to build a net of terrorist organizations around the Middle East to kill Israelis, to kill Jews, to distract Israel at the end of the day. And that should be stopped. And if there is a price with the oil, with the Hormuz Strait, with Bahrain and other places, we are very sorry about it. It's the decision of the Iranians, but the Iranian regime should not continue in its vision to distract Israel. That should be stopped.
All right, just in keeping with that similar line of attack that we're seeing Iran do across civilian infrastructure, across civilian posts and ports and airports, now we have the latest pictures of the Zayed port in Abu Dhabi, one of the big ports in that region, in that emirate, having been struck by Iran. The Zayed port, named of course after the leader of the United Arab Emirates, MBZ. The Zayed port has been hit in Abu Dhabi. You can see a plume of smoke. These are the latest visuals. So Iran is targeting specifically, I'm given to understand, infrastructure projects, airports and ports, tourist centers like VVIP hotels, five-star hotels, etc. So they are going about this in a very designed and planned manner. Tom Cooper is also here with us. Tara Karta is also there. Tom Cooper, now the Zayed port, which is both, I believe, a cargo port as well as sometimes used for military reasons. That port has also now been struck, and you can see a plume of smoke coming up. Again, do you think that this is incidental because they were trying to hit a military target?
Most of the times, gauging by reports from the Arab states that are finding themselves on receiving ends of Iranian airstrikes, or actually missile strikes and UAV strikes, most of this is accidental because they report wreckage from this drone has hit this hotel, wreckage from that drone has hit this port, wreckage from that drone or missile has hit something else.
Sorry to interrupt. The Prime Minister is speaking. Prime Minister Modi is in Madurai. Let's go straight across.
Sri K. Annamalai, Sri L. Murugan, Sri K. Dr. A.C. Sanmugam, Dr. B. John Pandian, Sri M. Jaganmurthy, Dr. T. R. Parivender, Sri Piyush Goyal, Sri R. B. Uday Kumar, Sri Dindigal Srinivasan, Srimati Tamil Sai Soundararajan, Sri Serur Raja, all other leaders on the stage, and the beloved people of Tamil Nadu, Anaivarukkam Vanakkam. First of all, I bow to Amma Meenakshi and Bhagavan Sundareshwara. This is Pandya Nadu, the land of Viram. From this great land, I remember the contributions of Pasumpon Muthuram Lingam Tevar, Maviran Alagumuttukon, Veer Pandya Kattabomman, and Marudu brothers. I also recollect the ideals of Emmanuel Sekernar, who fought for justice and dignity.
தமிழ்நாட்டின் என் அன்பு சொந்தங்களே, அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதன்மையாக நான் என் அன்னை மீனாட்சிக்கும் ஐயன் சுந்தரேஸ்வரருக்கும் என் தலை தாழ்த்தி வணங்குகின்றேன். ஐயா, இது பாண்டிய நாடு, வீரம் விளைகின்ற பூமி. இந்த மகத்தான பூமியிலிருந்து பசும்பொன் முத்துராமலிங்க தேவரையா, மாவீரன் அழகுமுத்துக்கோன், வீரபாண்டிய கட்டபொம்மன், மருது சகோதரர்கள் ஆகியோரின் மலைப்பை ஏற்படுத்தும் பங்களிப்பை நான் உளமாற நினைவு கூறுகிறேன். நீதிக்கும் கண்ணியத்துக்கும் போரிட்ட இமானுவேல் சேகரனாரின் ஆதர்சங்களை நான் நினைவு கூறுகிறேன்.
Friends, before coming here, I went to Kundrum, getting the darshan of Bhagavan Murugan was a divine experience. I prayed for the prosperity of Tamil Nadu and the entire nation. At the same time, my heart felt heavy. I remembered Thirupuran, the young devotee who sacrificed his life. Today, I met his wife, Thirumati Indumati Purnachandran, and their two little children. I felt their sadness and offered my deepest condolences to them. I pray that Thiru Puranachandran's Atma finds peace at the feet of Bhagavan Murugan. It is painful that the insensitivity of the DMK government led up to this. No matter what DMK does, the truth will win. Devotees of Bhagavan Murugan will win.
நண்பர்களே, இங்கே வருவதற்கு முன்பாக நான் திருப்பரங்குன்றம் சென்றிருந்தேன். முதல் படை வீட்டுக்கு சொந்தக்காரன் முருகனை தரிசனம் செய்வது ஒரு தெய்வீகமான அனுபவமாக இருந்தது. நான் தமிழ்நாடு மற்றும் ஒட்டுமொத்த தேசத்தின் நல்வளத்துக்காக இறைவனிடம் இறைஞ்சினேன். அதே வேளையில் என் இதயம் கனத்தது. திரு பூர்ணச்சந்திரன் என்ற இளம் பக்தன் உயிர் தியாகம் செய்தார் என்பதை நான் நினைத்து பார்த்தேன். இன்று நான் அவருடைய மனைவி திருமதி இந்துமதி பூர்ணச்சந்திரனையும் அவர்களுடைய 2 சின்னஞ்சிறு குழந்தைகளையும் சந்தித்து வந்தேன். அவர்களுடைய தீவிரமான துக்கத்தை என்னால் உணர முடிந்தது. என்னுடைய ஆழமான இரங்கலை நான் அவர்களிடம் தெரிவித்துவிட்டு வந்தேன். பூர்ணச்சந்திரன் அவர்களின் ஆன்மா அமைதியடைய நான் என் உருக்கமான பிரார்த்தனைகளை எம்பிரான் முருகனின் திருவடிகளில் அர்ப்பணம் செய்கின்றேன். ஆனால் ஒரு விஷயம், திமுக அரசாங்கத்தின் நேயமற்ற தன்மை காரணமாகவே இது நடந்திருக்கிறது என்பது வலியை ஏற்படுத்துகின்றது. திமுக என்ன வேண்டுமானாலும் செய்துவிட்டு போகட்டும். ஆனால் இறுதியிலே வாய்மையே வெல்லும். என் அப்பனின் முருகனின் பக்தர்கள் வெல்வார்கள்.
Friends, Madurai is known for the sweetness of Tamil and the fragrance of Malligaipu. The love you are showering upon me here reminds me of my visit to Malaysia last month. The affection I received from my Tamil sisters and brothers there was exceptional. To support Tamil culture there, we have already established the Tiruvalluvar chair at the University of Malay. Now we are also setting up Tiruvalluvar Center there.
நண்பர்களே, நாவில் இனிக்கும் தமிழுக்கும் நாசியில் மணக்கும் மல்லிகைக்கும் பெயர் போனது நம்முடைய மதுரை மண். எனதருமை மதுரை சொந்தங்களே, நீங்கள் இங்கே என் மீது பொழிகின்ற இந்த பேரன்பு மலேசியாவிற்கு நான் கடந்த மாதம் சென்றிருந்ததை எனக்கு நினைவூட்டுகின்றது. அங்கே மலேசியாவிலே என் மீது பொழிந்த நேசம், பாசம், அன்பும் ஆதரவும் அபூர்வமானவை. தமிழ் கலாச்சாரத்தை அங்கே ஆதரிக்க வேண்டி ஏற்கனவே மலாயா பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே திருவள்ளுவர் இருக்கை ஒன்றை நாங்கள்
dreaming of returning to power in Tamil Nadu. But when they see this massive NDA rally, their dreams will turn into nightmares. The people know that this election
leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason for it is. It is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into conflict. I do hope that, having genuflected before the Prime Minister of Israel and President Trump, our Prime Minister makes every effort to bring all Indian citizens in the affected countries back home to safety. It's not just Priyanka Gandhi. I believe also Asduddin Owaisi of AIMIM has also condemned the attack, saying that Trump's and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act. My sincere condolences. Anand has more on this. Anand, so you're having domestic political reactions, some people condemning the elimination of a man who was the fountainhead of terror, really, and then you have across the border in Pakistan people coming out in his support.
Well, this is also the largely not just support, because there's a huge Shia population in Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir and also in Pakistan, just like there is a huge Shia population in Bharat, which is very, very upset, because for them the spiritual head, the clerical head, the religious head for the Shias, Qom being a very, very sacred place and the seat of the Ayatollah. So his death is going to cause a certain amount of angst, also perhaps in certain cases anger, and we are getting pictures at Skardu, where the UN headquarters have actually been committed to fire, and there is a lot of violence that's seen there, because this entire Skardu region is largely Shia dominated, and these Shia have been also persecuted by the Pakistani military and the Pakistani army. So they are upset and angry, but the anger is also directed towards the US embassy present there and the UN headquarters present there, because that's the focus There's no US embassy or consulate in Skardu, but there is a UN headquarters, and because they are angry at the Gora and the foreign powers in the West, they have brought out the anger at the UN headquarters. Similar attacks were seen in Karachi, where there are casualties because the troops guarding the UN headquarters had to fire back at this mob, which was getting very, very violent. But Zaka, we also have to game a situation where if any of these entities or any of the Hamas, Houthi, or Hezbollah cadre anywhere across the world are able to enter into a US embassy in any soil or in any land and then hold hostages, then what happens thereafter? Because that's another scenario which has happened in the past, and military historians would say that then perhaps will change the entire dynamics of this war and this entire conflict that we are seeing the way it is brewing. So maybe that there are entities who will be on high alert even closer home in Bharat, with the US embassies, the UN headquarters in Delhi and in Mumbai, etc., and various other places being under very, very close watch. Even in Srinagar there were protests, but they were peaceful. But in POK or POJK, that is in Skardu, we see that it's turned violent, and the UN offices there have been set on fire.
Okay, Anand, thanks for that. Like I said, there's also political churn happening domestically in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Both Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM have come out and said and condemned the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. This is what Mr. Owaisi has said. He has attacked Trump, and Israel's attacks on Iran are absolutely condemnable. Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination is an immoral and unlawful act, Mr. Owaisi says. He has put this out on social media, and so has Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party. She too has come out and said that this targeted killing by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, which includes President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, is condemnable and is absolutely illegal and immoral. Aman Sharma has more details on this. Do you expect this to have political legs, as it were? Aman, will this continue? Are they playing to what kind of domestic political constituency are both Priyanka Gandhi and Mr. Owaisi trying to appeal to by seemingly backing a man who was a brutal dictator? All right, we'll try and get Aman Sharma, a political editor, in just 1 second. But you can be rest assured you will see a domestic political reaction to what has happened in Iran, the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. You will hear more and more such voices. You've just heard from two prominent voices in the opposition, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress Party and Asaduddin Owaisi of the MIM party. Aman has more on this. Aman, do you expect more in the opposition to continue singing this tune, and what sort of constituency are they appealing to?
Well, clearly, Zaka, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Asaduddin Owaisi have both put out statements slamming Donald Trump as well as the Israel establishment. They are saying and they are condemning the assassination, what they say, of Khamenei. To quote Priyanka Gandhi, she has called it a targeted assassination. She's saying the targeted assassination of the leadership of a sovereign nation by the so-called leaders of the democratic world, and the killing of multitudes of innocent people is despicable and deserves strong condemnation, no matter what the proclaimed reason is. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is very, very clearly saying that the world needs peace, not unnecessary wars. This was completely not required. She has condemned the assassination of Khamenei and also saying that it is tragic that multiple nations have now been dragged into this particular conflict. So that is the Congress MP now clearly saying that why is this happening, and also saying, also bringing in the Prime Minister of India, saying that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President Trump, I do hope that our Prime Minister makes every effort now to bring all Indian citizens home safely. So the Congress party is also now putting the onus on the BJP, on the Modi-led government to ensure the safety of Indian citizens in the Middle East and how they will be brought home. On the other hand, Asaduddin Owaisi is also condemned Trump and Israel's attacks on Iran. He's also, I said, it's absolutely condemnable. He's also saying these attacks have happened while peace talks were ongoing. Iran-US talks were ongoing in Geneva. More than 200 people have been killed across Iran. He said this is an inhuman and unlawful act. That's what Asaduddin Owaisi is saying. He said that the attacks on Iran should stop at the earliest because this is putting the entire region into instability. He also says that this shows that Iran is a force, Israel's attack on Iran is an act of aggression which should not have happened. So both Asaduddin Owaisi and Priyanka Gandhi are slamming Israel as well as the US trying to put the government in a tight spot here, and the government, Zaka, has been maintaining a very delicate line here. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to both the foreign ministers of Israel as well as Iran last night, and while he has called for de-escalation on both the sides, now the opposition in India is trying to put the BJP government in the corner and saying that Prime Minister Modi should exercise, his relationship that he has with Israel to bring this conflict to an immediate de-escalation level immediately.
All right, Aman, we'll leave it at that. I also want to go across to my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who has the various sites and more than a dozen sites across Iran, from the north to the south, and of course Tehran, which is bang in the middle of the country, have all been hit, including the top political leadership, the top military leadership, and also the top spiritual leadership. We're also getting in visuals of protests that are happening in Lahore. So in multiple places across Pakistan, we saw locals trying to ambush the US consulate in Karachi, massive protests in Skardu. Now we've got the latest pictures from Lahore as people there try to attempt to lay siege to the US consulate building there as well. So the US buildings, diplomatic compounds, wherever they are in Pakistan, seem to be coming under attack. Parts of the consulate were also, these folks tried to set on fire. Anand has more details on this. Anand, yes.
Well, sorry, Zaka, I missed you out there. What we're going to do to our viewers, bear with us. I've got Tom Cooper here with me. We've got the wall and we've got the map. Let's try and understand how this entire strikes. How did 200 Israeli aircraft fly over the Tehran airspace, drop those bombs and then come back? So let's game this and understand, does Tehran have no air defense system? And that too, you had the Israeli aircrafts take off from here, Tom, correct? So tell us, and how did this happen? How does this work?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. It's like this. You have the Iranian air defense system is approximately here, around Tabriz, around Tehran, and you have Qom and Esfahan and Karachi. So this is the principal area that, sorry, I forgot further south here, another one. This is the principal areas that are covered by Iranian air defense system. The Israelis now come up from Israel, fly over Syria and Iraq.
Right.
Like this.
So that's how they cleared the airspaces in these regions so that these planes could fly.
Exactly. This is why no airliners are currently permitted to fly over Iraq and over Syria.
Right.
So over the border between Iraq and Syria, there are US and Israeli tankers waiting for them, and they are refueling them in the air.
In the air. So
yes.
The on-air, mid-air tankers. Okay, because this is more than a 2,000-kilometer journey that they have to fly.
It is over 1,000 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers to the border, so 1,500 kilometers. But the point is this, in order to release their missiles, they have to fly high and fast, which is spending lots of fuel. Therefore, here, either the Israeli or the US tankers from bases in Saudi Arabia come up here and they are waiting for them here in this area.
So that's where the on-air refueling happens over Syria and Iraq airspace?
Over Iraq.
About how many thousand feet high?
Well, 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet plus.
Okay. So more, that depends on the weather.
Right.
Generally, tanker aircraft is flying higher. It lowers its boom, and then comes the combat aircraft and refuels from that boom.
Right.
So they connect and they download the fuel.
Right.
So once this has happened, they accelerate, come up to, this is one of the principal launch zones, the other is up here, and they are shooting their air-launched ballistic missiles into Iran, like this, into central Iran. So actually, the Israelis barely need to enter the Iranian airspace in order to hit targets deep inside Iran, approximately to the line Tehran, Esfahan, Bushehr. So that is this part of the story.
Okay. Now, so let's erase this. Do you want to erase this? Okay. So we're going to erase all of this. And we're going to dive deeper into what's happening in Tehran. Why is it that when they're seeing so many ballistic missiles coming into Tehran, and yesterday over the Tehran airspace, these aircrafts actually flew over the Iranian airspace. So what happens there? Let's deep dive first.
What happens when they are closer in? Just a second. Sorry. So here we have a zoom in to Iran. I said we have...
You got to draw. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
So, for example, let's say Qom, air defense system of Qom. You have short range, you have medium range, and you have long range. And they're defending themselves only with help of SAMs, of surface-to-air missiles.
Right.
So now when the Israelis come, the Israelis do not get really into Iranian airspace. They approach from here, launch their missile. The missile travels like this. Zack. So now the Iranians first shoot long-range missiles at the missile, then the medium range, if they didn't shoot it down, and then the short range, yes. Yeah. If it came through, boom, it hits the target or somewhere nearby. This is what is happening in this regards. One shouldn't forget, all this time, sorry, color, there are Israeli UAVs flying over Iran. And they are searching for targets all the time, together with satellites as well. So this is permanent monitoring of what is going on in Iran. Where are Iranian launchers? Where are Iranian SAMs? Where are Iranian potential targets? Where are the specific personalities they are after? So this is all the time going on, 24/7.
So it's real-time intelligence. And the other part you're saying, Tom, is that the Israeli UAVs were hovering around along with the satellites, watching. So if they are moving the Khamenei and the family anywhere out to a particular location, if there is a bunker identified, they will have the intelligence.
They're tracking vehicles. They're tracking specific vehicles. They're tracking specific personalities. Even if it's some aid of, for example, Khamenei, okay, they recognize him by his car or whatever other reason, or because he came out of his flat in the morning or his home in the morning. They are following him. Okay, he's parking there. He's disappearing in some building or underground entrance or whatever else. The point is now the following. The Iranians are all the time shooting down the UAVs. So the Israelis are losing and the Americans are losing UAVs, but they are not losing them fast enough, which means there is always a replacement UAV.
Right. Yep. So that's the military might that's being employed by the Americans and the Israelis to try and pound Iran. Let's now erase this and let me just ask you, if we look at the entire Gulf region, how is it that Iran is able to land these missiles? One. And the other part, let's just zoom this back in. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So now Iran is attacking all the neighboring regions, right, in this entire Gulf region. Yes. How are these bombs or their missiles, what Iran is firing, their ballistic missile technology is very strong. Why is it that civilian areas in Doha, civilian areas in Dubai, civilian areas at Abu Dhabi and have been affected? What is happening here? Okay. Are they doing it deliberately or is it because of interception?
Well, I do not think that they are doing this deliberately. I think that the situation is simply such that there is a stress of combat.
Okay.
So now let's see the following. Let's zoom in. Let's say there is an Iranian missile brigade intending or tasked with targeting Manama Air Base in Bahrain.
Right.
Okay, so let me show you. So this would be
Yeah, you just have to activate the pencil. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have Manama Air Base. This is the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the U.S. Navy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So now the Iranian is sitting somewhere here behind the hill, in an underground, in an underground bunker. So he has the order to every so and so many hours, or on order from Tehran, launch his UAV or missile strike on Manama. So he programs with missiles. It's relatively simple because they are flying ballistically. Boom.
Right. So it's a loop.
Yes, in a loop. Yes. Yeah. But UAVs are flying straight. You know, directly over the ground.
Right.
So if there is in stress of combat, he's not thinking about, oh gosh, there are high-raised building in Manama or in Bahrain or whatever. He's simply programming his missile or his UAV to strike at geographic coordinates.
Okay.
And if there is something in between, well, the UAV is flying into it. It's just an obstacle.
All right. The other question I wanted to ask, and viewers, just stay with me here for a bit. We'll try and understand this. Is that in the case of a ballistic missile, is it possible that its GPS gets corrupted, its GPS gets disturbed, or an interceptor hits it and there is debris that's falling in the civilian area?
Of course it is possible. It happens very often. And it is not only that. Okay, the missiles have their instrumental navigation system as well. So they have secondary navigation system. So they are still retaining some precision. But it happens time and again that both of these are disturbed, or at least the GPS, and then the missile misses, firstly. Secondly, if it is hit while re-entering the atmosphere, it falls into lots of pieces, some bigger, some smaller, and these are still going into towards the general area that it is targeted.
Civilian area and also at a great speed.
And it very easily can happen that somebody is killed or hit or damaged or whatever.
Or whatever. How far is in Dubai, the American airbase? From a civilian area, if you can just...
We can find it. It is, just a second. This is Dubai Airport, it is somewhere between the...
Right.
So, just a second, I'm searching for it.
That's the Palm Jumeirah.
Yeah.
So this is the Palm Jumeirah where something, there was
it's whitened out.
Projectile that lighted.
So here you are. So, theoretically, when you are targeting this airbase in this area, just to mark it better. So, these urban areas of Abu Dhabi, is this already, or is this still Dubai? Dubai, sorry. They are still threatened because if something gets hit while re-entering the atmosphere, the wreckage pieces can go all over this place.
Right. So if there is an interception, say, on this airspace,
yes,
the debris can, rather than falling right at the target mark, can fall in the neighboring areas.
Exactly like
and
that.
That's what we have seen.
Yes, and that's what I'm quite sure we have seen a lot of this, because we shouldn't forget the Iranians have targeted Abu Dhabi alone, yesterday alone, with 200 missiles and UAVs. So there is much more than we see on videos.
Right.
On this video we see 1 or 2 missiles at most, or UAVs. But in reality there are dozens and dozens of them coming in, and there is correspondingly lots of outlooks for some kind of collateral damage to happen.
Right. So what Tom's assessment is that these explosions in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and some of the civilian areas outside of the air bases are not done deliberate targeting by the Iranians. It's because of debris or interception that's happened of a huge number of missiles that have been sent by Iran towards these spaces. And when they land in the neighboring civilian areas, that's when we have seen debris. See, the Palm Jumeirah is not so far away. It's actually in the flying trajectory of the airbase in Dubai. So you see, this is the Palm Jumeirah, and this is the trajectory of the missiles coming in towards this airbase. And that's the reason why you have had debris fall here and also somewhere around the Fairmount Hotel. That's not so far away. It's also in this region itself, in this arc.
One more point. Let's not forget, just a second, the missiles can come from all over, from several directions. The Iranians can target with missiles from here, so they can come from this direction, from here, from here, from here. That means that the debris can be thrown in all possible directions in Dubai. That is the point. So it is not that simple as to say, always from the same direction.
It's not always from the same direction. The same thing applies even for Qatar and Bahrain, that the missiles can approach from multiple locations in Iran. Next time when we are chatting with Tom Cooper here in the dugout, it's going to be about the Strait of Hormuz, and that's another interesting story there. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Anand. We're getting more breaking news now. A latest video showing an Iranian Shahid-type drone falling from the sky. You can see the flames that have been completely engulfed around that area. These are pictures that we're getting from Kuwait. There you go. It's like a fireball in the sky that's falling after being intercepted in the skies over Kuwait. So clearly there is a lot of interception that's happening, as Tom Cooper was also explaining a moment ago. These are likely headed towards military installations, towards military targets, but they're being intercepted, whether in Dubai or in Doha or in Kuwait, and that's why it's landing likely very close to civilian areas. Adrian is also here. Adrian, you want to talk us through how and why this is so important? You can see a ball of fire in the sky falling off. Clearly, a drone there has been intercepted by a counter-strike.
Absolutely. It's looking like an Iranian Shahid 146 one-way attack unmanned aerial vehicle. What it is important to know is that it is extremely cheap to produce. It is between something like 20,000 to 50,000 US dollars, which means that Iranians probably had gigantic stocks of this kind of attack drones, and it's very much often much more costly to shoot them down than to produce them.
Yeah.
So it is really an attritional weapon. It is not so impressive because it is normal that you can expect that perhaps 90 to 95% to 98% of such drones are shot down.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a minimal number of them which are reaching their targets, and for most it is hugely expensive in terms of money, equipment, flight time, ammunitions to intercept them.
I also want to go to more breaking news, and we're seeing this as a familiar pattern now. Earlier it was Karachi, now in Lahore. Pakistani protesters who are carrying the flags of Islamic State, of Hezbollah, were attempting to try and attack the US consulate building inside Lahore. We saw that happen in Karachi as well some time ago. So clearly, either the state is allowing this to happen, or there is genuine anger amongst people. Pakistan does have a significant Shia population as well. Is this orchestrated, or is this an outpouring of grief and anger coming out? US consulates have been targets both in Karachi as well as in Lahore. I want to get Sushant Sareen's view on this. Sushant, do you think the military is allowing this in an orchestrated way to try and vent off some of this support? Or is this actually, people's anger spilling out onto the streets?
So, Zaka, genuine grief is easier to orchestrate than, manufactured grief. And let's face it, the Iranians have made significant investments in creating and carving out a Shia constituency in every country, including in India. Let's make no mistake about it. Anand was earlier talking about, Dr. Ranganathan was earlier talking about, protests in Srinagar, in Lucknow. But look, let's face it, the protests in India have so far been very, very peaceful. These are people who, and they have the right to protest. I don't deny that. But these are very peaceful kind of protests. They are not storming any buildings. They are not doing any kind of arson, looting, whatever. But Pakistan is a different case. So yes, there is a certain amount of mob license which is also given. And look, you have to understand how the Pakistani state operates. It's essentially a Sunni-dominated, Sunni majority state. It doesn't really have much use for the Shias. So this is riffraff on the streets protesting. Now this can be used to monetize these protests with the Americans and others. And the Europeans and the Americans suffer from an abused wife syndrome. The more the Pakistanis are treacherous with them, the more money they give to the Pakistanis so that the Pakistanis can keep doing what they are doing. And the Pakistanis have perfected this game. So yes, there will be these protests. Then they will go and shoot some of these people down and move on. One point, Zaka, I have to add. You were talking about certain Indian political reactions. I can understand Mr. Owaisi, and to be fair to him, he has been fairly consistent in the positions he takes. My surprise, actually I'm not surprised, but I find it ironical that Ms. Priyanka Gandhi is protesting, because not very long back, it was her brother who was going to these so-called democracies, as she calls them, and seeking their interference in India's internal affairs to bring democracy in India. And today she is cribbing about the fact that these so-called democracies, again her words, not mine, and these so-called leaders of these so-called democracies are attacking a sovereign country, when her own brother was going and lobbying against India and the government in India and seeking to destabilize and displace this government by interference in Indian affairs. So perhaps a little bit of consistency would not be such a bad idea for the principal opposition.
Dr. Ranganathan also wants to weigh in, and I'm going to other breaking news in just a moment. But Dr. Ranganathan, you wanted to weigh in on this.
Elaborate on one point that I was making. It's, as I said, I'm very disappointed by the Indian reaction outpouring on the streets. I think the messaging from the Indian government has to be very curt and very direct, because Shias, as opposed to Catholics in the world, don't have one single spiritual leader like the Pope. If at all there is one leader they look up to, the Shias of the world, it is actually Al-Sistani, who is based in Najaf in Iraq. And he is a very moderate, quote unquote, very affable gentleman who talks about peace around the world. Khomeini is the last leader anybody should be looking up to, especially the Shias. So the government has to come out and say, this is the wrong person you are eulogizing and celebrating. He's a tyrant for Iranians themselves. He's the one who's been spreading terror around the world. So if at all you want to look up to someone, let it be Al-Sistani.
திருடுகிறார்கள் யாரிடமிருந்து தெரியுமா? ஏழைகளிடமிருந்து, இளைஞர்களிடமிருந்து, விவசாயிகளிடமிருந்து தான் இவர்கள் களவாடுகின்றார்கள். இப்படிப்பட்ட ஊழல் அரசு மேலும் தொடர்வதற்கு எந்த ஒரு தார்மீக உரிமையும் கிடையாது. அதனால்தான் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி என்டிஏ அரசை கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்று தீர்மானம் செய்து விட்டார்கள். என் மனம் நிறை மக்களே, நாங்கள் உங்களுக்கு தூய்மையான திறமையான அரசாங்கத்தை கண்டிப்பாக அளிப்போம்.
Friends, Tamil Nadu kept Congress out of power in the state for 60 years. 6 decades. You were the first state to become Congress Mukta. For this, Congress took revenge against
countries like the UAE or Saudi Arabia, saying that Tehran's missile strikes on Gulf countries could deepen further Iran's isolation. It could also damage long-term relations with its Gulf Arab neighbors. It has condemned these attacks and has called for a de-escalation. I want to go across to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, this is an almost unprecedented pattern of attacks that we're seeing. Iran has not targeted other Gulf Arab countries, particularly civilian targets in Gulf Arab countries. There have been skirmishes that have happened in the past between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
And on the sidelines of rising Bharat at a time when the world is looking at peace and stability. Here comes the Americans
destinations like hotels being
one is calling it
targeted, airports being targeted.
The other is calling
how
it Lion's
concerning
Roar.
is this for
And
the region?
the
And how
Iranians are responding with
are
saying
these
this
individual
is
countries, whether it's Kuwait or the Emirates,
that's what they're calling it.
Or
but
Qatar,
how do
for
you
that
see this response that I don't like the mullahs, I don't like the regime, they don't listen to me, so I'm going to blast them out.
Quite focused. It's not haphazard. Iran, however wrongly, has a plan here. It sees these countries as hosting the US bases, and those are the bases from where attacks on Iran have been launched and are being launched now. So they are seeing these nations as complicit with what they see as their enemy. So what they are trying to do is try to hit some of these bases, but beyond
why
that,
do you believe
it's
that
civilian targets
Trump is
in order
saving
to
private
hurt the
Netanyahu?
economy.
Because it's
And
America
the
that's
economy is
leading
the
this one,
lifeblood. It's a
contrary
very
to the
fragile
12-day war.
system.
It is enough for America
Dubai,
to
it relies
become directly
upon
involved
absolute
in a war
peace
in the
and
Middle
ease.
East on the
It's
side
in
of
fact
Israel.
sort of a
This is something Israel is
continuing
daydreaming about for
air-conditioned picnic
80-something
in
years,
Dubai.
longer than Israel
And if
exists.
there is this kind
There
of
is,
shattering,
I
even
think I mentioned
to a
this a
small
few days
extent,
ago in another
it
interview.
upsets the
There
calm,
is
it
official
upsets the
documentation
faith
in
in
US
these as
National
safe
Archives
havens.
that
So if they,
Zionist
if the
leaders
Iranians believe they
of
can
what became
hit
Israel,
this
the
economy
originally
and
planning
hurt this
to
economy
get the
as they
USA
see it,
involved
they are
in
hitting
fighting
the enemy,
wars for Israel
and they
that was
certainly
back
are
in early
hitting where it
1948.
hurts.
Yeah, and now
And
they
this
have
will be
realized this
something
plan.
that will
After all the time,
certainly
the
provoke
USA is
all
fighting
sorts of
directly a war
consequences,
before
and the
in
one
favor of Israel.
fallout
Yeah,
of
that's
this
also
is going
because
to be quite
they wanted to
favorable
say
the
death to
US.
Jews, death
The
to
US
Israel.
has long
That
tried to
was a
nurse
call that's
better
been given
relations
by
with
the Ayatollah for the
the
last
Arab
40
world.
some
It's
years.
taken
No doubt
them a
about this.
very
Yeah,
long
sorry.
time to
Adrian,
do
your
this
thoughts? No,
and to get as
you're
far as they have.
because
And this
everybody
is now
is
going
quite
to throw
divided
a lot
about
of these
what's
countries,
going on
a lot of Arab
in
countries
this space
into
because
the American
India
embrace
has a huge
closer
Shia population,
than
and for
ever
them,
before.
Ayatollah Khamenei
So
is the
what
spiritual
the
head.
Iranians
There are a lot
will
of
succeed
others
in
who
doing
say he
is
could have
quite the
looked at peace
opposite.
and
They're
Trump
not
can't
trying to
just
make
bully his way
a split
everywhere.
between
But there are
the
others who
Arab
say,
countries and the
hey,
US.
who's
They're actually
sponsoring the
driving
Hamas? Who's backing the
these Arab
Hezbollah?
countries
Why is it that
into
these
the
proxies have
embrace
been
of
trying?
the
Who
US?
orchestrated
All right,
and
Sanjay, thanks for that. We'll come back to you as and when there are further developments. Now, Israel has posted, I believe the IDF has put this out on their Twitter handles. They're showing footage of the destruction of an Iranian regime headquarters. This happened just moments ago. This is footage that has been taken by either a drone, a munition that's been unleashed, or it's been taken by an aircraft fighter jet in that region. But you can see the exact impact, the exact time and place of impact. You can see a huge
as long as you do not face
cloud
real
of smoke billowing
imminent
up
threat.
from that. You can see
That
the fire going up,
according
and
to
then right above
international
that,
law, for
you can
example,
see the
if
smoke coming
the
up
Iranians
as well.
had 1,000
We're given to
missiles
understand
ready to be
regime
fired
headquarters.
against
We don't know
Israel
whether it's
within
of the
the
police,
next
the
2
Mossad,
hours.
or whether it's the
It's correct for the
IRGC,
Israeli
or if it's a
strike
political
these missile
compound.
batteries.
But this
But
is what the Israeli
it
Defense
is really
Forces have just released. I want to go across to
ditch
Mr. Yossi as well. Mr. Yossi, so
counteraction which
multiple
is
targets hit over the last 24 hours. I believe a fresh round of airstrikes have been launched by the Israeli Defense Forces even this morning. What are you hearing in terms of the latest? What are the other intended targets of this joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran?
International law from the US and Israel, because although they said they were preempting some action by the Iranians, but we have really absolutely no evidence that the Iranians were on the verge of launching an attack, an imminent military operation.
But that is tactical, right? Immediate tactical development. But gents, understand this. Iran was trying to go nuclear. That's the biggest threat. That's the biggest perceived threat. One, they repeatedly said, don't enrich your uranium, but they claim they've enriched it 60% already. Now, the moment Iran goes nuclear, what happens to the neighboring regions? All of them would have wanted to go nuclear. Israel would have been the first to say, I want to go nuclear. Yeah, but they would have had to declare it then openly.
Well, they wouldn't. Obviously, they wouldn't, because they are nuclear power at least until 1967, if not longer. Since 1976, they have run a test in Southern Atlantic. So this is a matter of fact. Nobody is in denial about this, at least since the Vanunu affair, when he has revealed documentation and photographs of the Israeli nuclear.
But Israel has never threatened or never claimed
this is on camera. You can see the IRGC headquarters. That's what we're given to understand. This is what the IDF has put out, the IRGC HQ being brought down to rubble in just a matter of seconds. I want to go to more breaking news. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, and one of the principal protagonists behind this historic airstrike and elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei. He's now issued a direct address to the people of Iran. He has declared that Israel will continue to strike thousands of targets belonging to what he described as Iran's terrorist regime over the coming few days. In a strongly worded message, Netanyahu has said that the military campaign would help create the conditions that are required for Iranian people to free themselves from the chains of tyranny. Sanjay has more on this. Sanjay, just walk us through what Bibi Netanyahu has said, because from his message it seems clear that they're not ending this joint Israeli-American airstrikes anytime soon. In fact, they're going to pummel Iran for a number of days until, as he says, the conditions are met for the Iranian people to rise up against the regime.
Full of B-52 bombers and tanker aircraft. So Iran has the legal right to strike this airbase in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so they have struck all the air bases. In fact, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araqchi has spoken on phone with his counterparts in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq. He's spoken to all of them and said that, listen, hey, this is what's happened. This is why we've done what we've done. He's described the US and Israeli strikes as a flagrant violation of the fundamental principles of UN Charter, just like Tom, you were saying, and a clear crime against international peace and security. But what the Americans and the Israelis have turned around and said is, we need this regime change if there's got to be stability in this region. Do you buy that or not, Adrian?
Informally or in some way against the government or against the remnants of the regime in place and try and get rid of it. So this is trying to rope in people of Iran as allies of the US and Israel. That said, we know that Iran is a very divided society.
I would be quite careful with this kind of line of arguments that some sudden and magical regime change in Iran will put an end of every problem in the Middle East. I mean, it's a theory which was not very well demonstrated.
A lot of the people is still,
not all of the people. Then is enough. This is something the Arab governments
even though it may be a minority,
for
that
2.5 years.
Islamist
Then
in its leanings,
is enough.
that for that reason will be supportive of this government and this regime still in place. How the rest will
Lebanon,
now
Syria,
revolt against this
Yemen,
lot. This would amount to a civil war.
Yes, Iraq as well.
Already,
Iran.
we are seeing demonstrations in Tehran by supporters of the regime, and of course, a lot of people came out to celebrate. And
as historians,
that is any indication, we had a lot more people coming out to celebrate spontaneously than people speaking in support of the regime.
Did that
nevertheless
result in any kind of peace? In 1992 again,
and Netanyahu's
when
call
it invaded
is
Lebanon,
to those who
did that result in
it.
any kind of peace?
Exactly
No,
how
it
they
resulted
will
in 20
oppose
years
it,
of occupation
exactly how
and
those
even
who are
more war.
entrenched and armed
the same
will
with
resist them.
the Gaza Strip,
That is
which
a
began in
tough call, and it's a
1967.
tough call for
No
people of
peace.
Iran.
at all.
Easier
How
for
many
Trump and
ceasefires
Netanyahu
with
to order these
Hamas,
airstrikes, and
with
this is all from the
Hezbollah,
air.
all were
The
violated
change
by
will have to
Israel,
come
not by
on the ground,
Hamas or
and it's going to
by
be a difficult
Hezbollah.
and messy change.
So
All
therefore,
right, Sanjay, thanks for that. Now, one of the countries in the Gulf that's not been targeted so far, now we're getting word, and this is again breaking news, an oil tanker that's been targeted by Iranian forces. Oman,
saying that Trump
which was
has
acting
launched
as a
an
mediator
illegal
between
regime
Iran and the
change war
United
in
States.
Iran,
Oman
and
has now put
American
out an
lives
official
have been put
statement
at risk.
that an oil
Congress
tanker was
must
attacked
convene on
off its
Monday to
port
vote
of Qassab,
on
which is
a
on the Strait
WPR
of
that's
Hormuz.
mooted by him and Thomas
Four
Massey.
mariners who were on
Every
board this
member
oil
of
tanker
Congress
have
should
been
go on
injured.
record
This is the
this
first
weekend
known
on
instance
how
of Oman
they will
getting
vote.
hit by
That's
these
what
Iranian drones
they are
and
coming out.
missile
So there's
strikes.
politics,
Oman
there's
had been playing the
resistance
role of
within
a
America
mediator
also for a
between
war
the
like
United
this.
States
But
and
somewhere,
Iran. There were
what do
three
you
rounds
think
of
is the
talks that
compulsion?
happened,
The other
two in
part
Geneva,
is,
one in
and
Muscat itself.
interestingly, they're
But
saying
Oman has been
if this
calling on
continues,
and urging
then that Strait of
the
Hormuz
Iranian
gets choked.
regime to
The
stop,
airspace is closed,
the firing
seaways
these
get closed,
missiles and drones,
and the
particularly
nations that
at
suffer,
civilian
including
targets
India,
on
or
Gulf
including
Arab
are
states. So
China.
clearly,
China will suffer,
this is
Southeast Asia
seemingly
will
the
suffer.
first
40%
attack
of Chinese
on an
energy
Omani
supplies are coming
asset.
from,
Certainly, it's
that
a
region.
vessel that's
Yeah,
just off the
so
coast
what
of
are the
Oman.
Russians
In
and
fact,
Chinese
at the
going to
port
do in
of
a
Kasbah,
situation
just
like
off
this?
the
How do
coast
you
of
see? Do you see this
Kasbah,
escalating
is where
further
this
over the next few
particular
days?
ship,
Or
this oil tanker, has been hit.
I would
But you
say-
can
I
see
would
the
say
pictures on
we,
the right, which is
Russians
basically
can,
the
basically talk,
IRGC headquarters.
but
We're
they
given to
can't,
understand that's
really
been
act in support
completely
of,
taken
Iran
apart
because they really
by
have some
an
other
Israeli
serious
strike. Just in a
on
matter
hand.
of seconds. We're joined in our
However,
studios
I
by
would
Mr.
take
Tom
the,
Cooper, military analyst,
Chinese,
Adrian Fontanelles,
much
he's a
more
military
seriously in
analyst and
this,
historian,
affair because,
Yossi Koperwasser,
a few
he's
days
an
ago, we
Israeli intelligence and security expert,
communicated
Sushan
quite
Sarin, senior
good
fellow
quality,
from the Observer Research Foundation, Air Marshal
photosatellites
retired Sanjeev
of,
Kapoor, former
American
DG
bases
of
in the
Air
Middle
Safety,
East,
and
which
Anand
is a very
Ranganathan,
clear
author,
signal.
is
It
also
means,
joining us. Group Captain,
hey,
retired
we
MJ
can give
Vinod,
the
he's also
Iranians
there with us.
precise
Group
targeting
Captain,
information
let me ask you,
in order
what do you make of these airstrikes? Largely, these have been strikes from the air, either through ballistic missiles or through drones.
So,
how long can Iran continue to keep up with this?
It is not possible to know, but the Chinese obviously can have a kind of military
there is a
influence
very
in
important
this,
base
conflict
we
if
all
they
are
wish so.
overlooking. Let
me add one
it
more
spells
thing.
exactly like the iPhone
closing
Siri.
the Hormuz Straits. They need not
So
close the
SIRI,
Hormuz
100
Straits.
kilometers, mere
If
100
anybody is
kilometers
going
from
to do
Dubai.
that, then the
It
Americans
has an
and
adequately
perhaps
long
Israelis,
runway
but
to
almost Americans.
launch
Why?
drones,
Iranians
not
have a
fighter
pipeline.
aeroplanes.
Yeah.
109 kilometers to be precise, and I believe in my OSN assessment, this is the base that is being used to launch these low-cost, like Tom was mentioning, not such a long-range drones.
It is the question of what the
to attack
Americans
all
want to do
across
over there,
Dubai, Abu
because the
Dhabi,
Americans
as well,
are
and
intercepting
they
ships,
probably
for example, on the way
in coming times
for Cuba
Al-Ain
or
and
exporting
probably
oil
Ras
from
Al Khaimah
Venezuela.
too.
The Iranians not doing
This
such
is the
things.
base that I think Dubai has been taking it like
what is official
I think somewhere I think somewhere what has come out was outlined
a lot of
interest
movement
by the
from
the real
mainland
intent
into
by the
the small
Americans
island
and
which
the
is astride to Dubai.
The first time the strikes were
these
mounted
drones,
when
like
they broke out and they started
drones are
turning
extremely low
aggressive.
cost to make.
One is they want
less
a
than 3
regime
to 4
change.
lakhs.
Two
You can
is they
make
want to
these
shut
drones
down
strap
Iran's
on 10,
nuclear
20
weapons
kgs of
program and also
TNT,
its ballistic
and
missile program. So
you
they
will
now
have
want to achieve both of this
devastating
because the Iranians
result
said we
is
are
not
not
at
doing
least
either of
a
this
dent in the image.
as of now.
What
That's
it
what they
did to,
said. Oman's foreign minister says US should
hotel
not get sucked in
or
further.
any
This
other
is not your war.
places is
Macron
probably
says,
minimal to nothing.
go ahead,
But
we'll back
what it
you.
did to the
Iran needs
image
to remember
is
that
what
the
is
regime change has to have.
huge,
You got to shut down your
especially when
ballistic
Dubai
missiles
is
program and your
looking to
nuclear
surge ahead
program. So that's what
in
he is
terms
saying.
of,
Israeli government says the Iranian regime
getting,
might target Jewish
HNIs on board,
people or Jewish population
opening
elsewhere in the
space
world.
for
Now,
business.
this
Those
can
things will get
fast go
affected.
up the escalation escalation
people will
ladder.
have to factor
How are
these
we going
things
to keep
into
it closed? What's going to
consideration when
Because
they
there are
want
cyber
to
attacks
move
happening.
future. I mean, in the
Shah
future,
Raza
move
Pahlavi
in
comes out and says, people,
Dubai,
it's ready,
unless
just ready, be ready.
favorable
I'll tell you
regime,
when to get out on the
comes in
streets
Iran,
and take
which
control,
also
seize
is a
power.
possibility.
Netanyahu
Time will
calls
tell.
on
Let's
all
wait and see.
people
We'll see if there will be a favorable regime in Iran, but Iran has also now started trading fire through these missiles
calling
as well
everybody
as
his friend.
Shahid drones that have
So
been unleashed.
they are trying to
and specifically
create
they're
a
trying to target
multi-pronged,
civilian populations in Dubai, in Doha, in Kuwait. It has started trading fire after the US and Israel launched multiple strikes, one of which killed the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN's Nick Patton-Walsh reports on the big questions that now stare the Middle East in the face.
If you take into the calculation the reaction of the Iranian civilian population, but because
simple solution to
there is no way to predict
complex
this,
problem.
neither for us,
and as the sun
neither
comes
for
up
the
here
Pentagon,
in southern
neither
Israel,
for Tel Aviv,
in the region,
this
the
is
United
no
States
this
and
is no
Israel are
realistic
going to have
strategy
to
because you
urgently
do
ask
not
the
count
question,
in a strategic action. On perhaps it might be, let's hope that the Iranian civilians will do this.
Decided between themselves that removing the top level of Iran's regime
Live
would
with Tom
leave them
Cooper and
ultimately
Adrian
in a better
Fontanellas,
place.
and
President
on the
Trump has
sidelines of
hinted
Rising
that he
Bharat,
thinks
that
he
at a
knows
time when the
who could
world is
potentially
looking
be
at
a
peace and
successor
stability,
who
here
might be
comes the
harking back to a
Americans and the
Venezuela playbook where
Israelis. One
essentially
is
they
calling it
captured
epic
Nicola
fury,
Maduro
the
and
third,
pointed
the other
towards
is calling it
deputy
lion's roar,
as the person
and
they'd
the
like to run
Iranians
the
are
country. But
responding
Iran
with saying
is
this is
nowhere
our
near as simple as that. Its
Fateh
security
Khyber. That's what
forces
they're calling
are
it. But
entrenched
how do you see
within
this
society.
response? That
They've
I
got blood
don't
on
like
their
the
hands.
mullahs,
Just
I don't
recently
like
in
the
January,
regime, they don't
killing
listen to me,
thousands.
so I'm going to blast them
And so
out.
possibly the idea of some kind of moderate replacement in a box, dragging the whole country towards the Western orbit, is a little far-fetched, perhaps. And still, the airstrikes and retaliations haven't even stopped yet. So it's a new dawn here, certainly, but one with very urgent questions as to how this very simple, brutal solution, the killing of Khamenei, suddenly fixes a problem that's beset the United States.
Now, why do you believe that
decades.
Trump is saving Private Netanyahu? Because it's America that's
all right, that
leading
was
this
CNN's
one,
Nick Patton
contrary
Walsh,
to
but now we have the
12-day
first
war.
reaction from the Iranian
enough for
president,
Americans to
Masoud
become directly
Pezeshkian,
involved
who
in
many
the war in the
figured was
Middle
a
East on the side
sideline
of
figure.
Israel.
He
This is
was
something
merely
Israel
a
is
figurehead. He was
daydreaming
the
about
president.
for
Yes, he's now
80
reacted.
something
He
years,
has
longer than
vowed
Israel exists.
revenge
There
after
is,
the killing
I
of
think I mentioned
Ayatollah
this
Ali
a few
Khamenei,
days
the
ago in
supreme
another
leader
interview.
of Iran.
There is official
Tehran is
documentation
viewing
in
revenge
US
as
National
its
Archives
duty,
that
is what Masoud
Zionist
Pezeshkian has said.
leaders
He was seen
of
as a
what
slightly
became
more
Israel,
moderate,
they're originally
reformist
planning
president,
to
but
get the USA
increasingly in the last few
involved
weeks
in
and months,
fighting wars
certainly
for
after the
Israel,
attacks
and
that
that
we
was
saw
back
in
in early
June last year,
1948.
the
And now
12-day
they have
war,
realized
he
this
was
plan.
being
After all the
sidelined
time.
as
The
a
USA is
almost like a
fighting directly
figurehead there,
a war
and it was
in favor
directly
of
being
Israel.
taken. The
Yeah,
most
that's also
important
because
political and
they
military
wanted
calls,
to say death
security
to Jews,
calls were being
death to
taken by the
Israel.
supreme leader,
That was
along with
a
other
call
folks
that's
like
been
Ali
given by the
Larijani.
Ayatollahs for
But
the last
now
47
the Iranian
years.
president,
about
Masoud
this,
Pezeshkian,
yeah.
has
Adrian,
vowed
your
revenge,
thoughts? No,
saying
you're
that
entitled to your
revenge
views
is a
because everybody
legitimate
is quite
right
divided
of the
about
Iranian people.
what's going on
Group
in
Captain,
this
what do
space,
you
because
make of this? I mean,
India has a huge
there
Shia
are
population,
ultimately,
and
like
for
you were
them,
saying,
Ayatollah Khamenei
if
is
we
the
have to
spiritual
find a
head.
swift end
There
to
are a
this,
lot of others
then
who say
Iran
we
will
could
have
looked
to
at
be
peace and Trump can't
convinced
just
that
bully
there
his
is a
way
candidate
everywhere.
or a set of
There are others who
leaders
say,
who are
hey,
acceptable
who's
to the
sponsoring the
Americans
Hamas?
and to the
Who's backing the
Israelis, a
Hezbollah?
moderate leadership,
Why
if
is
you
it
will,
that these
who
proxies have
then
been
they
trying?
can
Who
say, okay,
orchestrated and
Khamenei has been
celebrated October
eliminated,
7 and
the
the
top
massacre of Jews?
leadership of Iran has been
who
eliminated.
doctrined
Now
the
it's time
fact
to
that
hand the
all
baton
Jews
over
must be
to
wiped
someone
out.
slightly
So
more
if you
moderate.
take a position like that, there will be others who will say, all
Even
right,
if that
you want to
happens,
wipe me
Zaka,
out,
it is
I want to
going
wipe you out
to be
first.
short-term
Where do you stand on
peace
this?
I would say,
for a simple
fortunately,
reason.
the international
The Hadith is very, very clear.
law is quite
Both,
clear in that regard. It is,
Al-Bukhari as well
you are
as
not allowed to
It very
invade
clearly
or
says
strike
that during
militarily
the end of times,
another
you find
country
a Jew,
as long
even if
as
he is
you do
hiding
not
behind
face
a tree
real
or a stone,
imminent
you need
threat.
to finish him unless
That means,
you
according
do
to
that, you
international
cannot
law,
go to the
for
judgment
example,
day.
if
So if
the
that
Iranians
is,
had
kind of
1,000
enshrined,
missiles
then
ready,
there is a
ready to
problem
be
that
fired
is
against
always lurking in the
Israel
background.
within the next 2
Peace
hours,
could be short term.
it is correct for the
When I say
Israelis to
short term, it
strike.
could be even
Let me
100
see
years,
that
200
way.
years short
But
term.
if,
So
but it is really
unless
last
that somehow
ditch
changes, the narrative changes, I do not know
counteraction
will
which
there
is
be a
authorized by
lasting
the
peace. A. B, and
international
most
law.
importantly, like
This
Zaka,
was obviously not the
correctly
case,
mentioned,
and we
people of
perfectly
Iran,
know, but there was
their
this
will
massive
needs
US
to be
build-up in the Middle East
put
since
on the
at
new
least 2 or 3
government
weeks.
and not
So we
the
are,
hardliners' view that
it's quite
should come
simple.
on the people.
We are in a case
If
of
the reverse
violation
happens,
of the
then the
international
problem
law
is
from the
always
US
there on
and
the
Israel
ground.
because
So many people have
although
been
they
killed,
say
so many
they were
people will be killed in
preempting
the future. So a lot of
some mentioned by the
other countries
Iranians,
other than
but we have
US
really
and
absolutely no
Israel
evidence
need to
that
measure
the
up,
Iranians were on the
support
verge
the people of Iran
launching
to get a regime
an
which
attack,
is
an imminent
pro-people.
military
Yeah,
operation.
Okay,
but
I
that is
also want to get
tactical,
Sushant
right?
Serene if he's there.
Immediate tactical
Okay,
development.
we'll try and go back
understand
to
this.
our
Iran was
other
trying
guests
to
as
go
well.
nuclear. That's the
If
biggest
Mr. Yossi
threat.
is there to weigh in.
That's the biggest.
Okay, Daniel
perceived
Benjamin
threat.
Shapiro
One.
is former US diplomat to
repeatedly
Israel.
said, don't enrich your
Thank you very
uranium,
much,
but they
Mr.
claim they've
Shapiro, for
enriched it
speaking with us.
60% already.
So now we
Now,
have
the
the
moment
first
Iran
reaction
goes
from the
nuclear,
Iranian
what
President
happens
Masoud
to the
Pezeshkian, who was
neighboring
seen as
regions? All of
a
them
slightly
would
more
want to, all of them
moderate
would have
face.
wanted to go
He has
there
now
nuclear.
come out
Israel
and
would
said
have been the
he's
first to
vowing
say, I want to go
revenge
nuclear.
against
Israel is
America
already
and Israel for killing the
Yeah, but they
supreme
would have
leader
had to declare it then
Ayatollah
openly.
Khamenei. What do you make of that?
To be honest, they wouldn't, because they are nuclear
Well, I think
power
as long as the
since
regime
at least
survives, they
if not longer, since 1976.
Several, I'm actually sitting in Tel Aviv,
so this
and
is
there
a
have
matter
been
of fact.
several
Nobody is
barrages
in denial
of
about this,
missiles
at
launched
least
at Israel
since
already
Vanunu
today,
affair,
and
when
might
he has
indeed
revealed
already be part of
documentation and
they
photographs
continue to
of
launch
the Israeli
missiles
nuclear
in
But
the
Israel has
Gulf,
never threatened or
against
never claimed
targets
to
in
use
GCC
nukes
states.
as much
So
as a
it's certainly
Pakistan
possible
has,
that they
or as
consider
much
this
as an
revenge.
Iran has, that we
And
will develop
this
our
is a
own
very
nuclear weapons.
ideological
See,
regime.
this entire
They're
aspect of
been
playing
driven
the
by that
nuclear
ideology to
bogey,
try to
raising it, has
destroy
come
Israel,
from
to
Islamic
sponsor
nations
various
that have
terrorist
turned nuclear.
organizations, and
That's
undermine Arab
another
governments to try to
argument.
kick the United States out of the region.
That in terms of
And their
stability,
ideological leader has
look
now
at what's
been
happened now.
removed.
Tehran's
So
response has
it
been
would
to
be
US air
logical
bases in the
that
neighboring
at
Arab
least
countries.
until more damage
But
is
Saudi
done,
Arabia, which
they
till
will
last week
try
was
to
backing Iran, has turned
establish
around and said,
some
we'll back
measure of
whatever the
revenge
UAE
for
does.
his death.
All
So war
resources
game this
import.
for
That's
us.
the
How does
latest
this
statement.
play out over the
UAE
next week, maybe 2 weeks?
United
Does
States.
Trump
So therefore,
immediately
Iran
claim
has the
political
right to
victory
strike
and
this
say that, look,
this
I've
military
cut off
base
the
in
head
Saudi
of the
Arabia.
snake.
It's as simple as that.
This is a huge victory for
This
me.
is-
Now
you
I
can
want the
really check
Iranians
the
to
UN
stop.
Charter,
Or does he go in for
rules
the
of
long
warfare
haul?
and so on
He
and so on,
just
Geneva
doesn't stop
conventions.
at just Khamenei alone.
There is
he
a
goes
US base,
for
this,
the entire top leadership of Iran,
Saud or
and
something,
then he
air base,
wants the people of Iran. I don't know how this is going to happen, but at the end of that,
the
whether it's
precise
10 or 20 or 30
designation,
of the
full
top
of
leadership of Iran is
B-52
eliminated,
bombers
and then he
and
expects
tanker
the people
aircraft. So
to take
Iran
back the
has
regime.
legal right to
How
strike
is that going to
this
work?
airbase in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so
It's
they have
not a
struck
good
all the air
practice to try
bases.
to
In fact, Iran's
anticipate
foreign
Donald
minister
Trump's
Abbas
decisions,
Araqchi
because
has
he's
spoken
very,
on phone with his
mercurial,
counterparts
and
in Saudi
probably he doesn't
Arabia,
know
the
what he'll
UAE,
decide.
Qatar,
He, of
Kuwait,
course, established
Bahrain,
regime
Iraq.
change
He's
as
spoken
the
to all of
strategic
them
objective
and
on
said
his
that,
opening
listen, hey,
statement of the
this
night
is what's
the war
happened,
began.
this is why we've done
Then
what we've done.
immediately,
He's described the US and
within
Israeli
the
strikes
day,
as a
he
flagrant
said, well, he
violation
could
of the
do two
fundamental
things. He could
principles
either
of UN Charter,
go
just
all
like
the
Tom,
way,
you were
as he
saying,
said,
and a
fight
clear
for
crime
3 or
against
4 weeks
international peace
until
and
the
security.
regime is totally destroyed
But
and he
what
controls
the
everything. I don't
Americans and
really
the
think he
Israelis
wants
have
to
turned
be
around and said,
in control of
we
Iraq.
need this regime
Or he
change if
could
there's
take
got to be
after 2 or 3
stability
days
in
the
this
decision
region.
that sufficient damage has
Do you
been
buy
done
that or not,
to their
Adrian?
nuclear and missile programs, and then he will threaten the remaining
foremost an historian,
regime
so
figures
let's say that the
with
previous
the
attempts
resumption of
of
fighting if they try to
regime
rebuild this
change
border. And you could
were
add
not
to
very
that
successful, to say
Khamenei's
the
death as
least,
an
if you think
additional
about Iraq,
trophy that
even Afghanistan,
allows him to claim victory.
Libya.
He, of course, his history is that he prefers
So
short,
I would
sharp
be quite careful
military actions,
with
not
this
long,
kind of
extended
line
wars.
of
He's been a
arguments
critic
that
of
some
long,
sudden and
extended
magical
wars that the
regime
United
change
States
in
has been
Iran
in the
will
past, of regime
put an
change
end
wars,
of
in fact,
every problem
in Iraq and
the
Afghanistan.
Middle East.
So
I mean,
it's
a
certainly not
theory
be
which was
surprising,
not
but very hard to
very
predict.
well
Not surprising
demonstrated
if
in
he
the
would
past.
say sooner than
Besides,
later, after
where
a
do
few
they-
more days,
then is
yes,
enough.
we've done
This
enough
is something
damage, we've
the
killed the
Arab
leader, we
governments
have the
are
next
more asking
leadership
already
tier
for
in
2.5
place,
years.
and they will be
Then
deterred
is
from
enough.
being as
They have
threatening and
Israel
as
is a bond.
destabilizing as Iran
Gaza
has
Strip,
been under this regime for so many decades.
Lebanon,
But
Syria,
that would be a way
Yemen.
for him to get out of this
Okay, this time,
before
yes, Iraq as well,
our
Iran.
air defenses
Over
are
the last
stretched,
2.5 years.
and
All in the name of
perhaps
peace.
to
Okay,
claim a
let's
victory
now
without
let's
getting
see,
pulled into a
say,
longer
as
engagement.
historians, let's see the last
All right,
75
Lieutenant General
years.
retired
Israel
KJ's
has
Dilo is
promised
also now
peace and
joining
whatever
us.
else.
Major General retired
1967
Rajan
as well.
Kuchar here in our studios. Defense
Did
expert
that
Sara Karta, former director
result
of the
in any
National
kind of
Security Council
peace?
Secretariat, will also be
1982
joining us.
again.
Let me
When
ask
we
General
invaded
Dillon. General
Lebanon.
Dillon,
Did
we
that
were
result
on
in
the
any
air
kind of
last
peace?
night
No,
as well.
it resulted in 30
The
years of
fact that
occupation
the supreme
and
leader of
even more
Iran
war.
has been killed.
The
How
same
much
with
of
the
a
Gaza Strip,
political
which began
victory
in
is this for
1967.
Donald Trump? Will he use this as a victory and say, okay, this is the off-ramp I'm giving the Iranians, let them take it and exit this war quickly? Because he doesn't have, as our previous speaker was saying, he doesn't want to get America entangled in long wars. Or do you think he has the propensity to continue this for the next few weeks so that the entire top leadership of the regime is changed?
Very, very
and then the people
skeptical.
of Iran
Khanna has
revolt
just
and take
tweeted
back
saying
their
that Trump
government,
has
take back
launched
their
an
country,
illegal regime
and then
change
decide
war in
who
Iran
might
and
be
American lives
palatable
have been put
as
at
a-
risk.
as a next,
Congress must convene
leader
on
of
Monday
Iran.
to vote on a WPR that's tweeted by him and Thomas Massey. Every member of Congress should go on record
we have to
this
understand one
weekend
thing,
on
when
how
America
they will
went in for
vote.
this
That's
war,
what
if
they
you
are
can
coming
call
out. So
that a
there's
war or
politics, there's
conflict or
resistance
whatever.
within America
It
also
had a
for
very
a war
declared
like this.
aim of regime
But
change.
somewhere, what do you think is the
And why
compulsion?
did
The other
America
part
go in
is,
for this
and
war?
interestingly, they're saying,
America will
if this
accept
continues,
everything and
then that
anything.
Strait of Hormuz
The only
gets
thing
choked.
which America will not
The
accept
airspace is
is
closed,
anyone
the
having the
seaways get
capability
closed,
to hit
and the
American
nations that
homeland.
suffer, including including India or including
missiles
Bharat, or
with the
China.
nuclear
China will
weapons.
suffer. South
So
Asia
if
will
Iran
suffer.
was becoming
40%
a
of
threat
Chinese
which could
energy
hit the
supplies are coming
American
from
homeland, that
that
capability
region.
has to be
Yeah.
destroyed.
So what are the Russians
Now, with
and
that
Chinese
as a
going to do
background,
in a situation
when
like this?
America
How do you
went
see?
in
Do you
for
see this
war,
escalating further
they
over the
very
next few
clearly
days?
laid out
Or
phases of war.
I would say
They are very
Russians can
clearly
basically
mentioned
talk,
what all actions will take
but
in
they
phase 1,
can't
phase 2,
really
phase
act
3.
in support of
Some of the
Iran
phases
because
can
they
even
really
follow
have
that.
some other serious
Now,
problems.
in this particular way, the way we are talking yesterday also, the
However,
first and the
I would
foremost
take
thing was to decapitate the political leadership, the religious leadership,
a few days ago, they
top officials, and the military
quite
leadership.
good quality
So that there is a vacuum at the top in the
photo-satellites
decision making,
of
and that would
American
result in
bases in the
confusion in
Middle
the
East,
rank and file.
which is a very
Now,
clear
that was
signal.
the
It
first
means,
and the foremost
hey,
phase
we
1.
can give the Iranians
Coupled with
precise
that
targeting
was
information
to suppress
in
the
order
air defense,
to strike
to neutralize
these bases
the
at the
missiles
correct
which are
spot
likely to hit
with the short-range
American
missiles.
interests in the region,
So,
as well as the Israelis.
It is not
And
possible
suppress
to
the air
know
defense so that
that
American missiles
the
and
Chinese
drones and
obviously
aircrafts can
have
fly with
a kind of
impunity.
military influence
That was to
in
happen
this
simultaneously.
conflict if they wish
Phase
so.
2 would be to
Let
destroy
me add
America's
one
military
more thing.
assets
Everybody's
and
talking
most
about Iranians
importantly
closing the
military
Hormuz Strait.
industrial
They're not
base
closing the Hormuz
which
Strait.
was manufacturing these
If anybody is
missiles
going to do that,
so
then
that
the
it does
Americans
not
and
have the
perhaps
replenishment or
Israelis, but foremost
recouping
Americans.
capability
Why?
while the war
Iranians
is
have
going.
a pipeline
Coupled with all these things
which is connecting
was to
their oil
destroy
fields
America's
with
economic
Shabbat, for
assets so
example.
badly
So
that
they
for the
can-
next
it
2-3
is
decades.
they
No, sorry, Iran.
capable of continuing to export no matter what happens in the Straits of
Cannot get their act
Hormuz.
together and
It
manufacture
is a
these
question
weapons
of what the
again.
Americans want
As
to do
also
over
the
there,
nuclear
because the Americans
weapons,
are
nuclear
intercepting
pieces
ships,
of,
for example, on the way
material.
with fuel for
All this
Cuba
would
or
happen
exporting
under
oil
an
from
umbrella
Venezuela.
of
The
very
Iranians are not doing
solid
such things.
psychological warfare or
So,
narrative building.
Again,
Which has already
what is
started.
official
I
claim
think
and what is
somewhere
actually
coming on
going
the
on?
street,
and
the
what is
I think
selective
somewhere
videos being leaked
what
of
has come
women
out
crying
was
death to
outlined
meaning
the
and all
interest
that.
by the,
So all
and
this
the
was
real
not to
intent
happen
by
in
the
a particular
Americans
phased
and the
manner.
Israelis.
One thing which
The first time the strikes were mounted,
Iran's
when
oil
they broke out
refineries.
and they started
Because
turning
that
aggressive.
they would need
One is
even
they want a
after the
regime
regime
change.
change or after
Two
the
is they
war
want to
is over.
shut down Iran's
Other than
nuclear
that,
weapons
all the
program and
economic
also its
assets, the
ballistic
military
missiles program.
assets,
So
the
they now
political,
want to
military,
achieve both of this.
government
Because
top
the Iranians
leadership
said we are
will be
not doing either
decapitated.
of this
And in this whole
as
game,
of now. That's what they said.
internal uprising would be
Oman's
given
foreign
a
minister
flip.
says US
And
should
that
not get
would
sucked in
result
further.
in a
This is
civil
not
war.
your war.
Let's
Macron
see how that
says,
plays out,
go
because
ahead,
on the
we
face of
back
it, it
you.
would seem
Iran
that
needs to
if you've
remember
eliminated
that the
someone
regime
who's
change has
been
to happen. You got to
part
shut
of this
down your
country or
ballistic
the
missiles
leadership of this
program and
country
your
for the last
nuclear
40
program.
years,
So that's what he's saying.
that gives
The
people
Israeli
a reason
government
to
says
rally
the
around
Iranian
the flag.
regime might target
How
Jewish
can you expect
people
people
or
to come
Jewish
out
population
and retake
elsewhere
the
in
government,
world.
as
Now,
Trump said?
this
But I'm
can
getting another
fast go up
piece
the
of breaking news
escalation
as
ladder.
well. This is a
How are we
CNN
gonna
News
keep
18
it close?
exclusive.
What's going to happen?
On
Because there are cyber
Khamenei's
attacks
killing.
happening.
Pakistani
Shah
protesters
Reza
have
Pahlavi comes out
stormed
and says,
the US
people,
consulate
it's
in
ready,
Karachi.
just ready,
They've
be
entered
ready.
the US consulate
I'll tell you
building
when
in
to get out
Karachi.
on the streets
Multiple
and take
casualties,
control,
we
seize
are
power.
given to understand, are
Netanyahu
feared.
calls on
Sources
all
are also
people
saying
who
that
have
it's being
any
reported that there are more than
Iranian
8
troops, including the
deaths
Baluch,
and over
including
30
the Persians,
injured
including the
in
Kurds,
this attack that
calling
happened on
everybody
the US
he's doing
consulate
it.
building in Karachi.
So they are trying to
that the
create
US
a
base administration has seized the bodies of these
fast
individuals
and,
inside the consulate
effective,
building.
shock and awe kind of
Protests
thing.
continue
But do you think that they're
across
going to
the
be able to
country. In
achieve that
Skardu, we saw
with Iran?
pictures.
There are
We
no
saw pictures
pushovers,
from
the Iranians.
Lahore as
There is
well, and
regime,
now in
yeah.
Karachi.
There
I
is
want to
never
bring
way
in
to
Major General Rajiv Kochar here in our
predict
studios
all
as
of
well.
this, especially if you
What
take
we
into
Okay, well, let's go to Siddhant first. Siddhant,
the reaction
so
of the
again, in the
Iranian
case
civilian
of
population.
in the case
That's
of Pakistan, there's always a question mark.
There
Are
is no way
these
to
genuine
predict this.
protests? Is this
Neither for
genuine
us,
anger that's spilling
neither
out onto
for
the
the
streets on
Pentagon,
American
neither
diplomatic
for,
missions,
Tel Aviv.
etc.? Or is this
This is
being
no
orchestrated by
realistic
the
strategy because
military,
you do not
political
count
leadership,
in
the
strategic
sort of
action
government there,
perhaps
the
it
hybrid
might be,
government
let's
there,
hope
in
that
order
the
to give
Iranian
vent
civilians will
to some
do
of
this.
this anger?
Right, Zaka, in fact, this has by authorities.
Live with Tom Cooper and Adrian Fontanelas, and on the sidelines of rising Bharat, at a time when the world is looking at peace and stability, here comes the Americans and the Israelis. One is calling it epic fury, the other is calling it lion's roar, and the Iranians are responding with saying this is our Fateh Khyber. That's what they are calling it. But how do you see this response? That I don't like the mullahs, I don't like the regime, they don't listen to me, so I'm going to blast them out.
Protesters broke through the security barricades and entered the US consulate in Karachi. The protest appeared to be part of a wave of anti-US demonstrations in the region following heightened tensions over the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Now tensions rise as the city witnesses intense unrest. Protests erupted after Khamenei's death in Pakistan. US personnel stationed at the US consulate opened fire on Pakistani protesters. It is being reported that there are more than 8
Trump is
Zaka
saving
deaths
Private
and
Netanyahu?
over
Because
30
it's
injured.
America
Sources
that's
claim
leading
that the
this one,
US-based
contrary to the
administration
12-day
has
war.
seized the bodies of the martyrs at the consulate. After Karachi,
directly
protests have
involved in the
started
war
outside
in the
the
Middle
US
East on the
consulate
side
in
of
Lahore.
Israel. This is
Protests
something
continues
Israel is
across
daydreaming
the
about
country,
for
including
80-something
Gilgit,
years, longer than
Baltistan.
Israel exists.
Karakoram highway
There
has been
is,
closed
I think I
to all
mentioned this a
types
few
of
days ago in another interview.
Okay,
There
Sudhan,
is
we'll leave
official
it there. Thanks very
documentation
much.
in
Major
US
here in our
National
studios.
Archives
Just
that
in terms of
Zionist
how this is
leaders
likely to play out,
of
one
what
variable
became
that's been
Israel
added is Iran
originally
is now
planning
attacking
to
these civilian
get the
targets in
USA
Dubai, in
involved
Doha,
in
in
fighting
Bahrain.
wars for Israel,
And those
that was
countries
back in
don't
early
necessarily have the
1948.
propensity
and now
for
they
war.
have
They certainly don't have
realized
the
this
propensity
plan.
for their civilian
After all
population
the
to be
time,
attacked.
the
How
USA
will that
is
change
fighting
the
directly
equation,
a
Major?
war for in favor
Thank
of
you,
Israel.
Zaka.
Yeah, that's also because they
point
wanted to say death to Jews,
note here
death to
is that
Israel.
these are soft
That was a
targets
call that's been given
because
by the
all these
Ayatollahs for the
countries
last
do not
47
have
years.
that
No, that's
kind
what
of
they
a
said.
air
Yeah,
defense
sorry.
umbrella,
Your thoughts. No,
which
you're
possibly
entitled to
Israel
views
has.
because everybody
Because,
is quite divided about
Iran
what's
has
going
two
on
options now, either
in
to
this
strike
space,
Israel,
because
and
India
we know
has
that
a huge Shia
Gerald
population,
Ford is
and for
there,
them, Ayatollah
and
Khamenei
it
is
is
the
an
spiritual
added
head.
umbrella for
There
the
are
air
a lot of
defense,
others who say you could have
as
looked
far
at
as
peace and
Israel is
Trump can't
concerned,
just
because if
bully
you
his
remember
way
the last
everywhere.
12
There are
days
others
war,
who say,
on the
hey, who's
9th
sponsoring
day,
the Hamas? Who's
Israel
backing the
was
Hezbollah?
not able to
Why
stop
is it
the
that these proxies have been
missiles
planned?
of
Who
Iran
orchestrated
from
and
coming in,
celebrated October
because
7 and the massacre
interceptors
of
had
Jews?
fallen short.
And who's
But here what we
doctrining
are
the
seeing
fact that
is
all Jews must be wiped out? So if you
this
take a
is a
position like
pressure
that, there will
tactics
be others
on
who
the
will say,
part
all
of
right, you're going to
Iran
wipe me out, I want to wipe
as
you out
far as the
first.
United States is
Where do you stand on
concerned,
this?
because a message is
fortunately,
being
the
given to the
international,
United States as
law
also to
is
the
quite
Gulf
clear in that regard.
nations that
You are
the
not
United
allowed
States
to
cannot
invade or
protect you
strike
any longer.
militarily
Because
another country
if you remember,
as
all
long as you
these
do not
Gulf
face real
countries have
imminent threat.
US
That
air
means,
and
according
military
to
bases
international
here.
law, for example, if
And the premise
the
why
Iranians
these
had
bases
1,000
were placed
missiles
here was to give a
ready to be
protection
fired against
to these
Israel
countries
within the
against
next
any
2 hours,
outside
it
interference
is correct for
in
the
terms
Israeli
of
to
any
strike these missile
kind
batteries.
of a
But
conflict.
if-
So I
but
think
it
a
is really
strong narrative
last
or a
ditch,
strong strategic message
counteraction
is
which is
going from
authorized by
Iran
the
as far as we
international
are
law.
concerned,
This was
telling
obviously
these
not the
Gulf
case,
countries that
and we
America can no
perfectly
longer
know
protect
that
you.
there was this massive
It is
US
not
buildup
that
in
these
the Middle
countries are
East since
enemies of
at
Iran.
least 2 or 3 weeks.
You have to
So we are.
take that into account
It's quite
because
simple. We are in the case of
over a
violation
long
of
period
the
of time,
international law
Iran has
from
enjoyed
the US and
fairly
Israel
good
because
relations with these
although
countries.
they said they were
It is
preempting
basically a message
some action by
which is
the
going
Iranians,
to the
but we
Americans
have
and
really absolutely
also
no evidence
to
that
these
the Iranians
countries
were on the
that
verge
United
of
States
launching
is not able to
an
protect
attack,
you
an
any
imminent
longer.
military
And
operation.
I think
but that is tactical,
these
right?
attacks are going to
immediate
intensify
tactical development. But
because
gents,
if you
understand this. Iran was
look
trying
at
to
the
go
arsenal
nuclear.
of
That's the biggest
missiles
threat.
Iran has.
That's the biggest
preponderance
perceived
of these
threat.
missiles
One,
are
they
the short and
repeatedly
the
said
medium
don't
range
enrich
missiles.
your uranium,
So
but they
it
claim
is
they've enriched
quite,
it 60% already. Now, the
convenient for
moment
Iran
Iran
to,
goes nuclear,
target
what happens
these
to
countries
the
and
neighboring
put
regions?
pressure
All
on
of them
the
would
US
want to. All of them would have wanted
to
to go
stop
into
this
nuclear.
war.
Israel would have been the first to say, "I want to go
There's
nuclear."
massive airspace restrictions all across
Yeah, but
the
they would
Middle
have had to
East
declare it
because
then
of this
openly.
ongoing war. And as a result of which, we're given to
wouldn't,
understand
because they are
that at
nuclear
least
power
60
since
departures
at
and
least
40 arrivals,
1967,
that's a total of
if
100
not
flights,
longer, since
have been cancelled at the
1976,
Delhi
they have
airport
Iran
so
are
far. far. Again, I believe Siddhant has more details on this. So, massive disruption to flights, particularly those that are passing through airspace in the Middle East. What's the latest on that front, Siddhant?
Well, that's right, Zaka. So our colleagues have been
But Israel has never
threatened
or never claimed to use nukes as much as Pakistan has, as much as Iran has, that we will develop our own nuclear weapons. See, this entire aspect of playing the nuclear bogey, raising it, has come from Islamic nations that have turned nuclear. That's another argument. The other part is that in terms of stability, look at what's happened now. Tehran's response has been to the US air bases in the neighboring Arab countries, but Saudi Arabia, which till last week was backing Iran, has turned around and said, we'll back whatever the UAE does. All resources input. That's the latest statement.
Till such time, terror funding will continue from state-sponsored terrorism like Pakistan, Iran in particular. You will see these mushrooming under different names. We have seen it in our own neighborhood, the Lashkar-e-Toiba. becomes the resistance front and things like that. The names.
52 bombers and tanker aircraft. So Iran has the legal right to strike this.
Oman has had some so they have struck all the air bases. In fact, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araqi has spoken on the phone with his counterparts in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq.
Today.
He's spoken to Oman was also attacked. We will talk about the Omani oil tanker also in the State of Hormuz in a bit, Ambassador Daniel. But we also now believe that the Arab nations are going to meet in a short while from now to discuss how they will retaliate, respond to the Iranian aggression. Lieutenant General K.J. Dhillon and Tara Kartaji also with us. Thank you for your patience. Please wait on. We're going to continue on this broadcast for a while. But Ambassador Kamun, how would you respond to this? What do you see happening over the next 24 hours? How do you see this going up the escalation ladder? Or is there going to be a certain de-escalation soon?
Well, of course, we cannot really foresee. I think that, and it's not only Israel, it's the Israel and the US, US leading, of course. There is a name to this preemptive strike, which became a regional war. And this is to be sure that the Iranian regime, whose leadership was eliminated in the first strike, as we all know, is sort of detached from its from the existential threat that it is posing to Israel. And I must add now, after what we have seen in the last 24 hours, not only Israel, but the GCC countries that have suffered those attacks, those horrific pictures and reels that we've seen from almost every country in the Gulf.
Right, we've got pictures of the Zayed port in Abu Dhabi also being attacked. There are 3 people who've been killed in UAE. There is attack in Tabriz also. We'll talk about Tabriz in a bit. But in this region, Iran is taking the fight back into the opposition. That's what they're doing. And also, there's an update coming in that the Iranian president will be addressing the nation in a few moments now. Viewers, we are on a continuous rolling coverage. There'll be a lot of activity on our screens. We've got our military experts, we've got our Indian experts, we've got our international experts, we've got all of them here, and everybody is going to bring in very perspectives, and we'll also try and gamify this for you. Possible scenarios, tactical, kinetic, local, military, and of course the strategic and diplomatic options, and who are all going to be impacted. We're also worried, as Bharatiya, the safety of more than 8 million Bharatiya in these regions who would all be worrying and trying to look at flights to come back. Really flight rates have gone up. Europe has closed airspace. All of the Middle East has closed airspace. Most importantly, I think the advisory is to stay in touch with your local embassy, your local consulate, and try and be safe and remain where you are if you can for the next 48 hours. Before you think of moving anywhere else. This entire issue of debris also falling, General K.J. Dhillon, is going to be a concern because that's giving a perception to a lot of people living in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Bahrain, in all these regions, that the Iranians are actually targeting civilian areas. Is that true? What's your assessment? Tom Cooper believes otherwise. He believes this is all interceptions and failed ballistic missile parts or missile debris that are falling. Do you agree, disagree? General Dhillon, thank you for your time, sir.